Nah, pues lo que pasa es que los emotes de Nero bailando están en Kick, y acá no están chidos porque no se mueven. Pero, espérate, culo. El copy. ¡Uy! ¡Ah! ¡Ojito! Bueno, se trabaja. Pues dile a los pinches coreanos, güey. A ver, mira, ya que acá no hay chat. Pense. Ahí está.
Hey everyone, Jason here, community director for the First Descendant. Welcome to the First Descendant's second anniversary event. It's so great
Nah,
to
no
see
creo que sea un nuevo
everyone,
set. Yo
and
creo que este
thanks
va a ser
for
nomás
taking
por
the
este
time
evento
to
y ya,
be
güey.
here with us. Wow, it's already been 2 years since we launched the First Descendant. So much has happened over the past 2 years. And today, we prepared various content from celebrating the second anniversary to the release of the new trailer and a look at our upcoming roadmap. Before we
Ojo.
get into it, for our descendants sticking with us to the end, we've hidden some coupons throughout the broadcast. Let me reveal the first one right now on the screen, 2 Descendant Fest 6. So 2 Descendant Fest 6, just hit the coupon banner on the right side of our official website to go to the registration page. Enter this coupon code along with your member code, which you can find within the game, and you are done. The coupon includes gold, wiper shards, crystallization catalysts, and even an ultimate alignment device. So be sure to receive it. More coupons will drop throughout the broadcast, so please stay tuned all the way through the Descendant Fest 2026. All right, let's start by looking back at our journey over the past 2 years through numbers. For this part, I'll be going through the slides one by one, walking everyone through the footprints our descendants have left in Albion over the past 2 years. I was honestly a bit touched seeing how every number represents the time our players have poured in. Let's start with the big one. When adding all the time we've spent in Albion over the past 2 years, it comes out to about 29.6 billion minutes. In hours, that's roughly 494 million. In years, about 56,000 years. That's how long you'd have to be running around Albion nonstop, starting from the days when humans were painting cave walls. From the Vulgus point of view, it must have felt like a nightmare that just wouldn't end. Well, during that time, 38.25 million descendants have been acquired in Albion, and the total mission attempts 2.74 billion. So even if you launch the mission every single second nonstop, it will take you about 87 years to reach that number. Wow. And among our descendants, there is a true champion, the descendant with the longest playtime over the past 2 years, #4576. Total playtime about 13,430 hours, or roughly 560 days. Out of the nearly 700 days we've been in service over these 2 years, spent 560 of them playing the game.
Ya me sé como 1000 de esas mías.
4576. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll repay that dedication by continuing to develop the First Descendant. And before we move on, 잠깐 제가 한국어로 좀 전환을 해서 이거 하기에 앞서
just a short notice for our Korean audience. We are providing Korean interpretation in our 치지직 channels. So to our players who would like to listen to the Korean translation, please log on to 치지직 and listen to our interpretation. Thank you.
Now let's move on. So we also looked at each region's numbers, and when looking at the average playtime of the top 100 in each region, first place goes to Asia with an average of about 6,670 hours, followed by North America and Europe. The firepower of our descendants really is something else. And of course, we can't leave out everyone's favorite descendants. Let's start with female descendants. What stands out is Ultimate Freyna, consistently in the top ranks across all 3 episodes. In Season 3, Episode 1, Nell took number 1. And in the most recent Season 3, Episode 3, Daya claimed number 1 with 29%. Bunny, Inez, Serena, and Haley were all evenly loved as well. All right, then shall we move on to male descendants? For male descendants, it was the era of Ajax. So in Season 3, Episode 2, Ultimate Ajax, and in Season 3, Episode 3, Ajax took the number 1 spot. In Season 3, Episode 1, Ultimate Blair was in the lead. Lepik and Ultimate Lepik, Eugen, and Jaber were also consistently loved. Really a standout performance by our dependable big brothers. And for weapons, this is probably exactly what most of you expected. Thunder Cage was number 1 for 2 consecutive episodes.
Y probablemente la jugatura no va a seguir así otras temporaditas.
Held the top spot, but since then, Thunder Cage has dominated.
No recuerdo si dijeron que el código se puede canjear en la página o desde el juego directamente, no te la peles. Ahorita reviso.
And we can't forget vehicles as well. So let's see which hoverbike our descendants rode the most. And looking at the cumulative playtime by each vehicle, Vortex takes number 1 with about 8.31 million hours. And in years, that's 949 years. Glide 4 and Orca have also clocked hundreds of years of playtime as well.
Ay, me comí una F.
And the total performance modified for vehicle options comes at roughly 13.26 million. You can really feel that obsession with finding the perfect setup. I guess players have been really serious about setting up their hoverbike. Well, about 28,000 players enjoy speed as they hold 3 or more max speed on boost options. And 930,000 paint was used to customize vehicles. Fast and stylish indeed. Moving on to combat data. First, total missions played over the past 2 years comes out about 2.74 billion. So even if you launch the mission every second nonstop, that would take about 87 years. And Void Abyss Intercept Colossus have been defeated
37 millones de colosos tronados.
13.46 million times. So it's interesting to see how much stronger we've gotten just by the numbers. Now, here's a great example. Wall Crasher. It's been defeated about 2.65 million times, but the real story is in the average kill time. So in Season 3, Episode 1, it took about 3 minutes and 17 seconds. In Season 3, Episode 2,
cuando salió el rompeculos era mínimo unos 8 minutos de pelea.
Season 3, Episode
Y ahora mira, 20 segundos.
54 seconds. So it's like more than
hace rato lo tronamos en 7 segundos.
Solid proof that Descendants, they are getting stronger. Now, let's look at something a bit fiercer, which is Onslaught Mode. About 718,000 matches have been played. And as the difficulty rises, the challenge gets fiercer.
Wow.
But about 92,000 Descendants have completed all the way through Wave 7 of Difficult 3, the highest difficulty. Now, we aren't done with the infographic yet, but from here, the numbers get a little astronomical. So total gold earned over the past 2 years comes to about 558 trillion. So Hypercharge reached 36 trillion, and 421 trillion of that has already been poured into research and enhancement. The biggest hoarder is AO #3308 with about 114.5 billion gold accumulated, while the biggest spender is Card #4272, who's burned through about 27.1 billion. So both saving and spending at a completely different scale. Along with Aoked and Card and all our Albion big spenders, guys, please keep accumulating gold and spending that gold. We also have research. Total research count over the 2 years reached about 500 million. Among them, Alf, #9488 single-handedly ran, wow, that is like
43,000. Pues qué chingados hizo ese
43,871
güey.
research orders. Yeah, absolutely incredible. Now, let's look at ancestors modules. About 62.1 million modules have been acquired. And here's the fun part. The number of readjustments is about 64.6 million, so which is actually higher than the number acquired. So this means that, players focused on their favorite models and readjusted them repeatedly until they got
Ese
the
güey no sabe lo que es
option
la
they
luz, güey.
want. Moving on to titles. There are currently 590 titles in total, and not a single descendant has collected all of them yet. The top holder has about 565, and they are just 25 away from completion. Hey, if you're watching this broadcast, we are cheering for you to complete the set. And the figurines that fill our lounges have been popular as well. About 39.71 million have been collected, with around 7.32 million currently on display. Out of the 349 figurines released, the top collector has collected 194. That is so awesome. And finally, fashion. Let's look at the most popular female skins of last year, starting with female skins. Number 1 was the winning entry from the 2025
Claro que sí, güey. Las skins de la comunidad estuvieron
skin
deliciosas.
created by our descendants themselves, taking the top spot. That is truly meaningful.
Ese paquete, para que vean, sí debería volver. A mi gusto fue el mejor de todos los que han puesto.
Cocktail were also well received with their bright looks. Rabbit Game and Lounge Underwear followed, ranking 4 and 5. Moving on to male skins. Number 1 was Knight Rider.
Esta me hace falta pillarme, güey.
Edgy Rider vibe was a real hit. The agent look of number 2, All Beyond Secret Service, was also really cool.
Voy a ver si este año me
Cyber
compré estas.
Warrior, Creature, and H1
A mí los conejitos no me
Racing Suit
gustaron.
followed with
O sea, bueno,
a wide
sí,
range
pero
of
pues es que
skins
estaban...
that were all
¿cómo se llaman? Estaban las skins de traje de baño. Entonces era escoger entre las de traje de baño y las de conejas. Y pues todos sabemos cuál iba a ganar, güey. La coneja no vale ver.
Every single number represents the time our descendants spent in Albion and the story we've built together. Thank you again, descendants, for being here through all of it. Now, for a meaningful moment like this, hosting it alone would be a shame. Let me bring out the 2 people who've been building this journey together. So let me introduce the executive producer of The First Descendant, Bum-Jun Lee, and our creative director, Min-Suk Ju. Come up to the stage, guys.
Ah, güey, vienen los Vengadores, güey. Chale, que...
We don't have a crowd, so I'll be cheering for them. And it looks like, yeah, this isn't
Sí,
our
güey.
creative director here. It's a guy with the horse mask. Oh, yeah.
Norberto,
say
si hacen
hello to
eso,
our
te voy a
fan, guys.
banear, güey.
네, 안녕하세요. 퍼스트 디센던트 프로듀서.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bum-Jun Lee, executive producer of The First Descendant.
Sí, no, se mamaron, güey.
Hello,
Mínimo les
descendants,
hubieran
I'm
puesto
Estimo.
ahí
Why is that smell
maderos
here?
o algo, güey.
There's a
Nambe.
real clue. And hey, it's been a while, since the 3 of us got
Perdieron
together
toda
on
la aura
stage
que
like this
traían.
to meet with our descendants. Hell yeah, and he is here. And now that we're at the second anniversary.
Sí, dejó de hubieran puesto sonidos, güey. He visto pornos coreanas mejor producidas.
10주년 행사란 게 엊그제 같은데 벌써
It feels like the first anniversary was just yesterday, but here we are at year 2. I'm very thankful and emotional, though I feel a bit nervous.
네, 막
Now, in Korean,
Es el
in
productor,
Korea,
el director y el
it's currently
director creativo.
9:13 a.m.
저희가 이제
And
서비스가 워낙에
We are doing this live stream so early in the morning, and the reason why we're doing this so early is because there are a lot of live stream joining audience. So we wanted as much as people joining us as possible.
동시 통역으로 진행을
And for the first time for our live stream, we are providing simultaneous interpretation. So for a Korean audience, you can tune into our Chijijik channel for Korean interpretation.
¿No viste a los coreanos en México
Maybe
cómo
we'll
andaban?
just go over this later on as well.
네,
And
긴 시간 잘 재밌게 즐겨 주시기
I hope you enjoy today's Descendant Fest. Thank you.
네, 먼저 2년 동안 즐거운 시간도 있었고
Well, first, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the descendants who have stuck with TFD
인사드립니다. 그리고 오늘
for the past 2 years. And
또 모든 계승자
thank you for
드리고요.
everyone tuning in today to today's Descendant Fest. Since you've taken your valuable time to join us, we'll make sure today's 2-year anniversary Descendant Fest is packed with exciting news and updates.
Yeah, well, we just looked back at our past 2 years through the infographic.
¿Qué es
Now
EOS?
it's time to talk
Entonces,
about what is ahead. I think everyone's been waiting long enough, so let's jump right in. All right, let's begin by introducing new content for season 4. And first thing to see is the new storyline. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so let's get right into our trailer for the season 4 story preview.
Ok.
The weaker and more fragile a thing is, the more fiercely it bears its fangs. Your desperate struggle is nothing more than futile defiance against a predestined doom. Witness the end of your descendants as they fall, weak and broken. I shall reclaim the legacy you hold, and forge the one true path for my homeland, Prros.
Ajá.
Today, I bring an end to this cruel, century-long wait.
¿Qué pasó? Ahí está.
Ingress,
Oh.
accept your end.
Para la gente que no habla inglés, básicamente Carol dijo.
Woo! Yeah, wow. Or is the Great Clash, and just from the trailer, it feels like it matches the name. The atmosphere seems like Correll's going out all out offensive. A Great Clash, it really is approaching. So, director, what kind of story does this tell?
Básicamente para la gente que no habla inglés, dijo el Carol, ¿a poco sí, Tilín?
Oh,
Y Alpha dijo, pues ¿a
Well,
poco
season
no?
4 finally
Y se
brings the final
pechearon,
battle
güey.
against
Y
Correll
Carol
to
llegó
the
gritando,
forefront.
arriba el comandante, putos. Y
Until
valió ver
now,
qué pedo.
Correll has been gradually closing in on the front lines, but this time he launches a direct assault on Ingress. As the subtitle The Great Clash suggests, the final showdown between Correll and humanity forms the core of this season's story. And as the final battle begins, a never-before-seen supermassive Vulgus warship appears directly above the skies of Albion. To defend Ingress from Correll's onslaught,
Me recordó mucho
descendants must
Warhammer, güey.
infiltrate the heart of this massive
La
enemy
Guerra
warship
Roja también se parece
and
un poquito.
confront Correll head-on.
So we're finally bringing an end to Correll, a massive warship pushing right up
Que no se
to
quite.
Albion's doorstep. The scale alone is already living up to the name, the Great Clash.
Ahí viene el gran vergazo, básicamente, güey.
And as this final battle unfolds, Season 4 will also begin to answer another lingering question. What exactly were Amon and the Magisters plotting behind the scenes? Will the descendants be able to stop Correll and protect Ingress? To see how this final battle comes to an end, we hope you'll experience Season 4 firsthand.
Conejo, ponte a jalar.
Correll's final march. So along with the hidden intentions of Amon and the Magister, the story is shaping up to be massive. And one more thing I wanted to ask. In today's story trailer, we saw the Vulgus invading right at Albion's front gates. So is that something we'll actually be able to play through?
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, that's right. Once the Season 4 story begins, the atmosphere in Albion will shift. As part of the story, you'll also experience a dungeon set in Albion, as well as a laboratory left in ruins brought on by Correll's full-scale offensive. Now, in the trailer, Correll was very cool. So I don't want him to go. I'm not ready to let him go yet.
네, 시즌 4에서 직접
Como que solo
Yes.
para mayo.
바랍니다.
I hope you guys play Season 4.
I'm really already looking forward to the battle in Albion. And Since we talked about the great class, this feels like the perfect timing to drop the second coupon named after the season 4 subtitle, The Great Clash.
Casa,
The
tío.
code is Great Clash. Yeah, so this one includes a
Se ve que va a la
transcendent
casa,
alignment
tío.
device and a Vulgus bio data chip. So go to the coupon banner on the right side
Hostia,
of our
otro
official
código.
website, enter the coupon code and your member code. Don't miss out on this.
Ah, mierda.
All right, let's see when and how
Chingada
these
madre.
stories unfold, starting with the roadmap for the second half of 2026. Let me start with the big picture. So here's the roadmap of updates we've planned for the second half of 2026, organized by each month. So producer, director, could you walk us through it month by month? So where should we start?
네, 7월부터 보겠습니다.
Yeah, let's start with July.
7월에는 요격전을
We have an update focused on
no los puedo
improving
separar, ¿en
void
serio?
intercept, and I'll share more details in a moment.
하겠습니다.
네, 일정만 먼저
Right,
말씀드리면
to give you the timeline, the
일단.
update will drop on July 15th.
될 예정입니다.
A ver, esto es lo que
네,
viene.
그리고 8월
El 15 de
20일에
julio.
And finally,
Viene la
Season
tortuga,
4 officially
módulos para
launches
Serena
on August
y el balance a
20th.
Blade.
최종
Sería y
Season
extensible.
4 brings the story's big endgame.
메가던전
En
We're
agosto
also
llega Raven.
unveiling brand new content like Mega Dungeon and Trial Mode.
실험 모드와 함께 또 그리고 게임
And
Ok,
we're
el
also
siguiente Ultimate
adding
va a ser Jaeger.
transcendent weapons
초월 무기도
for your long-term gameplay goals.
그리고 많은 분들이
En
기다리고
noviembre
And
vienen las
a
armas
long-awaited
trascendentales.
new Descendant Raven.
A ver, ahí va. Al cabo yo sí le mastico el inglés, güey. Mira, este mes, lo que nos importa. En 2 semanas viene la tortuga, nuevos módulos para Serena y un rebalance a Blade. Estamos bien. En agosto es cuando entra los chingazos ahora sí, güey. Viene la historia, o sea, el putazo ya final. Raven. Módulos trascendentales para armas. Este que se llama Trials, no sé qué chingo sea. Nuevos módulos de activación y el modo extremo con los colosos de vacío. Aparte de una Mega Dungeon. En septiembre viene mi vieja Ultimate. Obviamente la historia de Halley. Una nueva zona, supongo, que se va a llamar Cradle of Evolution. Launch Storage Trade. Esto no sé qué sea, pero suena interesante. Los módulos trascendentales para armas, o sea, más. Y módulos de activación. Octubre va a estar medio muertón con un balance a Freina. Armas... No, módulos trascendentales igual... No es cierto, armas trascendentales directamente. ¡Oh! Se van a poder traer las armas trascendentales, güey. Se me paró tantito. Ya vi que dice trascendentales. Rebalance a Freina. En noviembre, un nuevo personaje que se va a llamar Monet. Una morra, supongo. Una nueva zona. Más armas trascendental. ¡A la verga, güey! La historia de Biesa. No tengo ni puta idea. Pero, vato, sí se me paró
We'll give
tantito.
you a preview of November's new Descendant Monet, December's Ultimate Jaber, the Cradle of Evolution, and the
Ojalá,
Universe
para que sí estén caras de
Sanctuary.
madre, güey.
라이브에서
Please look out for more details in future dev lives.
오늘 별도로 시간을 할애해서
So the core features we're diving into
Sí, según yo
today
van a
are
funcionar como
Void
los módulos
Intercept Battle
trascendentales.
Extreme, Mega Dungeon, new Descendant Raven, Transcendent Weapons, Trial Mode, new Ultimate Haley, and
Pinche
Cositas.
Julio, métele carro, güey, acábate ya.
And one more note.
이 로드맵은
So this roadmap highlights major content drops, but the actual update schedule features even more monthly additions.
예정입니다. 그리고 시즌 4 에피소드
And we'll share the detailed roadmap for Season 4, Episode 1 in our August Dev Live.
Yeah, so to summarize, Season 4 coming on August 20th is a big inflection point. And from there, content keeps rolling in steadily throughout the second half of the year. All right, now let's take a look at Void Intercept improvements coming in July, the Void Intercept Battle Extreme.
Ok.
Yeah, so coming in July is the Void Intercept Battle Extreme, and Void Intercept has been one of the iconic pieces of content in the first Descendant. For Descendants who've been with us for a long time, I think they will be curious about how the Void Intercept is changing. So, Director, could you elaborate on this?
네. 요격전 극한 모드는 시즌 3.
So the Void Intercept Battle Extreme is the final update of Season 3, designed to elevate the Intercept experience. So it combines Hard Void Intercept with Void Abyss into a single mode containing multiple difficulty tiers.
특히
And
기존에는 심층부와
The difficulty gap between Void Abyss Normal and Challenge was quite significant.
촘촘하게
So we've made the progression much smoother while also opening up a difficulty level beyond challenge to push your limits.
그리고 기존의 어려운
Ok, que sí va a estar
요격전은
cabrón,
And the words
básicamente.
from the old Hard Void intercepts are now moved to other content,
어려운 요격전은
turning it into a true gateway to extreme mode.
그리고
No, no, va a estar más difícil que los de
Farming you used to
vacío.
do in Void Abyss will be fully integrated into this new mode.
네, 정리하자면 흩어져
So
있던
basically, this update merges Hard Void and Void Abyss intercepts into a single category under Extreme mode.
기존 요격전과 어떻게
So how exactly does Extreme mode differ from the traditional intercept battles?
네, 극한 모드의 최종 단계에서는
In Extreme mode,
임계점을 조합
players can actually customize the difficulty by mixing and matching critical points.
나오고 있죠.
As you can see from the screen,
네, 임계점은 수십 종의 선택지를
we
조합
offer dozens of options,
강화하거나
and you can choose to buff the colossus or add new penalties to yourself.
임계점 수치가 높아질수록
So naturally, higher
Puede
critical
ser.
points mean better farming efficiency.
도전을 원하시는
So unless you're looking for the ultimate challenge, the key is finding that sweet spot between farming efficiency and clear time.
입니다.
그럼 이제 계승자님들 입장에서는
So as for descendants, it's not just about blindly mixing out your critical points. The key is finding the combination that fits your specific build.
네, 저희가
Yes, exactly. That's where the real fun kicks in.
Yo espero que sí, para que estén difíciles de sacar.
So players are encouraged to discover the optimal critical point for their build.
어떤 임계점
It's all about finding the
Ok, esto
perfect.
básicamente, si ya jugaron, por ejemplo, el Neverness, que es el que estoy jugando yo ahorita, hay un evento en el cual tú puedes escoger qué quieres que tenga el coloso, o el jefe en este caso, ¿verdad? Dependiendo el nivel que le pongas, a más vida, más resistencia contra X daño, más cualquier mamada que le pongas, va a ir subiendo la dificultad y pues obviamente te van a dar mejores recompensas, ¿verdad?
Farming Extreme Mode rewards you with exclusive currency similar to the Void Abyss Intercept.
전용
And you can spend this currency in a dedicated seasonal shop to buy limited items.
네, 우선 일정
Yo espero que sí,
얘기하면
porque si
Alright,
solamente van a
as
ser
for
tickets verdes,
timeline,
va a ser
the
caca.
Extreme Mode for Void Intercept battles will launch in beta on July 15th.
베타라고 제가 말씀을 드렸지만
Even as a beta, it features leaderboards
상시
and it will remain as a permanent content.
베타 기간 동안에
And
데이터를
during this period, we'll monitor data to fine-tune the balance
정식으로
and ensure a stable settlement.
목표입니다.
Que se
So
jodan.
to summarize, Hard Void Intercept
Simón,
and Void
igual.
Abyss Intercept are being merged into Void Intercept Extreme. And players can pick critical points while securing efficiency and rewards. And everyone can play it starting July 15th. All right, then, let's move on to Season 4's main lineup of content. And next up, content that will mark the grand finale of Season 4's story is the Mega Dungeon. Just from the name Mega, the scale sounds substantial. So, Director, what is the Mega Dungeon?
네, 메가 던전은
Yes, the Mega Dungeon serves
대단원을
as a grand finale to Kara's storyline. It features the ultimate battle to take down Correo after all this build-up, making a massive milestone for the game's lore.
So, how does it differ from existing infiltration operations?
가장 큰 차이는 경험.
Well, the main difference is experience itself.
작전이 반복 플레이.
Infiltration operations are built for repeatable play, whereas the Mega Dungeon highlights cinematic storytelling to give you that unforgettable first clear.
규모도
And the scale is massive too. We're talking longer paths, massive environments, and non-stop combat. It's not just about throwing more monsters at you. The real fun
요소와
is how the level design and interactive mechanics tie together.
그리고 레벨의
And using the level's interactive elements
적을 더 효율적
lets you wipe out enemies more efficiently.
다수의 보스급 지휘.
So from fighting multiple boss level commanders to the final battle, it's a non-stop thrilling build-up.
특히 카렐의 최종
And Corel's final battle has some massive, mind-blowing presentations that TFT has never seen before.
Le vamos
So
a
it's so
rushar la
heavy on
base.
visuals, the more I explain, the more I'll spoil it. So I cannot say too much now, and I recommend you experiencing it for yourself when Season 4 drops.
That makes me even more curious. So what about the difficulty and rewards?
메가 던전은 고반복 컨텐츠라기보다
So instead of being designed for high repeatability, Mega Dungeon is massive narrative-driven content with longer play time.
일반과 어려움 두
So it features normal and hard difficulties,
스토리는 일반에서
Okay.
and the story unfolds in normal difficulty.
제한적으로 여기서도
Ah, sí va a estar
And
muy
we're
difícil,
setting
están
up a
diciendo.
reward system where you can farm exclusive currency and trade it for items.
So since it marks the grand finale of the story, I heard there's a special event being prepared to celebrate it.
네, 정복이라는
Yes, we're preparing a time-limited event called Conquest to celebrate the grand finale of our story arc. And during this event, a brutal exclusive difficulty will open up. So even the top-tier descendants will need to optimize your builds for survivability.
Ok, que al parecer vamos a tener que cambiar las builds para sobrevivir, güey, ahora sí. Porque sí va a estar pesado, güey.
네, 먼저 어떤 이벤트냐면 이벤트 기간 동안에
So-
이제 가장 빠른 클리어 기록을 달성한
We'll
No,
be
porque esta zona
rewarding
sí va a
the
estar muy pesada.
fastest speedrunners in both solo and party play, as well as anyone who manages to clear it even once.
다만 이제 파티 스피드
Please note that the solo and party speedrun events will run on separate schedules.
그리고 정복 이벤트 자체
And the Conquest event is kicking off in early September, about 2 weeks after Season 4 launches.
Parece que no me conocen, güey.
I guess there's a
Me
reason
la voy a
it
rushar uno de
starts
vida, güey.
2 weeks after the dungeon launches and not right
Uno de
away.
vida encuerado y pegándole a
Oh,
cable
네,
con los
맞습니다.
testículos en la
That's
cara, güey.
right.
Eso me lo va a pasar, güey.
이제 퍼스트
And as you all know, TFT is all about grinding and optimizing your build.
그 2주
So that 2-week gap is there for you to get ready.
친구 게스트
You can unlock a new descendant and test the upcoming transcendent weapons,
보시고 메가 던전
and also learn the hard mode mechanics of Mega Dungeon. So get yourself fully prepared and then take on the Conquest Challenge.
이 이벤트에 대한 구체적인
Now, specific details on rules and rewards will be announced later.
So the Mega Dungeon is a dungeon where players experience the grand finale of Season 4
Hey,
story
Roberto, gracias por la
with
membresía.
overwhelming staging, and players will be able to meet it alongside the Season 4 update on August 20th. The Conquest event kicks off 2 weeks after that. All right, finally, something many descendants have been waiting for. Let us introduce the new descendant, Raven.
A huevo, viene mi vieja.
Wow, just from the first impression, the vibe is a bit different, mature, with a darker feel. So, director, could you talk about Raven in more detail?
네네. 레이븐은 저희가
Yes, of
La
course.
madre con los
Well, Raven
muslotes
is
que
our
tiene.
first new
Men
descendant
Raven
since
desde la
Gaia.
beta, güey.
So it's been a while, and we know you've been waiting.
보셨는데요. 앞으로는
So moving forward, we'll release one new descendant per episode, just as before,
첫 주자는
and Raven
Eso sí me
leads the
interesa.
charge for Season 4.
그리고 지금 방송 보시는 분들께서
And the
성계승자도 여쭤보시더라고요. 네.
there was a question about male descendants from our audience.
할 예정이어서요.
We have that in our longer term roadmap, but today,
집중해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
please focus on Raven.
네. 비주얼도 보시면
And as you can see from the screen, the
Ah, sí,
visual
es una escopeta recordada,
is
efectivamente.
more mature and dark, as Jason mentioned.
사실 레이븐의 배경
And this design ties directly into her backstory.
Soy yo, se parece a Billie Eilish, güey.
Yeah, I'm curious about that backstory. So, who is Raven? Who is she?
레이븐은 알비온의 뒷골목을
Well, yes, Raven was a guild boss who ruled Albion's back
이
streets.
레이븐을
¿Se
People
parece a Billie,
often
no?
refer to her as the conductor.
하지만 실제
It might sound fancy, but in reality, she functioned more like a fixer.
나이는
She's
30대 후반이고
in her late 30s.
아르케 각성자는
And
다들 아시죠?
you know
블레이
how descendants look
아르케의 힘 덕분에
much younger than they are, thanks to the power of Arcade, just like Glade.
레이븐도
Raven is no exception.
그리고 하나 더 흥미로운 점이
And
있는데
also, here's another interesting story. Raven's past is deeply tied to Viesa's childhood.
비에사와 레이븐의
So we'll let you find out how that connection unfolds in the game.
주시면 좋겠습니다.
Oh, so a story tied to Viesa, narratives connected to existing characters are mostly received
Parece,
well.
güey.
Now, for the most important part.
No
What
mames, se
about
parece.
Raven's
Tanto con el pelo negro se
combat
parece,
style?
güey.
레이븐은 산탄총과
Raven is a gun-focused descendant who has a great synergy with shotguns.
보시는 것처럼
Ok, va a ser buena sinergia con
double barrel
escopetas.
As you can see, she's holding this double-barrel shotgun. Her unique skill weapon is a double-barrel shotgun.
특징을 하나 더
And to add to her combat style, she commons crow-like form to support her in battle.
위치를 전환하면서
She's highly
cuervo sirve para
maneuverable. She
farmear.
can shift positions fast to take the upper hand.
So summoning crows, that really lives up to the name. But when you say it has like a great synergy with shotguns, what exactly does that mean?
레이븐이 메커니즘이
Raven's mechanics scale directly with a weapon's pellet count.
있어요. 그래서 다양한
오케이.
It makes it incredibly fun to experiment with different shotguns. So depending on which shotgun you use or choose and how you tune your build will allow you to enjoy a variety of playstyles.
네, 산탄량에 비례한다면 혹시 망치
Well, if she scales with pellet count, I wonder how she would pair with weapons like hammer and anvil.
하자마자 벌써부터
I bet players are already theory crafting their builds as we speak.
네, 좋은 포인트.
That's a great catch.
포인트 맞아요?
Is it?
좋은
좋은
포인트죠.
질문.
Yes, was a great question.
레이븐은 명중한 산탄
So Raven's mechanics deal extra damage based on how many pellets hit. Plus, she has damage transfer mechanics. So weapons with high pellet count and fast fire rates will be a huge advantage. For ultimate shotguns,
산탄량이 많죠.
executor, or
그리고 망치와 모루
hammer and anvil
좋은 무기 후보가
would create amazing
그래서
synergies.
다양한 산탄총으로
So it's going to be
Okay.
a lot of fun finding your own perfect combination with different shotguns.
네, 얘기가 나온 김에
La
Right.
verga.
Speaking of Raven, let's take a look at her premium skin.
Ok.
레이븐의 기본 스타일이 약간
Her base look has that
지는
charismatic, dark, fixer vibe.
프리미엄 스킨은
And this one,
Hey,
the
ya
premium
vatos, ya.
skin, is designed with a witch-like theme.
까마귀를 소환하는
And
레이븐의
it goes perfectly with her combat style of summoning cross.
El día que metan una colaboración con Naruto van a ver un hombre feliz.
Yeah, it really looks like it fits her well. So we'll show her skills during our August Dev Live. For today, we just showed her a bit so that players can assume the concept of Raven.
Amor
And
PvP.
I am already excited.
No problemas
Raven
tenemos,
is a new
güey, no te
descendant
apures.
coming out in a while since Daya. Raven is the conductor of Albion with a narrative tied to Viesa and fights with shotguns and summons crows. Be sure to meet her in Season 4 on August 20th. Now, let's move on to the new weapon system that will make our descendants even stronger, which is Transcendent Weapons.
Ok, van a hablar de las armas trascendentales, pero
네,
en
그
resumen,
넘어가시기
la morra
전에
esta va a hacer sinergias muy cabronas con
Before we
escopetas.
move on,
Porque cuanto más perdigones pego, más veces dispare, más
we
daño va a hacer
wanted
algo
to
así.
see
¿entendés?
how our audience joining us are reacting, and I think everyone's pretty excited. Someone said that it's a different version, a dark version of Serena. So thank you for your interest and excitement. So I hope that the dev team does a great job finishing the last touches. So
좀 신경 쓰고 있는 부분이
and Raven, for Raven,
Hay tres.
네.
we are focusing on certain points on her looks.
언급하기는 조금 곤란한 내용인가요?
Should we not give us a spoiler to our live streamers? Well, it's no secret, but compared to Serena, she's gonna be a little bit.
있는 거잖아요.
네, 알겠습니다.
She's gonna have distinct characteristics. I'll put it at that. So I hope you guys do a great job finishing her up.
Pues sí, es lo malo.
We're looking at
El mes que entra, en
weapons, which
agosto.
is something we should also look forward to. So Transcendent Weapons, yeah, they were flagged on the roadmap as a long-term gameplay goal. So Director, how many Transcendent Weapons are being added?
네, 총 11종의 초월 무기가 8월 업데이트
A total of 11 transcendent weapons will be added with the August update. Looking at the lineup, some of them are upgraded
Oh.
versions of pre-existing ultimate
La otra es
weapons. Now, one example is Storm
Ejecutor.
Cage, which is the transcendent version of Thunder Cage. Now, these weapons feature different designs from their ultimate weapon counterparts with effects that also set them apart.
Algunas
So
van a
they
ser
don't
como
have
que
these same effects,
reworks.
so no worries. And in addition, new transcendent weapons with completely new unique abilities will also be added. You
Ok.
can see them on the screen. Now,
No,
Armis is a
el
brand new
Ultimate viene
weapon.
hasta septiembre, que es
사실
Jali.
듣자마자 걱정했어요.
Oh, I did worry after hearing what you said, because Storm Cage and Thunder Cage,
아닙니다. 성이 있습니다.
you know, what if it's similar to the pre-existing weapons? I
Güey, que
was kind of
enseñen
worried.
aunque sea una, no sean tibios,
지켜보도록
perros.
하겠습니다.
So I think there might.
No, no todas, porque, por ejemplo, esta me recuerda mucho a la Malévolo, pero esta se parece un chingo a un arma moradita que está en el juego. Esta también se parece a un arma morada. O sea, como que algunas sí son como que evoluciones,
That
pero
should
otras
also
son
give us a pretty nice amount of
nuevas.
mastery rank XP, right?
더디거든요.
네, 많이
Ajá, porque
추가돼서
una es
좋으시죠?
Thunder Cage y
I'm
esta es
sure
Storm
everyone's
Cage.
excited about the new additions
있잖아요.
because you can increase your mastery rank.
그래서 시즌 8월 22일
So on
Oh.
August 20th, with the
Por ejemplo, esta era
11 new
lanza de guardia
weapons
real,
네.
and new
ahora es
descendants,
lanza de
you
emperador
can
o
raise your
lanza de guardia
mastery
emperador.
rank all the way up to 36.
그리고 초월 무기의 진짜 핵심
Now here's the real thing.
바로 품질
The core of transcendent weapons lies elsewhere, which is the concept of quality.
Quality. So, how does quality apply to our weapons?
초월 무기는 이 저마다
Well, every transcendent weapon has its own quality, and that quality determines the weapon's performance. The more difficult content you play, the higher the quality of the weapons you can farm.
한 가지 중요한 점
Now, one important thing to note is that the more you farm, the minimum quality you can obtain becomes higher.
일종의
You can think of it as kind of a minimum quality guarantee system.
Ok, sí van a ser RNG, pero
네,
tienen un
개념이
mínimo de
조금
calidad que te puede tocar para que no esté tan
생소하잖아요.
caca.
Now, this is kind of a new concept in TFD since it's new.
여러분들 입장에서 봤을 때는
So, from the player's perspective, the more you farm,
소위 이제 꽝이라고 할
the
수
lower their chances of getting a bad roll.
조금 성능을
Since the lower bound on the quality that determines performance keeps rising.
결정하는데 이게 품질의 하한선이 계속 올라가니까 꽝을 뽑을 확률이 줄어들어요.
So, the important thing is that it lowers the chances of getting a bad roll. But what exactly improves when the quality is higher?
네, 먼저 쉽게 설명해 주셔서 감사드립니다.
Well, thank you for putting that in more easier terms.
네, 먼저 초월 무기는
First, transcendent weapons have transcendent abilities and sub-abilities.
과 수치는
The values of the transcendent ability effects are assigned randomly.
보시는 것처럼
And as you can see on the screen,
게이지가 보이지
you can see the gauge of the transcendent ability.
랜덤하게 배정.
Now, these three types of abilities are assigned randomly.
품질이 작용을 하는데요.
And this is where quality comes into play.
랜덤하게
The higher the quality,
수치의 총
the higher the total value of randomly assigned stats.
합성인 아르미스로
Now, let's take the new assault rifle Armis as an example.
능력은
Armis has three unique abilities, which are interception missile, small warhead rocket, and missile fragment effect.
요격 미사일이
Interception missile automatically fires missile rounds at multiple enemies.
택티컬해 보이는 저 총열에서
Now, that it looks kind of tactical. So if the interception missile score is high,
미사일의 점수가 높은 아르미스는
the weapon becomes well suited for dealing with multiple enemies.
탄두 로켓은
Meanwhile, the small warhead rocket
범위 피해를 입히는
deals area damage around a single target. An Armis with a high small warhead rocket score becomes specialized for single target damage and damage within a small area. And if the missile fragment effect score is high, the ricochet damage increases. So depending on how the scores of these three unique effects are combined, even the same Armis can become specialized for single target damage or for AoE damage.
그런 시스템입니다.
그러니까 예를 들면
So even with the same transcendent storm cage, you can end up with weapons that have completely different characteristics, right?
Estas son
And these
lanzagranadas, no es un
sub-abilities
rifle de
also
asalto.
add to that weapon diversity.
네, 초월 무기에는
Right. Transcendent weapons are granted with 2 sub-abilities. These abilities affect the weapon stats similar to augmentation cores, and there are 3 types. One type increases a single stat.
또 하나는
Now another increases 2 stats at once. And the last type is a trade-off type, which comes with certain penalties but provides a greater stat increase in return.
So with sub abilities, I think we'll
cabrón.
have more various weapon builds. Then, how are these sub abilities determined?
무기를 획득할 때
When you obtain a weapon, the types of sub-abilities are determined randomly,
파밍을 하는 것이고 값은
and this is what you farm, but the values are fixed. Now, simply put, it's a question of which core gets attached. For example, a 20% fire rate core or a 20% movement speed score. So depending on the combination, the weapon's core characteristics can change significantly,
를 찾는 그런 재미가
so players will be able to enjoy farming and experimenting with a wide variety of combinations.
Then, are transcendent weapons something just limited to
Es que las
veteran
mecánicas del arma
players?
están orientadas a
Because,
lanzar un chingo de
sometimes I think
rockets,
they
güey.
might be worried about this becoming new entry barriers.
초월 무기는 대부분의
Transcendent weapons can be farmed from most content, and they can also be obtained from lower level content. So descendants who start TFD in Season 4 can begin their progression centered on transcendent weapons.
그러다 보니
Ok, básicamente,
So,
o sea, las armas
because of that,
trascendentales sí van a depender
unless your
mucho de la
goal is to
rareza que te
raise
toque
your
en la
mastery rank,
estadística
the need to
trascendental, creo
keep
que se llamaba.
developing your pre-existing
Entonces el problema es
ultimate
que
weapons will
copiar la build ya no va a ser
naturally become
suficiente.
lower.
O sea, con
So
eso creo que va a ser
transcendent
más
weapons will
como
become the new core pillar of
checar
progression
qué te
going
salió,
forward.
qué usos le puedes dar y ya con base en eso buildearla, güey.
Long-term goal. But if it's a weapon players can farm like this, I think they will be curious about trading as well.
Los códigos se ponen, creo que en el juego, en la
Right.
página.
Trading for transcendent firearms is scheduled to begin after the September update. You'll also be able to buy and sell weapons, transcendent weapons, through one-on-one trading, just like now. And we will also introduce a new trading method called lounge storage trading.
Se van a poder traer
On
también, güey.
storage trading. Yeah,
Pues
we've
no,
been
pues yo les
talking
explico
about
cómo
that
se
a lot.
utiliza, ya cada quien
So
la
how
buildea
does
como
it
de su
differ
chingada
from
gana.
the current trading method?
네. 판매자와
This is a remote trading method where the seller and buyer do not have to meet directly.
이름에서
As the name suggests, the buyer visits the seller's lounge and purchases a transcendent weapon or ancestor's model there. Since both players do not have to log in at the same time, like as it is now, it'll be much more convenient to use. In line with this, the existing web trade market will also change into a
que sí
system
puede
that
ser porque
facilitates lounge
O
storage
sea,
trading.
por lo que entiendo,
Great.
a lo mejor a ti te
So
gustan las
11
mecánicas del arma, las
transcendent weapons
pasivas,
are being
que dispara un
updated
chingo de
with
rockets y
the
eso.
update.
Puedes tratar de
So
sacar el arma
quality drives
orientada
performance,
para
and
eso,
the
para que
goal
dispare
is
un
for
putazo de
players to
rockets.
farm unique and sub-abilities to complete the weapons. Trading opens in September with the new lounge
huevo, y se
storage
van a poder
trading, so
tradear, güey.
please look forward to that. Now, let's move on to the new game mode that players can farm these transcendent weapons, which is trial mode.
Royal Mode, eso fue
And
lo que no
so,
supe
next
qué
up is
chingos
a new
era.
game mode being added, and it is trials. So, director, what is trials?
Espérense, ahorita vemos qué pedo con la traducción.
실험
Va muy rápido.
모드는
Trial mode is a mission where players face ever greater challenges through repeated choices and progression.
플레이어는 전투
Throughout each run,
Pues
players
es RNG
strengthen
porque
their abilities
dependes
by
de la suerte
selecting
para que
from
te
a
toque lo que
variety of
quieres.
options during combat and overcome increasingly difficult challenges.
So, enemies they get stronger, players get stronger. It's kind of like an endless climb. That choice system seems to be the core of this, right?
Endless.
네, 일단 완전히 무한 모드는
Well, this is not a fully endless mode. There is an end to it.
아니요.
진짜 뭘 아니라고요?
완전히 아니지만
It's not a completely endless mode,
플레이어분들의 세트
but there is an end point. But it is definitely a challenging mode where players will have to stop somewhere along the way, depending on their build and skill level.
하지만 플레이어분들은
Pero parece que va a ser sin fin.
막판을 깨실 거라고 저는
I think a lot of our players will get to the end level.
네. 그리고 핵심은 가변 코드라는
And the key here is the choice system called variable code. It may be easier to understand if you think of the existing onslaught mode. With variable code, players will be making more choices more frequently than in onslaught mode, and as a result,
Ya
they
vi
can
que
grow to
no
an
es sin
even
fin.
more powerful level. In addition to stat growth, variable code also adds a variety of effects. For example, you can create unconventional builds with effects like Death Stroke, which instantly kills enemies below a certain HP threshold,
va a ser
or
como el modo
towing
Onslaught,
fire,
güey.
which pulls enemies with aimed fire.
모드와의 차이점.
So we focus on offering more varied, interesting ways to set up your build.
다양한 선택지를 통해서 플레이어의 빌드를 이렇게 점점 빌드업해
So
No, no es
players
infinito.
can build their build up and challenge themselves more. This is what we focused on.
하기 어려운 강함.
So you can think of this as a mode where players can fully enjoy the power fantasy of becoming a powerful descendant that goes beyond their current max potential and reaches level of strength like never before.
Yeah, that power fantasy really
Pero estará orientado
lands.
full melees.
But content like this, it often ends up being a party just for the top tier players. So what about entry barriers?
아주 좋은 질문이셨습니다.
That's a very great question.
오히려 이제 그 반대인데요.
It's actually the opposite. We put a lot of thought into this part. Trial mode can be played in fairly early stages.
게임의 메인 시나리오를 클리어하고
If you have
진입을 하게 되면
entered hard difficulty after clearing the scenario part, you can jump right in. And from that point on,
가능합니다.
you can play right away.
동안 쉬었다가
So for descendants who have been away for a while and are returning in season 4, we would like to recommend trying trial mode first when you come back.
Oh, yeah, great.
parece que va a ser
perfect
incluso una misión
for
no friendly, por
returning
lo que veo.
players. But wouldn't, like lower level players whose builds aren't complete yet be at a disadvantage?
네, 그래서 저레벨 계승자
Right, that's why we prepared a feature for lower level descendants, which is a rotation build. You can see this on the screen. This is the build test.
빌드입니다. 네.
아,
로테이션 빌드로
Now, with rotation build,
트리거 모듈까지 세팅된 완성
players will be able to enjoy trial mode with fully completed builds, including trigger modules that rotate on a regular basis. So in other words,
계승자님들이
for returning descendants,
하지 않은 계승자를
before
완성형
farming everything yourself, you'll be able to get an early feel for what a fully built descendant feels like.
가벼운 코드
You'll be able to enjoy trial mode with variable code using these rotation builds.
Yeah, that's great because giving players that taste of a complete version of a descendant, that will probably drive motivation.
Deus, por favor,
But
toma
if
tus cosas y
players
retírate del stream. ¿sí?
coming in through a preset like this, they get mixed in with the veteran players, it could feel
Ok, miren, para la gente nueva esto va a estar chido, güey. Básicamente, estas misiones te van a servir para conseguir materiales, obviamente, ¿verdad? Como todas las misiones. Pero si acabas de regresar al juego o si eres nuevo, vas a poder probar una configuración. Es decir, una DIA ya con su archecito puesto, con su rector, con sus núcleos, que sus modulitos y todo, para que veas qué tan mamada está y digas, a huevo, esta sí vale la pena, déjame la compro.
Those who are just getting started through rotation build and are not yet familiar with the game.
네, 그리고 추가로 보상도 말씀드리면
Additionally, I think it would be good to talk about rewards. In trial mode, players will be able to target farm the transcendent weapons we introduced earlier. You can also earn merit tokens, which can be redeemed for various items at the merit exchange.
To summarize, trials are where both enemies and players get endlessly stronger as players enjoy peak power fantasy. It covers a wide range from new and returning players to veteran players as well, and is a core piece of Season 4 content. Players can farm transcendent weapons and merit tokens as well, so trials will arrive on August 20th alongside the start of Season 4. All right, now the descendant many of our descendants have been waiting for as well. Ultimate
Wow.
Haley is finally joining us.
Ahí viene mi vieja, güey.
I'm sure fans of Haley have probably waited a long time.
Wow.
And yeah, the ultimate
¿Qué
version
pedo con
also
tu traje?
opens with that back-facing shot. I still can't forget what that scene from the trailer where Haley casually dusted off
¿Qué
her
pedo con
outfit.
el traje,
And I
güey?
think a lot of you will be curious about how skills are enhanced for Ultimate Haley.
네, 많은 분들이 얼티밋 헤일리.
Yes, many players have been waiting for Ultimate Haley for a very long time. She was one of the most frequently brought up topics. Even before we started the live stream, people were chatting about Ultimate Haley in the chat box.
헤일리가 9월에
Now, Ultimate Haley will launch in September,
를 좋아해 주시는
Esta vieja viene en septiembre.
and we're working hard to make sure this feels like a meaningful thank you to everyone who has supported and loved Haley.
네, 두 개의 새로운
2 new ultimate skill modules will be added, and these 2 models offer completely different ways to develop your build. The first module simplifies
Un
controls
trajecito de látex,
while
güey.
offering a build specialized
güey.
in wiping out multiple enemies. In other words, it'll be more convenient and better suited for AoE damage. The second module really brings out Haley's identity. It is being developed
회장거리에서
as a build that fires the most powerful shot from
No van a mostrar
maximum
gameplay de
range,
nada. Esto es el roadmap nada más.
piercing through every target.
Ok, va a ser un personaje
one
centrado
of
en
them is
perforar.
for sweeping everything like easily, and the other is piercing through like everything in one shot from afar. So Haley is a sniper, so that second module really seems to match her well.
네, 두 모듈로 플레이
That's right. These 2 models will allow descendants to take completely different playstyles, so you'll be able to choose and enjoy them depending on your preference and content you're playing.
저격수라는 또
And since Haley is our sniper,
그 부분이 잘 드러나도록 준비하고
we developed her in a way that really shows her strong point.
Ok, sí le van a dar hincapié bastante al tema de su... Bueno, ojalá hizo un sniper, obviamente es un asesino a distancia. Me
And the
perfora.
other one will be the ultimate
Alalia.
exclusive premium skin, right?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes.
얼티밋 헤일리의 프리미엄
This is Ultimate Haley's premium skin.
저희들은 이제 스튜디오
As you can see on the screen,
스크린으로
Wow.
we are seeing her through a large screen in the studio, and she has this really strong look.
말 그대로 박력
Bueno,
넘치다.
pues el mes que entra va a
She
tocar
seems like
subir
the
videos para
tough
miembros
girl.
nomás.
트레일러에서 등장할 때
And as many of you
Hola,
are
güey.
familiar with, when she first appeared in our trailer, she reveals herself by taking off her hood in a snowy field. So with that in mind, you could say this premium skin is
Ay, no
designed
seas
around
mamón.
bringing that hood concept back. There are plenty of other design details other than her hood that we put a lot of thought into.
Esos son muslos.
But I think descendants who are joining us right now will know where we put a lot of thought into, so I'll just put it at that.
Guau.
Yeah, great. So
Es probable que para el mes que entra va a haber muchos videos para miembros nomás. Si yo por ustedes iría pagando la membresía. güey.
he is arriving with new
A ver.
content.
네, 9월에는 신규 콘텐츠
Right, in September, new content titled Cradle of Evolution will also be updated.
rompimos
Cradle of
récord hoy.
Evolution is a new type of dungeon where the task sequence changes every time you play. It's designed as a higher difficulty dungeon compared to the Axion infiltration operation, so it will serve as a new farming location for advanced players.
So out of September's Cradle of Evolution and November's Genesis
mira,
Sanctuary
esa no será
from
nueva
the
del juego.
roadmap, the one
Ay, güey,
arriving
con
with
esa skin
Ultimate Haley
verde.
is September's Cradle of Evolution.
네, 맞습니다.
That is correct. Cradle of Evolution is the dungeon being updated in September together with Ultimate Haley, and in November, players can look forward to another new dungeon, Henosis Sanctuary. You can think of both dungeons as higher tier dungeons above the Axion infiltration operation.
Then could you share the exact release date for Ultimate Haley?
네, 아까 로드맵 화면에서
Of course, as we saw on our roadmap, her release date is September 17th.
Great. So Ultimate Haley comes out on September 17th. She arrives with 2 new Ultimate skill modules, AoE specialized setup and a longest range piercing single shot setup as well. The new dungeon, Cradle of Evolution, also arrives in
chingo de cosas
September,
salió.
so lots of content to enjoy in September. And all right, the last content of today's lineup. This is a brand new play experience for the first Descendant, Colosseum A. and a truly unique type of game mode. The name itself is a bit mysterious.
¿Eso qué va a
Director,
ser?
what kind of content is Colosseum A and how do we play it?
네, 콜로세움
Well, Colosseum A is a mysterious combat training simulation discovered in an ancestor's relic. Even the premise is quite unique. At its core, it's a 3x3 match. Descendants are split into 2 teams and carry out missions. Each team
espérame.
engages the Volgas inside the simulation while aiming to secure victory for their side. So far, the basic structure is PvE-based competition.
So 2 factions are competing while each are fighting off the Volgas. The name Colosseum had me expecting some kind of competitive content, but I guess that's not all.
네, 핵심은 이 부분이죠.
But here's where it gets interesting. In the simulation, there is a feature that allows a descendant to become a giant colossus and invade the opposing team's base. Once you become a colossus, you can disrupt the opposing side or attack other players. So while it is a PvE fight, an asymmetric element is added the moment a player becomes a colossus and invades the opposing side. We call this a PvE-based asymmetric PvEVP content.
Oh, PvE.
Ok, esto va a ser PvE y PvP.
So normally, each side is fighting the Volgas, but then someone becomes this giant colossus and barges into the other faction. Just imagining it
Es que es
sounds
PvE con
pretty
PvP.
intense. Honestly, this is the first time we've had this kind of gameplay in TFD, right?
PvP.
네, 지금
That is absolutely correct. As you can see on the screen,
거신이 되었다는 거죠.
this is where a player becomes a colossus.
That's a player.
네,
Yeah.
네, 그동안
그런 거였어요?
네, 네, 저렇게 이제
Oh, I didn't know. So that's what you're supposed to look like as a colossus. I didn't know that, but hearing this again, it's surprising. It's very new.
그동안 퍼디에서 경험할 수 없었던
Now, this is a completely new gameplay experience that players have not been able to experience in TFD before. And this is not simply just a new mode. In terms of the story, it carries significance as well. It serves as an important clue in uncovering the secrets of the ancestors.
Interesting gameplay and a story hook as well. Can we look forward to more updates for this?
네. 뭐 오늘 얘기 드릴 예정이었던 내용은 아닌데요.
Right. I wasn't going to mention this precisely today, but we had a very large goal, and this is a new
A ver, por lo
mode.
poquito que entendí, en este
It's
nuevo
very
modo te vas a
inspiring,
poder
and like you
enfrentar a
mentioned,
otras personas y va a ganar como que el que haga más daño. Creo que uno va a ser el coloso y van a pelear entre el coloso y los demás. Y el que haga más daño gana, por lo que entendí. Así que es PvE, pero también es PvP porque pues gana el que haga más daño.
Expanded to a whole new way moving forward. Since the basic premise itself is a simulation, it provides an environment where other worlds can be brought in as simulations. Personally, I think it would be well suited for collaborations.
발언이 많이 나가긴 했습니다만
I did say a lot, but and because it has this asymmetric PvEVP structure, I also think it could be quite fun when combined with other IPs. So I have high hopes.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking
Okay.
about it is quite exciting. Then when will Colosseum A be updated?
Ese modo
네,
suena
Colosseum
interesante. güey.
Colosseum A is scheduled to be updated in December 2026. We are putting a lot of work into it.
Great Colosseum A is TFD's first asymmetric PvEVP content, where 2 factions fight the Volgas, then become Colossus and invade the opposing faction. It's both a clue to the ancestors' secrets and content with broad expansion potential. Players will be able to play it in December 2026. All right, that covers the core content waiting for our players in Season 4. And since we just delivered tons of content on Season 4, let me also reveal the third coupon, which is TFT Season 4.
Otro
It
cupón.
includes gold, Kuiper shards, crystallization catalysts, and even a superconductive cooling unit. Remember, you can go to the coupon banner on the right side of the website, enter the coupon code and your member code to claim your rewards. To celebrate our second anniversary, we prepared a whole lineup of events. We've packed in a lot, so let's take a
Ahí están ya
look
los cupones.
one by one. Director, could you walk us through
Okay,
the second
eventos de
anniversary
aniversario.
events?
네, 그러니까 이벤트는
Yes, of course. So the main event kicks off today on July 2nd.
오늘 패치 후
After today's patch, the event will kick off.
그래서 7월 2일부터 시작되는 이벤트들의 일정이고요.
So
Hombre, no le sabes a la
this
vida,
is
Lucas.
our timeline for the events kicking off today, starting with the second anniversary challenges.
Otro de
BB on
dados.
Sites Run will run for about 2 weeks.
2주년 토큰 상점과 출석
And the second anniversary token shop and attendance memento shop will stay open a bit longer until July 23rd.
구매하시기 바랍니다.
So make sure to redeem your rewards. And then as sub-events, we have second anniversary growth boats, which bundles XP boost and research acceleration. We also have Ancestors Modal Enhancement Discount and Dismantling Week, which will also run during the same period.
Here, let's take a look. I heard the starting point is a challenge.
네, 2주년
Yes, that's right. So by clearing the second anniversary challenges, you
Esa madre
will
debería
earn
estar permanente,
anniversary
güey.
tokens and dice.
2주년 토큰
Eso de los
상점
You can
daditos debería
spend your
estar permanente,
tokens
güey.
on exclusive rewards at the token shop.
뒤에서 설명을 또 드릴게요.
O de jodido que regresar una
And
vez al
for
mes.
dice,
이벤트에서
you can use it for the BB on Dice Run.
비비온 다이스런
So this mini game, BB on Dice Run,
냉각유닛,
rewards
정렬 장치, 결정
key items like superconductive cooling units, ultimate alignment devices, and crystallization catalysts.
A huevo que lo metan gacha, güey.
plus,
Pinches dados de
you can
pago,
also
güey.
pick up attendance mementos.
Sobres, mijos.
so
Cada
don't
dado
stop.
50 calibres.
이벤트 내용이 복잡하니까
It's
천천히
A lot. So maybe if you could
Arriba la
slow down,
ludopatía,
it'd be better for the interpreters to really deliver all the details. Okay. It's all because I want all the descendants to
Aquí
hear
tengo
it
pretexto
clearly.
para gastar dinero a lo pendejo, güey. En el Everest, ¿no?
Where can players spend the tokens and attendance mementos they have collected?
두 개의 상점이
Right.
2주년
So two shops will be the centerpiece
Ah!
of the second anniversary event.
먼저 2주년 토큰
So first, in the second anniversry token shop,
Y todas se quejan,
you
putos.
can exchange tokens for a unique lounge NPC guide skin titled
를 교환할
Party Reveler.
그리고 이외에도 2주년
And the shop also features various custom second anniversary sprays and photo kits.
그리고 이 상점을 통해서
And
초월 정렬 장치를
we also offer transcendent alignment devices in the token shop.
네, 출석 증표는 2주년 출석 증표
The attendance mementos can be spent in the second
Oh, la skin de
anniversary
Maid de
attendance
Serena,
memento
Inés,
shop.
Bonnie, Freina y Biesa. A
You
la
know,
vez.
you've been saving up some of the mementos, and you also have, you can also get extra mementos from the dice run. You can use all that in this shop.
넬의 레빗 게임 상자를 비롯해서
So, including Nell's Rabbit game box, cosmetics and makeups for Bunny, Valby, the popular cleaning service skins for Serena, Inés, Bunny, Freina, and Viesa will all be available. So
Wow.
we're bringing back
Y
the
todas se
highly
quejan,
requested
putos.
items from past events. I mean, I have all of them, but come on,
Sí,
some
Nel
people might not
Conejito,
have
güey.
it.
저희는 없으면 안 되고요.
Come on, we should have it. We should have it.
Hombre, el próximo güey que venga a chillar que no regalen
Amongst the
skins, güey, lo voy a
players,
banear.
I think it's a great chance for you to finally
남아있는
get
출석
these
증표를
popular items.
Les dije que
And
iban a
also,
arreglar
it's a
skins, güey,
perfect
les
chance to
dije.
use the mementos you've been saving up.
Yeah, great lineup indeed. So, could you also explain the boost event as well, Director?
Ok, un evento de boost.
네, 2주년을 기념해서
Yes,
저희가
to celebrate the second anniversary
Mira,
for about
esto
2
es
weeks,
para la
you
gente
will
nueva
enjoy
y
a massive
estoy seguro que
50
aquí hay puro pinche vicioso igual que yo. La neta, los cupones. Ahorita les digo en el juego dónde se ponen, cámara. Porque sé que se pueden poner en la página, pero al chile no he visto dónde. Según yo, por aquí se pueden poner. Voy a comprobar. Pues debería poderse poner aquí. Pero la neta le pico y no jalan, güey. A ver. Acá nada más están explicando los busteos para la gente que ya tiene tiempo jugando o lo que sea. Vamos a poner una cancioncita de fondo, güey. Digo, si ahorita les explico dentro del juego cómo se pone. Pero según yo, debería ponerlo aquí. Código de membresía. Tienes que entrar al juego, copiar tu ID del juego. A ver. Exclamación ID. Código de cuenta. Ahí voy. Está mi código del juego. Ah, pues es ese. Ah, ya sé cuál es. Ya. Bueno, ahorita lo hago dentro del juego. Está más fácil. ¡Oh!
Then is up to your vote. Please do participate in the voting.
¿Va a haber otro evento de skins?
네, 최종 수상작은 8월 중에.
So we'll be announcing the final winners.
Sí, yo
in
ya sé cuál
August.
es,
제가
Simón.
어제 후보작.
Actually, yesterday I looked at all the candidates and it was awesome.
됩니다.
And I have high hopes.
후보작이 1등.
I look forward to the winner as well. I'm really curious which is going to win.
수상작이 실제 게임에 출시되는 시점.
And as for when you will actually see them in game, we're expecting the end of this year.
역시 이 부분은
Pues aprovecheme porque
We'll
el
share
pasado
the
estuvo
exact
bueno.
schedule and a future notice, so please
Supongo
stay
que sí.
tuned.
Usualmente duran como una semana los
Yeah,
códigos.
voting takes place across 2 different categories. Each player can participate up to 2 times by placing 1 vote for each category. Be aware that once the vote is cast, players cannot change or cancel their vote. So please choose carefully. It's exciting to think that the skin our players pick
Bueno, después para que
will
voten, ya
actually
cuando
be
toque les
showing up
digo
in
cómo
the
está este
game.
pedo.
So everyone, please be sure to
Quieres.
place a vote. And today, here at this event, we have one more news that is being revealed for the very first time. Figures. So many of you have been requesting figures in the community, and at last, we're releasing them. We're going to show you the actual figures right here, right in the studio. Let's go take a look. So I heard 3 types of figures are being released.
Ok.
화면을 피규어 화면으로 바꿔주세요.
Please change, yeah.
Yes, there it is. First one is Buddy. Woo!
네,
That is right.
네, 먼저 낸더로이드 버니
Están fijados en el
Starting
chat.
with the
Shun.
Nendoroid bunny.
드리겠습니다. 슬라이드 화면 좀 띄워주실래요?
Could you please show us the slides?
Yeah, let's go move on. Yeah, thank you.
네. 하나가 아니고 무려 세.
So
No,
it's
man.
3 types.
$200,
이
no
소식을
mames.
공개하고 싶어서.
It was so hard for me to keep this news as a secret. I waited so long. So whenever we had a live, there were questions about
Ay,
this
güey.
figure. We couldn't share any detail despite the fact that we've been working on this. And now we're finally revealing this news to you. So it's very exciting. Now starting from the left side, it's a Nendoroid bunny. As you can see, she is super cute. She has a cute proportion, iconic helmet, and she's got a lot of customizable parts, and it's very charming. It's 10 centimeters tall, and it's got 2 faceplates and a thunder cage weapon.
Wow.
네, 그리고 두 번째는 오른쪽.
Now, second up is Figma Velby.
아시는 것처럼 이제 피그마 피규어는 이제
Este año va a haber
As you know,
algunos incrementos,
Figma
muchachos.
Figures are articulated figures. They're super flexible. And it's around 16 centimeters tall,
원하는 포즈를
and you can freely recreate any pose you want.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
실물이 나가고 있습니다.
Yeah, you can see the real
Va a tardarse en presumírtelas.
Figma right there. It's
Si me
got
las presume, lo
various
baneo,
parts from face plates, 3 face plates, and puddle effect base, thunder cage, peacemaker parts. So it's a full package.
Ok.
좋습니다. 그리고
Este año van a subir de precio algunas
Last but
cosas,
not
muchachos.
least,
Yo,
we have Scale
yo por
Ultimate
ustedes
Buddy.
iría pagando la
You can see it
membresía
from
porque
in the middle.
va a haber
It
muchas
looks
builds
so
para
fancy.
miembros de este año.
센티미터
It's standing at around 24 centimeters.
Sí,
Just the
pues es que
biggest
ya saben,
premium.
güey. Lo de los energéticos y ese pedo, güey, van a subir de precio
The
algunas
sculpt
cosas.
and the paintwork are jaw-dropping.
소장 가치가
So it's an absolute must-have for any collectors, I believe.
안타깝게도
So
madre.
from the screen,
네.
it's too bad. I mean, it doesn't fully capture how awesome and great it looks.
Mire, ya tengo las otras
You
skins,
will
güey.
have to see it in
Las figuritas
person,
estas
really.
de
So I
de
am
acrílico que
waiting
mandaron.
to,
Ni modo que no
pre-order
tenga
this.
esta, güey. Pues tiene que combinar, güey. Lo
so,
siento.
I mean, look at those figures.
No
They
mames.
look awesome. I wish everyone was here, looking at them in person. I saw them, and they are all very awesome. So I want all three. And as you can see on the screen, pre-orders are open today, right?
Y ya está la preorden, güey.
네,
No me digas
맞습니다.
eso, mi amor. No paguen.
That's right. The pre-order page will open today at 1 p.m. So, and it will be available
8월 30일
until August 31st.
놓치지
Nomás
마시죠.
por
Don't miss
curiosidad.
가격,
está la
가격도
pinche-
방금
About the pricing and the shipping schedules,
일정 같은 경우에는
Bueno, tengo hasta 31 de agosto.
you can see
Sí se arma, güey.
자세하게 확인을
more details on the pre-order page.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing our figures, they're finally here. Bunny, Ultimate Bunny, and Valby as well. Seeing them in person really, it makes me want to get them even more. So please look forward to the figures for TFD.
Obviamente, güey.
소식을
Oh, yeah, and also
It feels so great
Oh.
to finally
order the
reveal this news.
They are going to be on the official homepage. So go to the official homepage. You can see where you can order the new figures. Please look forward to them. Let's go to the homepage. I'm going to order them myself. Yeah, let's look forward to the figures. And next up are also something exciting, which is drops, an event where you can earn rewards just by watching TFD broadcasts. So, producer, this second anniversary drops is a bit special, I heard.
네, 2주년 드롭스여서
That's right. For the second anniversary drops, we've loaded up various boosters, and we also added a little fun twist to the amount for gold and Kuiper shards by setting them all around the number 2.
Obviamente, güey. Comer es un lujo, güey.
Into that number 2, shall we take a look at the
A ver si
rewards
mañana o
players
el lunes
can
hacemos stream
get
en
for
Twitch.
each
Voy a ver.
view time?
네, 먼저 30분 시청
Right.
보상으로는
To start off, the 30-minute watch rewards are Descendant and Vehicle paints.
Sí vale la pena.
트위치는 트위치
You will get Twitch Violet if you're on Twitch, and Smile
Ah,
Neon
verga,
Green if
22
you're
millones de
watching
oro, qué
on
pedo.
Chijic.
네, 그리고 60분을 시청하시면
And for watching for 60 minutes, you'll get boost for weapon proficiency, unique arcade XP,
Ok, sí vale la
and
pena.
Descendant
Hay que hacer
XP.
stream en
짜리로
Twitch.
두 개씩
And you'll get 2 of each, giving you a 30% buff for 2
그리고
days.
120분 시청
And
보상으로는
for the big
카이퍼
120-minute
골드 부스트,
reward, you will get a
그리고
Kuiper shard
카이퍼
boost, a
조각을
gold boost, and a whopping 2.22 million Kuiper shards.
숫자 보이시죠?
You see all those twos, right? All those numbers.
Yeah, so 2.22 million. 2 appears 3 times. Yeah.
Sí, sí vale la pena, la verdad.
맞습니다. 그리고
Están buenos.
최대 시청
Right.
Ok, tal
And
vez
for the
mañana
ultimate
o el lunes
150-minute
hago stream en
reward,
Twitch para que quiera caer, ¿verdad?
the number is getting even larger. We're giving away an incredible 22.22 million gold along with the crystallization catalyst.
Pues no hay descendiente nuevo.
가장 높은
And plus, we've included the absolute fan favorite paints, real matte black and clear white.
O sea, ojete, les acaban de regalar un chingo de skins de maids, un putazo de personajes y se quejan de eso.
Yeah, so now is a great opportunity to get them just by watching broadcasts
picando un
on
poquito la mano.
Twitch. Go get the drops. Be sure to claim them.
Güey, los códigos están fijados en el chat.
네, 그리고 드롭스
Los tres.
기간은요. 7월
Yeah,
3일
and the drops event runs from Friday, July 3rd to Wednesday, July 29th. All you have to do is just leave the stream on,
잊지 말고
so rewards will just pile up and don't miss it.
내일부터
The drops begins from tomorrow, July 3rd.
Yeah, so drops start tomorrow. And yeah, that was the first part of our second anniversary broadcast. And of course, it doesn't end here. We'll be taking a 10-minute break. For those of you who stepped away for a moment or want to go grab a drink, we'll see everyone back in 10 minutes. And after the break, we'll return with the open talk session. See you soon, and thank you, everyone.
Ok. Va, se van a
후에
tomar.
뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Tun, 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 tun. Ok, va. Tengo 10 minutos. Bueno, tenemos. Hacernos pendejos. Dejen abrir el juego, espérense. Ta 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 tan ta ta tan ta tan tan ta tan tan. ¿Aún está el sorteo de la skin de Evangelion? ¿Aún está el sorteo de la skin de Evangelion? No, van a tomarse 10 minutos para hacerse güeyes y a estirar las nalgas, básicamente. Tan, 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 taran, tan. Nomás que necesito iniciar sesión en el juego, ¿verdad? Para poder canjear los códigos. Si no son tibios, denle like al directo, güey. Pues ese güey es verga, güey. De hecho, sí, todavía te pueden. Gracias por la membresía, Dani. Hay un sorteo activo en este momento. Le voy a regalar 1000 calibres al que gane, ¿verdad? Obviamente. Tienen que comentar el video que subí para miembros hace como... No me acuerdo. ¿Hace cuánto lo subí? Este mero. Hace 2 semanas. Tienen que comentar ese video. Le voy a regalar 1000 calibres, pues al que gane. Así que tiempo tiene. Todo depende de ustedes, ¿verdad? Si veo que hay muchas membresías nuevas. O sea, pero paguen la suya, culo, no que la regalen. Eso es trampa. A lo mejor regalo otros 1000 calibres el otro jueves. Ahorita voy a regalar 1000. ¿Cuánto tengo? Tengo 1127. Se los voy a regalar al que gane. Tan, 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 tan. Ahí está. Miren, estos son para el ganador. Hasta ahorita, ¿verdad? A lo mejor regalo más. Voy a ver. Todo depende. Y ahora, según yo, lo del código se pone acá. Aquí, le dan a introducir. Aquí mero. O pueden poner el código de miembros, es el que hay que poner en la página. Le dan aquí. Y ya aquí ponen el codiguín. Bien, por ejemplo. Ahí está el primero. Y luego ponen el otro, que están fijados en el pinche chat. Ahí está el otro. Y por último... Ahí está. Y listo. Copian los 3, se ponen y les van a llegar aquí. A ver, espérate. Porque esto es... No, espérate. Pendejo está Naru. Ok, de entrada el primer código fueron 20 anillos dorados. A ver. 2 millones de Kuiper, 20 millones de oro y catalizadores. De este dieron 2 millones de Kuiper, 20 millones de oro, catalizadores, este está muy bueno, y 2 anillos rojitos. Ojito. Calajo el ajo. Y otros 2 catas, 200 estas madres, 2 millones y 20 millones. No es tan mala, ¿verdad? Bastante bien. Y Wolf, gracias por la membresía. Esa figura femenina se vendería demasiado. Ojalá, güey. La verga, güey. Trascendental de Serena. Ah, sí, tengo todos. ¿O ancestral te refieres? No vi, estaba checando la página y no vi dónde está. ¿Ya se pueden usar estas madres? Ah, todavía no lo habilitan. Bueno. Supongo que para el siguiente parche lo habilitan. Pero ya, es así, para el que quiera canjear los códigos, opciones, cuenta, introducir cupón, aquí está. ¿Cómo copiaste el code en el chat? ¿Cuál code? ¿De qué hablas? Bueno, ahí están los códigos puestos, están fijados en el chat, güey. Mostrar en la esquina para ventas de tienda. Skin de verano, todas a la verga. ¿Cuál código? ¿De qué hablas? O sea, que cómo copié el código del chat. Vato, las palabras no te las cobran, güey. No, los códigos normalmente aquí duran un chingo. Algunos duran hasta meses. ¿Un bug con el código creador? ¿Cuál bug? Lo que más destaco directo hasta ahora. Híjole, güey. Es que son muchas cosas. Me gustó mucho Raven. Como mecánicas está chida. Halley también estuvo perro. Las armas trascendentales me llamaron un chingo la atención. Y sin pedos la pelea final. Ya quiero ver qué hacen. La neta. De hecho, la pelea final es lo que más me genera hype en este momento. Oh, trascendentales de Serena. Creo que sí, pero... me estaba esperando hasta que le hagan el rework para ver qué es lo que le sirve y tratar de conseguir algunos. Era mío. Tenía unos que eran míos. Este era mío. Necesito checarlos. ¿No es el final del juego? No. No, ya dije. ¿No te diste cuenta que le están dando mucho protagonismo a los colosos? Qué bueno que te sirven. Ah, qué buen nombre, güey. Neko Kedabra. Ah, qué buen nombre. Sí, después, porque quiero ver primero qué le sirve a Serena después de ver el rework que le van a hacer. Y ya que vea el rework que le van a hacer a Serena, ahora sí ya veo, pues mira, este conviene, este está chido y este no. Se supone que van a hacer ajustes como para habilidades y eso, que no funcione con el cabezazo. Por la maestría top puños. Ok, quedan 3 minutos. Reitero para la gente que no vio, para canjear los cupones que dieron, los códigos, opciones, cuenta, introducir cupón. Aquí lo pones y ya está. Todo lo que tienes que hacer. Si Carol More queda otro... No creo que quede Amon. Ay, güey. Para gracias por el follow, pa. No creo que quede Amon. Pero, digo, por si no se dieron cuenta, prácticamente todo el update se trató de colosos, güey. El nuevo modo extremo de los colosos de vacío. El modo en el que te conviertes en coloso. Están haciendo mucho hincapié en los colosos, güey. Entonces, claramente van a... hasta el 8 de julio, te digo que siempre duran un putazo. Algunos duran hasta meses, güey. No creo que le sigan con Carol, güey. De hecho, yo no creo que metan a ningún otro cabrón. Yo creo que una de dos. O se van a ir por los magistrados o van a meter ya a la hora de los colosos. Porque incluso ya los güeyes que estaban del lado de Carol ya también están un poco hasta los huevos de ese güey. O sea, porque sí es cierto, los colosos y Carol, o bueno, la raza en sí de los Vulgus, no quieren pelear con los descendientes. Porque pues no renta, güey. Sale mejor unirse y ser amiguis. A ver si me compro la skin de... bueno, la figurita de Bonnie. Si Nexon no fuera culo, me la regalaría. Acá, tu link que quedaron en el teléfono. Sale que ponga mi cuenta. Es que el código sí es con tu cuenta de Nexon. Aunque lo tengas en Play, debes tener cuenta de Nexon. Por ejemplo, yo lo juego en Steam, pero también tengo mi cuenta de Nexon. Y sí, tienes que poner esa cuenta para autorizar que si quieres apoyarme como creador. Que de hecho sí, tiren paro, Oculus. Mi código de creador no les cuesta nada ponerlo. Y quiero que los gringos sepan quién es su papá. Ahí está. Tiren paro y pónganlo. Nada más para que los gringos sepan quién es su papá, güey. Duración, tiempo y coste. De momento sí, porque se juega de estar volando todo el rato y se juega con armas. Habrá que ver si conviene buildearla con daño plano o con daño crítico y qué tan buenos salen los módulos para hacer daño con armas, bueno, con habilidades. Sí, los magistrados son unos villanotes, güey, están buenos. Mañana, no, se pueden activar hasta el 8 de julio según un güey, no me acuerdo quién fue. Creo que no, solamente te hace el paro cuando gastas calibres. Creo. Esto sí me hizo enojar.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our second anniversary open talk session. First, I want to thank everyone from our creators here.
Quiero ver cuánto
our
hate le
players
tiran.
watching, and the dev team who are with me today. Thank you everyone for sticking with us for such a long time. Before we begin, I like to say a quick word about today's session.
Esto sí me hizo enojar.
Today's open talk isn't a place to decide who's right or wrong.
Entonces, ¿Serena está en
It's
corto
also not a
jugarla?
session to, give the on-the-spot answers to every single issue. So the most important goal is to listen to each other all the way through.
Llegaron más
So
coreanos.
we'll answer the parts we can answer, and for parts where the dev team needs a bit more time to prepare, we'll take them back to the office. And for those parts that need additional discussions, our dev team
No,
will
es en
say
vivo
that,
esto.
that they'll need to review this a bit further. And we'll follow up later through additional dev notes or posting on our official sites. Let me first introduce the creators joining us today. Hey guys, they've been with us since part 1, so thank you for being here. Could each of you give a quick intro along with your creator name? And I think we can start with Alyssa over there.
Woo! Woo!
Hi everyone, I'm Exalissa. I play this game way too much and I want to, ask some good meaningful questions or something. I don't know. I'm horrible at this.
Habla
Oh, no,
mejor
you're
inglés que ese
great.
güey.
Hey, nice to meet you, Alyssa. Yeah, and we also have a Korean creator.
Hablo mejor
here.
inglés que ese puto.
아리안느님, 안녕하세요. Yes.
Hi, Ariane. Could you please introduce yourself?
아리안나
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Hello.
한국에서 방송하고 있는
I am Ariane and I am streaming from Korea.
아,
Good to see you.
와주셔서 감사드리고요.
Thank you so much for your time.
반갑습니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Of course.
Y adivinen quién tiene más gente viéndolo en este momento en
Sí.
stream.
Yeah, and let's move on to low budget. Hey, nice to meet you, low budget.
Hi, I'm Low Budget Gaming,
No importa.
and I've been covering TFT for the last couple of years. And first of all, nice to meet everyone, and also congratulations on the second anniversary.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for our second anniversary.
Mira, mira, mira,
Thank
mira
you
el
for
chat.
having you here. Yeah, we've seen lots of videos.
No, hombre, y me vale
And
madre que me
let's
inviten o
move
no.
on to
Te lo
Sven.
aseguro.
Could you introduce yourself?
Lo que sí me
Nice to
cagó
meet
los
you.
huevos es que llevaran a este par de putos, güey. Al chile estos güeyes sí me cagan.
Hey guys,
Este
I'm Sven.
puto
I've
por
been
chillón y
covering
este güey por
TFT since a
ese
couple
por
of months
chillón.
after it came
Y el
out.
otro por hocicón.
I just want to applaud you guys.
Sí, el
on
LGB es
the
chido.
great job you guys have done
De hecho,
with
los otros
this
cuatro todo
stream,
bien,
and
son buena onda.
just everything looks really great for season 4, and I'm very, very excited about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
¿Quién dice que no tengo cámara?
Yeah. 좋은 말씀을 해주셨네요. Yeah, thank you. And let's move on to Raze. Hey, Raze, nice to meet you.
Yeah, an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I love the stream.
Mira, ese vato es buena
fantastic
onda.
to be invited with such a fantastic selection of content creators here, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to this Q&A session. It's going to be great.
Great, awesome. Yeah, let's have a great Q&A session. Nice to meet you.
Mira, estos cuatro
And
todo... Bueno,
finally, Seven,
al asiático
could you
obviamente
give
no lo
your
conozco, ¿verdad?
introduction?
No
Thank
hablo
you. Nice
coreano.
to meet you.
Pero estos tres son buena onda, güey.
I'm Seven.
Y hacen quejas bien. O sea, se quejan de cosas que valen la pena. No chillan porque nerfearon un personaje y dicen que se van a ir del juego. Y luego regresan porque nadie los pela.
I still have like a couple
You know?
of subjects that I want to talk about. So I'm looking forward to this roundtable.
Es lo que no me gusta.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Really looking forward to it. And next, so joining us today are the members of the First Descendant dev team. You may already know some of them, but yeah, let's start with our executive producer here. Could you start with a quick intro?
네, 다시 돌아왔습니다.
Yes, I am back.
디센던트 프로듀서
I am First Descendant producer Lee Bum-jun. Nice to meet you all.
네, 퍼스트
Alright.
디센던트 디렉터 주민.
I am Director Joo Min-seok.
네, 리드 게임 디자이너 정수.
Lead Game Designer Jung Sung-woo. Nice to meet you all.
컨텐츠 리드 디자이너.
I'm Content Lead Designer Yang Sun-woong.
네, 컴뱃 리드 디자이너
I'm Combat Lead Designer Moon Jang-won.
Ok, están presentando a los otros
컴뱃 리드
asiáticos.
디자이너
I'm Combat Lead Designer Oh Kwan-yong.
Yeah, we have two other members also over there as well. And thank you for everyone for taking such a important time to be here. Today we
Miren, en cuanto a
brought
números no
new
le podemos pegar a la
topics, and
comunidad
we'll be
gringa,
talking about them
pero hay
openly.
mejores creadores en inglés que
Once
esos
a
güeyes.
topic seems
Y menos
like it's,
chillones.
like totally wrapped up, I'll move along to the next one. And anything that is skipped or isn't covered fully, we'll put that in a parking lot board. So if there's like an issue that we can't
No, aunque me
fully
inviten, no
cover,
voy a
we'll
ir, güey.
put that on the
Aunque me
board,
invitaran,
and
no
then
iría.
we'll come back to it
La verdad.
at the end of the open talk. So we'll do our best to organize what comes out of today's discussion within the next 2 weeks. And before we begin, Director, what do you think is the current status of TFD?
네, 다시 한번 또 오늘
Well, yes. First of all, thank you so much for making time to be here today.
늘 퍼디에 애정
We really appreciate your ongoing love for
Nos iban a mostrar más
TFT
cosas.
and all the great content you've been creating.
목이 메어서.
Sorry.
네. 오늘은 저희가
So,
이제 토론회
Before we dive into the discussion,
지금 가장 무겁게 보고 있는 문제부터
we wanted to be completely transparent about the biggest issues on our radar right now.
네, 첫 번째는
The first is
할게
there's simply a lack of things to do.
그래서 많은
So
코어
we know a lot of our hardcore players
숙제하고
are just clearing daily missions, hanging out in chat, waiting for the next
No van a invitar
updates.
gente de LATAM, güey. Entiendan eso.
이거는 이제 저희가
En cuanto a números,
Honestly,
no hay forma de darles
it's
pelea.
on us for not delivering long-lasting content in a
Yo insisto, o sea, el
timely
problema no es que lleven gente de
manner.
LATAM o
Even when
no.
we
El
do
problema es a
drop
quienes
updates, the
llevaron, güey.
content is consumed instantly.
오래 붙잡고 즐길 수 있는 콘텐츠를 만드는 게
Figuring out how to make content that keeps you
Imagínate
hooked
que la
for the
pinche
long run
fiesta,
is our
no sé,
top
güey,
priority right now.
de Gryffindor. ¿A quién invitamos?
And
Ah,
the
pues hay que
second
llevar a
part is
Voldemort.
the
No, ese güey es
gameplay
buen pedo.
feels a little
No
too
mames.
dull or repetitive.
선멸 중심으로
We've relied
쌓다 보니
heavily on extermination
Sí, ¿no?
style
Y todo bien,
content.
pues digo, por eso no iría. O sea,
So,
ya nos
we
despreciaron dos
realized
veces,
that
pues coman pito, pues.
계승자
Not just
Pero,
has made the loop boring, but also
o sea,
쏠리는
no me parece que inviten a gente que le esté tirando
this
caca al juego
issue of
tan
skewing
severo.
way too heavily on descendant and weapon balance
콘텐츠의
to a one side.
Y mira, todo bien.
So we need
Pero
to
por
fix
eso no
this
iría, aunque me
by
invitaran.
bringing way more variety to the table.
그 외에도
No, sí lo sabe, claro que lo sabe.
And beyond that, we are
더잘 안착하셨으면 하는 그런 문제.
also looking forward.
Invitaron a la rata perra.
We're trying to find a way to
A este
onboard our new
Peter Pettigrew.
returnees, and also there are many issues that we would like to fix, such as UX and the stagnated meta and so on. So let's talk about all those details today with the descendants who are here today with us, and let's get right into it. I look forward to your honest opinions and views. We'll try our best to deliver good answers.
En primera, números.
Thank you, Director.
Necesitaría más números.
So,
Que
the
suscriban al
first
canal y
topic
eso.
We'll be talking about is game content. For game content,
O sea, en cuanto a
please
views,
share your
muchas,
thoughts
o sea,
on endgame
creo que ahorita
content
tengo
and
más
the
viewers
content
que
itself. And
los
one
gringos
quick
que
note,
invitaron.
the topic many
Pero
of
pues
our
el peor es que no se
players
suscriben.
and probably content creators, everyone, are probably most curious about will be descendant balance. And that will be covered right in the next
Así que
topic,
me
which
voy a
is
cerrar, como
descendants.
tres veces eso.
So,
Es que no
please
dijo
state
eso,
any
güey. Por eso,
balance-related
de ahí
comments
ese güey
for
me
that
cagó los
part.
huevos, junto
So
con
for now,
otros güeyes.
content itself,
Junto con otros güeyes que ya dije.
endgame
Sí, sí dieron código, están
things to
fijados en el
do.
chat. O sea, el vato primero subió el video diciendo que TFD iba a morir. Cuando vio que todo el mundo se le echó encima por de andar publicando fake news y eso, el vato le cambió el título y le puso, ay, es broma de Día de los Inocentes. Y luego volvió a sacar otro video de lo mismo Y nuevamente salió con su mamá de que, ay, es que era broma. Y por eso el güey agarró un chingo de números.
Memory, like there is a thing that is going around the community that is like the repetitive
Las
thing,
builds están traducidas
going
en
like
inglés,
in
bendita
the same
traducción de YouTube.
dungeon, doing the same thing, and when it's done, you are
No
pretty
tengo
much
el gusto,
done.
no la conozco.
And yeah, the kind of thing that we were like talking about, especially in the community, and that I see a lot, is like more like game mode, which is kind of what you answer with like the dev live today, but like more game mode that doesn't require to basically farm something typically, but like just have some fun more than like going to farm the enhancement for our descendant over and over, and then we ending up
Hola, Geo.
when it's done, you know, like. So I think that you will release multiple mods in the future. Do you have like and like willing to release like more game mode than like what we've seen? And is it gonna be like the next way to go, or like we're still going like with the dungeon still?
Lo que el vato preguntó si van a meter modos más como divertidos o
More game
variados.
modes. So I think we've seen some game modes today. Colosseum A and other stuff are coming. So I guess your opinion is like if we could have something more than that, and if we have like plans on making the game on various more game modes, which is something I think not just 7, but
Luego
a
lo
lot of
resume
our
todo.
players are
Bueno,
curious
esto de
as
las
well.
preguntas
So,
probablemente no.
Guys, what is your opinion on this?
네. 이제 여러 가지 복합적인
Yes.
주제에 대해서 말씀해
So
주셨는데요.
you asked a question about
Hola, Geo.
multiple topics such as repetitive loop and repeatedly running daily missions, which is quite dull, and there are a lot of repetitive game mode. And you also made a comment about adding some fun factors to the game modes.
저희는 이제
So regarding these topics, I think this is coming from the absence of long-term gameplay goal.
앞으로는 좀더
So going forward, we're going to focus on building
No, sí tiró
the
caca y
long-term
no solamente es
gameplay
tirar
goal.
caca
For
de
example,
decirlo, también las
transcendent
miniaturas
weapon,
cuentan.
and we're
A lo
also
mejor te cae
planning to
bien,
add
todo
a
bien,
variety of content
pero no
to
puedes
make sure
defender lo
that you
indefendible, no
enjoy
digan
the game
mamadas.
for a longer time.
앞으로는
Y sí tiró caca muchas
So what I
veces.
can tell you is from season 4,
Sobre todo en
we're
directo.
going to be more proactive in adding new modes such as Mega Dungeon, Colosseum A, Trials mode, and we also introduced various other dungeons today. And that's the direction that we're pursuing going forward. And in terms of the diversification, I believe the dev team can share with us more details.
Ok, están diciendo que van a cambiar el loop para que no sea, haces esta misión 50 veces y que esté aburrido y así. Lo que ya habían dicho, básicamente. Y sí lo han hecho, la verdad.
The new game mode will feature more variables. So it's going to be fresh. For example, in trial mode, every time you play, you can choose a new option.
Sí, ese vato es buena onda, hace crítica constructiva.
Stronger monsters every time you play. And these options will not be a one-time off thing. You choose once, and then you will get to choose continuously as you play repetitively. So in the past, you just had to deal with the monster with the same pattern, but from now on, you will have to defeat monsters with different gimmicks. And also there are some growth. There are going to be different patterns that will encourage you to grow. And also, we have been receiving some good feedbacks in the onslaught mode. We're going to take that and make it more sophisticated in the trial mode to make sure we add more diversity. So we definitely have planned to expand the modes to make sure that you enjoy the game with more fresh perspectives. So on top of that, we're also considering experiment mode as well as some other modes. We're not going to be giving a same task. There are going to be multiple tasks and it will be assigned randomly. So which task are going to select and in which area you're going to play are going to be the variables that you will choose going forward. Actually, that's our goal in the future. So far, your combat experience might have been dull, but that will change going forward. So we have many content in our roadmap to ensure that.
Ok, pues sí, básicamente le contestó que con todo lo que enseñaron y todo lo que vienen, sí tienen planeado como
You just
reducir el loop
mentioned
de,
about trial mode
de...
and
O sea, que sea, te sale esta cosa nueva, haz la misión 100 veces hasta que te tengas todo y listo. Que quieren hacer cambios y la neta, a mi gusto sí lo han hecho.
other content.
새로운 던전들
The new dungeons we also introduced in part 1 are going to have all those features that I just described. Okay,
Más de lo mismo.
so the playstyle would be different with the existing dungeons?
플레이는 저희가
Yes, that's right.
섹터나
So Sigma Sector and
다른 던전에서 시범적으로
in other dungeons
것들을 조금 더 적극적으로
feature some random variables. We would like to take that and expand it further
느낄 수 있는.
so that
Okay.
you can feel fresh every time you play.
Yeah, thank you for
Okay.
that opinion. And
Que los
I'm
patrones y
seeing two
modos sean
hands, and before
diferentes.
I
Sí,
move
de hecho
on,
acaban de decir que a
as they
misiones que ya
have, like,
existían, como
interpreters,
el Sigma y esto,
currently
les van a hacer
on
cambios
here,
para que no sea la misma
please,
zona siempre, sino que
speak
vaya
a bit
cambiando.
slowly.
Está
I'm
chido.
trying my best to speak a bit slowly, but everyone here, creators and the dev team, let's all speak a bit
Ya te iba a decir
slowly
que te
so
falta.
that our
Ojalá te así de
viewers who are
flaco, güey,
watching,
me mamaría.
yeah, understand this much more better. Yeah,
Oremos.
I'm gonna start with Alyssa over there, since he's on the screen on the left over there. So, Alyssa, what's your take on this?
I agree with everything that was mentioned, and I think that with this as well, of course, with the game growing and expanding, you'd also have to consider like a fine line, something along the lines of like making sure that old content doesn't become completely obsolete. For example, after Onslaught's release, breach tracking just had no more purpose anymore. So, something that would kind of push the whole use of the old resources. Previously, you implemented the shop to exchange the resources, but something kind of like that.
Yeah, old
A la
content.
verga,
So,
no lo entendí muy bien, güey.
right now, Alyssa mentioned that breach tracking was kind of taken down after Onslaught mode was released, and yeah, it is something that is I've seen a lot in the community. So, what's your take on that, guys?
네, 저희가 이제 신규 모드가 나올 때마다
Right. Every time we release a new mode,
소외되는 흐름.
you mentioned that
Ay, no quiero
old
ser racista, pero no le entendí
contents
muy... O sea, le
are becoming
entendí que preguntó sobre el
obsolete,
modo
and I
Onslaught,
completely agree with
pero al
you. I
chile no
know
lo
where you're
entendí muy
coming
bien.
from.
네. 그로 인해서 매칭이 또
And because of this issue, matching becomes fragmented, and in old content, we lack players, and this is an issue that we keep on seeing that pops up.
보상과
With similar rewards and efficiency, it's been similar throughout our all content. So whenever a more efficient content is released, our old content becomes obsolete, and this is kind of a vicious cycle we are seeing. So moving forward, for each content, I think we did bring this up earlier, for each content, we want to really make it distinct. So we want to make sure that all the descendants can really shine in certain versions or episode, and we can make sure that many players can really use their favorite descendants to farm and grind, and they'll shine in these specific versions or episodes or seasons where they can really bring out their strengths. So I think that content we will maintain.
Es que las recompensas no son caca, lo que pasa es que cuando sacaron ese modo ya estábamos muy avanzados. Y las recompensas que pusieron en ese modo no son para la gente que ya tiene todo como para mí. O sea, técnicamente para mí ya ninguna recompensa me sirve. Pero entiendo que no todo el mundo va a tener todo super chetado y todo roto. Y dije, cabrón, pero ¿por qué le están contestando del modo Breach? Y preguntó del Onslaught. Pero no, ya entendí, güey.
For instance, for old content, we could put random content or missions or change the rewards so that there's another reward loop so that players can go back to the previous content and enjoy it kind of freshly.
No me sabes skins.
So I think we are having some work done on this issue.
Yo no juego 24/7, ojalá.
So for example, you mentioned breach tracking. To give you an answer on that, when you play this repetitively, The number of users is decreasing and there's less motive. So in order to tackle this problem, we are doing some prep work in Season 4 updates, in breach tracking. We are going to make sure that there are more aspects, new aspects, so that new players can come in.
Yeah, thank you for that opinion. And I think we have more hands up.
Oye,
This
ese güey
time
yo.
I'm going to hear from both the creators. So starting with Ariane and then moving on to Sen. 아리안느님 한번 먼저 말씀 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
So Ariane, whenever you're ready.
네, 안녕하세요. 아리안네입니다.
Hello, I'm Ariane.
관련해서
I want to ask a question about our
격돌 모드에서
content on Onslaught mode.
바이오 벌거스 칩을 먹었을 때
On Bio Bulgus chip,
보너스 스테이지 개념으로
there's a bonus stage.
추적 콘텐츠를 들어가는 게
There's a bounty hunting operation mission. So I thought that was one of our
추적의 지휘가
missions, but the commander of the bounty hunters, it doesn't seem like a bonus. It seems like a bullet sponge with too high HP.
균열추적 열쇠든
So whether it be Bio Bogus or Breach, or whether it be bounty hunting, it doesn't seem like a bonus.
하기 싫은 콘텐츠
It seems like a content that many people don't really want to enjoy.
그래서 HP를 좀 감소시킨다든지
So maybe decreasing HP, and when trial mode is released, and when descendants have more power, there can be some aspects to realize the power fantasy. So changing these aspects may help give our players a better experience.
제가 항상 얘기하는 거라서
And this is something that
뭐가 있냐면은
I've always mentioned.
도파민입니다. 우리가
is
아이템을 먹었을 때
dopamine. When we
바로 안 나와요.
acquire an item, that scene doesn't pop up. There's just like a little ping,
드롭이 되는 걸 우리가 볼 수
and then later on we can see it visually, our item coming, and so
않고
it doesn't seem like I feel the satisfaction when the moment I get my item.
칩을 먹었을 때
Now, when I get the Bio Bogus chip in Onslaught mode, it's a very important item. But when I want to check that,
F2
after the mission, I have to press F2, and then later on, I can check whether I really acquired this item.
그래서 이런 중요도가 높은 아이템을 먹었을 때
So when you acquire these important items,
아이템 먹었을 때
I want to see it instinctively.
보여주고 바로 직관적으로
Like,
보여주고
it shows the players, oh, you acquire this important item. We want to see that right away. What do you think about this?
일단 그 샌님
Well, thank you for your
Ok.
opinion. We'll listen
Es que mi
from
compa se
Sen
desahogó.
and then move to the dev team.
Yeah, feel free to
O sea, por
give
lo que
your opinions
entendí, dice que no se siente tan
regarding
chido cuando consigues alguna recompensa en una misión. Así como que muy en resumen, pero a la verga. Creo que esa traducción simultánea no está chida,
My
güey.
question is similar to Alyssa's, not so much about revisiting the content, but something I noticed about the content is I see new content release, and then I feel like that content kind of gets put in a maintenance mode. And instead of building on the content by adding new maps, new enemies, it's kind of just reworked and nerfed and so on. Purge was going down a route where it kept getting levels. Breach tracking never got new maps. Onslaught has not gotten a new map or new enemies. And I'm wondering why the team might think this happens, and what is the plan in the future to fix the content, to fix this within Season 4 so we don't see the same thing happen.
Yeah, thanks for the
Ok,
opinions.
igual
So,
también preguntó por misiones
continuing with-
antiguas como la purga y eso, que qué van a hacer para mejorarlas y eso. Es que lo del otro vato preguntó demasiado, o sea,
Yeah,
fue una
thank
pregunta
you
demasiado
for the
larga,
opinion.
creo que
And
ni
so,
le respondieron.
Let me organize this. So the first two things that came from our Korean creator Ariane was the first thing about the Bio Bogus chip. So the commander that appears in the Bio Bogus chip dungeon is extremely strong. We get a lot of, it feels like a bullet sponge, and it doesn't feel like a farming loop. So does the dev team have like an opinion toward this, and did we think
Miren,
about
paro, denle like
like
al directo.
reducing the HP? And the second one was regarding like dopamine. So whenever we acquire an item in TFT, it's really difficult to see that we got some items. So if we were to get a new Vulgus Bio chip, it doesn't feel like we got that drop. Rather, we have to press F2 to see that we got an important item. So he wanted to hear the opinion on this as well. And the opinion from Sen, we saw that kind of like Alyssa's opinion. So content, it goes into maintenance mode after, like, old content goes into maintenance modes. Breach tracking, it didn't get a new map. Purge just got like levels. So why does all this keeps happening? And would it be possible to see more fixes of this in season 4? Yeah, so we got 3 different issues here. I think it'll be great to hear from the dev team.
Okay.
답변 주시기 전에 저도 한마디
Before we hear from the dev team, let me share my 2 cents about the bounty operations. The bullet sponge issue. I feel you. So when it was updated, I shared my thoughts to the dev team.
기대했던 거랑은 조금
Well, the content was a little different with what I expected. As you mentioned, when we farmed the Vulgus biodata chip,
너무 좀 어려운
actually, we want to farm Vulgus biodata chip, and the HP is just too high. It's not very smooth in terms of the gameplay.
반영이 되면 좋을
So I'd love to see that update coming up very soon. And more answers will be carried out by the dev team.
네, 질문이 3가지.
Right, so we had 3 questions in total. First one about bounty operations. The bounty operation commander.
예정이 되어 있죠? 네.
We have a fix coming up, right? Could you elaborate on that?
네, 먼저 많은 분들이 얘기해 주시는 뷰렛 스폰지.
Yes, about the bullet sponge issue.
이 부분에 대한 개선.
We are fully aware of it, and we do feel you. We do see the need to improve it.
내용이 현재 이렇게 결정된 상황을 먼저.
So let me first explain the background behind this decision, as well as the purpose.
현상금 추적 같은 경우는
For bounty operations,
끝나는 일반 파밍 던전에 비해서 더 스펙이 높은 계승자
the existing farming
도전적인
dungeons ended really quickly, and we wanted to make something that would be more challenging for our core users. So when we tested this, we set the descendant spec to a very high level.
스펙으로 맞춘
So descendants who meet that level, when they play,
의견을 주시기도 하지만
they said that, well, this is enjoyable. But even if you have a high spec, in some cases you feel that the HP of the commander is too high. So we've been receiving mixed feedbacks.
라는 걸로 약간 좀 획일화되어 있는 건데.
So the problem is that
시도를 좀 내부적으로
actually we're trying various
먼저
ways to resolve these issues, and the biggest task is to reduce that bullet sponge issue. So whenever other descendants play this, we want to add more fun factors, not by adding the bullet span, not adding the HP, but by adding other fun content. So we're going to diversify and expand the fun part.
그거 언제 하실 거예요?
When's that happening?
A ver.
네, 이 부분은 저희가 최대한
We'll come back with the timeline as soon as possible.
일단
Actually,
el vato
our goal is
preguntó.
to have it.
A ver, en parte es cierto. Primero preguntaron por mapas viejos si les van a hacer cambios y eso. Le dijeron que no. Simplemente van a hacer 20 meses, no digan mamadas. Simplemente dijeron que van a hacer pues mejoras para los modos y eso. Y como que mejoras para que no se sienta tan repetitivo, básicamente. Ahora, lo que pregunta este vato sobre las esponjas de balas, por ejemplo, en el modo Bounty o en el modo Onslaught. Sí, la neta sí son esponjas de balas los bichos. No es difícil eso es tedioso. Pero la verdad a mí tampoco se me ocurre mucho cómo hacer más difícil algo sin que tenga un putazo de vida. Entonces, o sea, sí tiene razón, sí son esponjas de balas, la verdad. Sí está castroso. Pero es que cómo lo haces más difícil, güey.
Jen wanted to deliver, so could you narrow on that?
네, 먼저 블랙 스폰지를 명확하게 수정을 할 예정이고요.
So we are going to fix the bullet sponge issue for Bounty Operations Commander before Season 4 begins.
이제 이걸로
So when
Ok,
you
dice que lo van a cambiar
capture
eso.
Vulgus Bio data chip,
컨텐츠로 수정을
I
하겠습니다.
mean, for you to get the Vulgus Bio data chip, you'll be able to enjoy this game more freely.
하신다는 거예요?
네.
It's happening before Season 4 launch?
네네.
Yes, exactly, before Season 4. Thank you so much.
Es que a mi gusto en el modo Bounty, la verdad sí se me hace muy estúpido que sean esponjas de balas porque ya te llevaste una putiza en el modo Onslaught. Imagínate que te tocó un equipo de mierda con 3 randoms que se están a muere y muere, que estoy seguro que a muchos les ha pasado. Tuviste que cargar el daño con 200 billones de daño. Y encima tienes que ir ahora al modo Onslaught, al modo Bounty, y tienes que pelearte con otra pinche esponja de balas, perder otros 8 minutos para conseguir un coso pedorro. La verdad sí, esa sí se lo doy por buena. Pero el hecho de que le metan mecánicas a un jefe en específico también está difícil. Demasiado rápido. Sí, pues que es lo que les digo. O sea, está complicado meterle dificultad a algo sin aumentarle la vida o aumentarle resistencia o algo. Porque, o sea, en parte lo que hace que esté difícil algo es que sea difícil de matar. Entonces son unas por otras.
And so many other things on your right side panel. And I believe this is a very important topic.
Pero es que eso ya lo hicieron, güey. Cuando metieron la nave del vacío, que pusieron al güey de la katana, un chingo de gente se quejó por la movilidad. Ese güey, para que veas, sí estaba difícil. No tenía muchísima vida, pero ese güey de la katana, el del sombrero, sí estaba muy difícil, porque se movía, esquivaba, aprendía incluso tu patrón de ataques y más o menos te saca counter, y la gente como quiera lloró. Entonces, como les digo, está difícil hacer un balance. En eso sí se lo doy tanto el C, la neta, buena pregunta, y estos güeyes, o sea, no hay forma de arreglarlo.
And along with other rare items, we're going to make fix to this biodata chip so that...
Pero es que aquí también hay mecanismos que se tienen que desactivar y los fueron quitando, güey. También los quitaron porque la gente se la pasaba llorando de que, ay, es que es muy lento, ay, es que te corta el ritmo de juego. Pidieron juego rápido y ahora quieren que vuelvan esos mecanismos de activa esto, desactiva esto. En Warframe también hay, güey. Sí, claro, sí me acuerdo, güey. Había muchas mecánicas así que fueron quitando porque la gente chillaba.
So we're going to make that improvement in Season 4. So that you don't feel these important items as unimportant ones.
네.
O sea, es que en eso sí se lo di por buena a los devs. La neta sí está muy difícil,
Moving on
güey.
to the third question, it's a question from Sen.
신규 콘텐츠
And it was a question about new content. When we release a new content, the old contents become they fall into the maintenance content, and
계승자님들께 사과 말씀.
I first would like to apologize for you for making you feel in that way.
격돌도 다음
And actually, for onslaught mode, we are planning to add a new map, right? We don't see it in the screen, but he noted.
Ah, voy a meter un nuevo mapa al
Yes,
modo
we have
Onslaught.
that in our roadmap.
El
And
problema es la
also,
gente. Eso sí.
the difficulty level 4 will be updated very soon.
네. 그리고 이런 말씀을 주신
All right.
것을 저희도
And
알고 있어요.
we do hear you, and we know the
처음부터
community had been voicing this out. So for trial mode, we have the first map added.
Desde que la gente empezó a chillar, a joderlos en Twitter y a acosar a los devs para que hicieran las misiones más rápidas. Y ahora que todas las misiones se acaban en putiza, ya no queremos eso, ahora queremos que sean lentas otra vez. Desde ahí.
For the old content as well.
그리고 격돌의 맵 추가
And adding a new map to
선택지 추가.
onslaught
Sí,
mode
sí, pues
would
es que
be
digo, el
one
problema sí es la
available
comunidad muchas
options.
veces.
And there are some other plans you have, right? Could you elaborate on that?
추가 난이도
Yes. So about adding difficulty level 4 will be added.
격돌 난이도 3을
그래서 마음에
이제는 조금 더 내가
And
완벽하게 깎아서
when you optimize your build,
분들이
you might feel difficulty level 3 is a little too easy. So we are going to add another higher difficulty level. We're going to add new parameters.
Nadie le importa a la
as well.
gente tryhard, güey. Todo el mundo quiere a los casuales.
The existing archi parameters will also be improved to make sure you enjoy the game. And then given that we have a new difficulty level, we'll also a new type of rewards will be available as well.
혹시 격돌이
So regarding onslaught mode, we're going to add new difficulty level and archi parameters. Other than these two,
바라시는 뭔가
what would be
los
some
casuales son más.
factors that
Nadie le importan los
would add
tryhards.
more fun? We'd love to
A
hear
menos de
from
que
you
sean
as
muchos
well.
tryhards como en un Valorant, en un counter así, ahí sí.
Yeah,
Pero usualmente las empresas
thank you.
quieren a los casuales porque son un chingo.
잠깐 제가 좀 정리를 하겠습니다.
Let me just organize it.
So yeah, first off, thank you for. I think this overall roundtable with our creators is proceeding well, and I'm seeing your hands up for low budget and raise. But before we move on, we have a similar opinion that was given from Ornery Biscuit, who
Sí los
unfortunately
entiendo,
could
Shiro.
not attend
Me ha
due
pasado.
to her. I think she has some things to do, but anyway, she
Écolos, denle
still
like al directo,
sent
no
us
sean tibios.
a video, and really thank you, Ornery Biscuit,
Lexillo, pues,
for
hombre.
even though you couldn't come. It's really thankful for sending such a great video. So why don't we look at that video and then let's move on to more opinions from low budget and raise. So please, if you could show that video from Ornery Biscuit, let's take a look.
Oh, la galleta.
Hey there. Hello to everyone who's watching, my fellow creators and the devs. I know last year's anniversary was a fun one for me, especially that I knew that I'd be receiving a gift. And as much as I wanted to be there, I'm afraid I couldn't because of real life commitments. But the TFD team has been really kind enough to allow me to say to you guys right here that I appreciate all
Ojalá
of
me
the
viera así,
support
güey.
to
Si me
the
viera
game
así,
that we
puta
all
madre, ¿saben
love,
lo que haría, güey?
and to the talented content creators. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be able to answer any live question, but what I can do is to ask a question myself to the devs and to the content creators. My question is, a lot of players have voiced this out recently, and I've also noticed some of the content creators did as well. I personally am feeling what the issue is, but I wish that the grind for new materials could be a bit more expansive and non-repetitive. The game has a lot of useful content, and limiting the grind to just 2 instances could feel like it's forced into the players. Now, are there any plans at all to introduce new ways of grinding new and upcoming materials? Thank you to all the players out there and to the devs, the
Eso yo lo he
TFD
dicho
team
también
for
varias
allowing
veces. A
me
mí
to
también me
deliver
caga
this
que
question.
cada que
I'll see
sacan
you
un
in the
pinche
next one.
material nuevo, se muere el juego. O sea, sé que envidia, tiene buena PC, güey.
And yeah, I'm seeing 3 hands. Let's first also hear an opinion from low budget.
Preguntó lo de los materiales nuevos, o sea, que cada que sacan una cosa nueva,
Hi.
meten un
So
material
yeah,
nuevo.
basically, I
Entonces,
just wanted to echo what Sen and Alyssa have already said regarding the old content, things like breach tracking. What I want is, at the moment, we are getting big updates and big new content every season, but we can also look at some, minor variations of existing content. For example, we have Onslaught. Onslaught is very successful. We want more maps and things like that. But you could also have something like a mini Onslaught mode, which is more intense, perhaps. Shorter waves, but maybe timed instead of the number of kills. And you can also have some fun interactions, like fun missions, just random silly things in the game. Like for Halloween, you could change one of the dungeons and have spiders running around and pumpkins everywhere. Or maybe have one special day where Jaber becomes the most powerful descendant in the game, just silly things like that. He runs as fast as Bunny and he jumps higher than everyone. He flies like Serena. Things like that, just which is not taking too much development time, but it adds a little bit of fun and silliness to the game, makes it a bit more lighthearted, things like that. So I think something like that should be considered instead of like waiting every season to get like a new mode and then another mode. Also, I wanted to mention the thing Alyssa mentioned about the breach tracking. So at the moment, the purpose of breach tracking would be to get these superconductive cooling units. And we do that for the Ancestors module. So the main goal is the Ancestors module. So I think the grind in the breach tracking should be significantly reduced. Meaning, let's say somebody has a new Ancestors module, they want to re-roll it, they don't have enough superconductive. They should just head to breach tracking and be able to farm a lot of it. So I would say increase the amount you get from breach tracking by 10 times at least, so that there is a purpose behind the breach tracking. Because otherwise people, they just don't seem to have a good reason to go there. So basically, these are some of the things I wanted to cover. Also, what I've noticed, at least from my comments, is the newer players are progressing very, very quickly without fully understanding how to mod the descendants. Just last week, I ran into a new player who was in the Axion Plains. And what I was talking to him, it seems like they hit a wall when they reach the Axion Plains. they progress through the early part very, very quickly. But at
Sí,
the end,
más o menos, un
when
poquito.
they have to, deal with the action planes, they struggle. They're still running around with their basic descendant and the thunder gauge. So I think, yeah, all the 3 stages, I think end game with Onslaught is good. We need to build on that. Early game, the boost path and those things are great, but some fun tutorialized missions to, help the new players understand how to mod the game and how to, build the descendants. Because people who are coming from a non-looter shooter background, they're basically just picking up a gun and starting to shoot. They don't understand that they have to build the descendant, put the catalyst and things like that. So yeah, some of the things that I've noticed my community mention.
Thank you, Low Budget. Yeah, since Low Budget said a few things, I think we should cover it.
O sea, es que el vato dijo... Ajá. Dijo, o sea, es que la Lisa hace rato se quejó del bridge striking, es que, verga, si me pongo a hablar...
Was also kind of similar, talking about...
네, 질문이 좀 많아서 한번 정리를 하고...
Wait, I think there were a lot of questions, so I think we should kind of organize this and then move on to another question. Right, so before we move on, let's just organize what we have on the table so that we could give you the best answers.
So the first part was mostly about...
Dígale al coreano que me espere no tantito.
Great ideas like Minion Onslaught. Yeah, Minion Onslaught. I think that was pretty interesting. So maybe adding more kind of like silly modes, and actually the idea itself isn't really silly. I think it's pretty great. Having like more kind of fun things.
Dígale que me esperen un poquito, güey.
Into the game is actually something that we can consider. So that was kind of the first part, and the second part was breach tracking. Mostly it's about we're going there for like superconductive cooling units, and grinding in breach tracking should be reduced. So maybe like when we farm, we can have like 10 times more
a ver, es que está diciendo lo mismo.
Loots from here, and
eso me gustó que no salió.
Yeah,
sí,
is...
o sea, están contestando lo mismo que le dijeron a la Lisa. El vato empezó su pregunta diciendo que la Lisa está pendejo, porque no puedes decir que una misión es inútil porque a ti ya no te sirve. Porque si a esas vamos, pues prácticamente el 90% de las misiones para mí ya son inútiles, ¿verdad? Entonces, el vato lo que preguntó es, pues, no solamente preguntó, sino que dio ideas para que fueran mejorarla a algunas misiones viejas, como por ejemplo la grieta, güey. O sea, sí, hay algunas misiones que ya quedaron muy rezagadas, pero es que no están hechas para la gente que ya está en la cima, güey. Yo he visto mucha gente en el tracking, en la misión esta de la grieta, muchas bonis normalitas o incluso freinas o así. O sea, son güeyes que llevan a lo mejor 10, 15, 20 minutos de misión y están bien felices porque salen un putazo de bichos y van viendo cómo sus personajes funcionan y eso. O sea, son misiones para gente, a lo mejor no completamente nueva, pero sí son misiones como para que la gente vaya midiéndose el chile de qué tan roto está su mono, por ejemplo. Y eso está bien porque hace que la gente se enganche.
Yes, let me go over them one by one. First of all,
es que si nos ponemos en ese plan, güey, pues ya para mí todas las misiones son inútiles, güey. O sea, de hecho, de los últimos eventos, lo único que me ha servido son los anillitos dorados, el Kuiper y el oro. Se chingó. Todo lo demás no me sirve, güey.
Fluid recently, when it was mass farmed, we increased the...
O sea, sí dio ideas como para mejorar, en plan meter más recompensas o meter mejores cosas o cosas que yo les he dicho incluso, o sea, estaría cool que pusieran un tradeo más grande, que te pidiera un ticket que solo puedes conseguir, no sé, güey, y solamente sale en esta misión en específico que casi no se juega, y así, aparte de que revives la misión, le das un uso y con el trade revives el juego, metes más gente, o sea.
Materials finished, but I got the blueprints later on. So, farming a single item in a single area, we're trying to avoid this. And for new descendants,
ándale, mira, eso está chido, güey. Que no en una zona en específico se tenga que farmear cierto material. Están trabajando para cambiar eso.
So for Raven, we're going to put it like this. In a difficult mode, we're going to have a high efficiency farming system and vice versa.
Sí, jugué Warframe y me aburrió.
For transcendent weapons, as we've mentioned earlier,
ahorita estoy jugando TFD y Neverons para hacerme,
the
güey.
content will allow you to farm it. Now, the point of this question is, Because we don't want our
Yo también he
players to
pedido eso, que
become
vayan
bored
rotando las recompensas
and
por
a lot
semana.
of players have said it's kind of dull. So this very
Fíjalo
repetitive
estar
patterns
haciendo.
we're going to move away from. That's what I can say. I hope your first question was answered sufficiently. Would anyone like to add to this for basic materials? Some feel like it's a step-by-step way, but until now, it was kind of a
Bueno, en Destiny me
quantitative
aburrí
method,
porque
but
me dieron
now
todo. En
we're
Warframe me
gonna
aburrí
give
porque
it to you
está muy
time
lento
to
el juego.
time in a large bulk. So that's the changes that we're going to introduce. So we will make sure that you get the rush once you farm those items. So that's the balancing rework that we're going to do.
네, 그리고
Okay.
이제 로버진님이 말씀 주신
And
No son
I think,
haters, están diciendo preguntas buenas hasta
low
eso.
budget, you mentioned 3
A mi gusto, el único
issues.
que la cagó fue la
First
Lisa y el chirito que se desahogó.
is adding more variations and some silly fun aspects to our game.
말씀을 주셨는데요. 공감하고요.
We really relate to that.
No, sí te dicen, pero es mucho texto en
Like you
Warframe.
mentioned, in
Demasiado.
trial mode and onslaught mode, we are getting ready for variations.
뭐 필드든 던전이든
Whether it be new dungeons or field, there will be new aspects.
No me acuerdo si fue el 1 o el 2, pero jugué uno de esos dos.
Content, we are getting ready
Hace
for
como unos
new
8 años,
aspects
tal
as
vez,
well,
10 años.
variations for old content. And secondly,
제가 잘 이해를 못했는데
just correct me if I'm wrong.
이게 통역을 거치다 보니까 잘 이해를 못했습니다.
Sorry, I think the interpretation is kind of throwing me off. You said breach tracking is less efficient. So for cooling units, you said you needed more efficiency, right?
Yeah, is that right, low budget?
Yo haría preguntas sobre el
그게
tradeo.
맞을까요?
Seems it is. 그게 맞는 것 같습니다.
Siendo sincero, lo único que mantiene vivo los juegos es el trade.
네, 오케이.
Yes, we saw you nod.
O el tryhardeo,
I
pero pues en
understood
esta
your
manera no se
question.
puede tryhardear.
많은 분들이 또 느끼고 계실 텐데 지금 이제
Yeah, I think a lot of people relate to this. I can't recall the item name right now, but the key of breach tracking
계시죠. 근데 이거를
is I know you have a lot of inventory and you want to use this all at once, but which means you have to just go around the game numerous times. I think this is a difficulty a lot of players are facing, so we are getting ready for a solution in our dev team. So let's listen
Mira,
about
justo
that.
están diciendo lo que preguntaste, Shir.
From
Hey,
what
me
we
pasa, también
mentioned
tengo un
earlier,
putazo de
I think
llaves
this
de las
was
del
brought
modo
up
brecha y
in
me da
season
flojera
4.
gastarlas.
In breach tracking,
비정형 차원석을 지금은
amorphous stones,
제공하고 있는데
we have only 3 set types, but now,
많은
depending
를 소모해야지만 열 수
on the randomness, there's going to be a new amorphous stone that's going to be unlocked with a certain key. And through this amorphous stone,
비례하는 만큼
proportional to the keys that you have,
10배만큼의 보상을 얻을 수
you'll be able to get 10 times the rewards.
보상을 지급할 계획이기 때문에
So that's the plan up till now.
무한 반복 플레이를 하시는 것보다는
So rather than having to infinitely play with a certain percentage,
차원석을 만나시기
you'll be able to get amorphous dimensional stones with a certain key. So I think the rewards will be bigger for you.
네, 그리고 이제 세 번째 질문은
Okay, the third question was
분들이
the new descendants.
아직 준비가 덜 돼 있고
When they enter the Axion, they're not ready. They don't fully understand the content, and they have a hard time catching up. And you said it would be nice to have a solution for this problem.
해결해야 되는 숙제 중에 굉장히
And I think this is one of our top priorities.
그래서 이 부분에 대해서도 지금 시즌 4를 앞두고
So in season 4,
큰 부스트 패스
we have a boost pass improvements as well as a lot of system improvements to overcome this issue. I believe that dev team has something on this, so I'll pass the mic.
껴들어서 잠깐 얘기 드려도 될까요?
Sorry to butt in. I just want to add something.
이랑 개발팀 모두에게 하는 얘기인데요.
This is something I just want to say to the whole dev team.
플레이하시는 분들이 어느 지점에서 많이
There are some points where new players quit according to data.
얘기하신 것처럼 뭐 이제 촉매작을 해야 되고
when we have to farm
¿Qué pedo?
to farm catalysts and
Ahí está.
set up builds, this
Fue pedo
complicated
de ellos, no fue
system,
mío.
it's very hard to understand. So that's one of the challenges our new descendants face. Like Low Budget mentioned, while you play, we have a lot of tasks that we need to clear, but we get lost in that process. So when I play the game, when I see the chat, a lot of people
Se le está cayendo el stream a estos vatos, ¿qué
and
pedo?
I really ask that question, which descendant should I
Uy, no.
a lot of people really ask that question, which descendant should I grow? How do I do this and that? I see a lot of these questions. So
저희 게임이 이 제공하고 있는 그것이 안내가 됐
Uy, 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 producción.
So whether it be tutorials or extra guides, I think we are kind of, and when season 4 starts, whether it's
Corta la transmisión.
descendants coming back or new descendants joining us for the first time,
Es que el
we
problema
hope
es que la
that
gente se agarra los juegos
everyone
como
could
chamba, chido. Ese es el
adapt and
problema, güey.
understand the game. We want this process to be very smooth. So I did tell this to our dev team. So I promise we will put more work on that. Would you like to add anything else?
Eso sí lo van a hacer, Shadow. Si tienen pensado cambiar el tradeo para que se pueda tradear offline. O sea, que tú publicas tu cosa, alguien te lo compra y llega al buzón los calibres que pagan
Our
y ya
booth
está.
path
No sé si lo tienen
for
pensado hacer.
season 4, there is going to be a booth path, and using this, if you play, you can see Ultimate Bunny's complete build, and you can actually use this. And this is the support that we're offering. And using this, you can get to the high tier content very fast and enjoy new content as well. So that's the support that we're getting ready for. So we'll make sure that newcomers don't get lost and they adapt well to
Y la clave para que TFD triunfe, ¡pum! Se cae el stream.
Additionally, one of the things that we're trying is when users choose a certain character and when they build that character, sometimes they wonder, how should we actually use this character to its full potential? So to give them a feel
Es buena onda el de la barba y vikinga.
with a certain set build and descendant will help a player's descendant see what it feels like within the game. So when they get this game experience, players will able to get an understanding of what it feels like to play with a certain descendant. So that's some of the updates that we are planning to continue. So even though if you don't really progress with a certain descendant for a long time, you'll still be able to get a feel of what it feels like.
Yeah, thank you for that opinion. Yeah, I see Raise and 7 has been.
Siento que están conversando lo mismo, pero con... O sea, es que están preguntando también lo mismo y le están conversando casi lo mismo.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks so much for everything so far. So I've got two things that I was hoping to kind of ask, both for kind of the near future. So, for example, the newer dungeons like Bastion of Immortality, it feels great in terms of like how it plays. I love the verticality elements that are to it. It feels like a very fun level to be grinding out. I mean, if we took like the full grind out of the equation, the level itself, fantastic. I genuinely really do enjoy that. Same with Legion Lab. Really enjoyed the boss fight that's at the end with the extra elements of the extra enemies that get spawned. Can we expect to see more elements like that to be expanded on in the future, and you know, some kind of like fun element rather than just a boss that just exists with an immunity phase? And the second point that I do have is in regards to Colosseum, which is, I know it's not until December and there's probably still quite a bit of planning around that. Is there any kind of consideration for removing pay-to-win elements out of that, considering it is going to have an element of PvP attached to it? So things like Ancestor modules as well as Transcendence weapons, giving some kind of unfair advantage to those that have deeper pockets compared to that of free-to-play players.
Yeah, great opinion. Thank you.
Es una buena pregunta, sí.
Raze gave 2 different opinions. Seven, I'm sorry.
Básicamente el otro preguntó si no creen que el juego, o sea,
제가 또 천천히 해야겠네요.
que si,
Sorry about that.
¿cómo decirlo?
I'll be sure to
Sí, pues como si
slow
no creen
down
que
a
el juego
bit.
se está volviendo pay to win con lo de los
Raze
ancestrales,
gave
con ahora
2
las armas
different
trascendentales y
opinions,
eso.
and the first one, yeah, so we got great dungeons in
Espérenme.
TFD, Bastion of Immortality, the Legion Laboratory, the overall, we have very fun elements there. So does the dev team have plans to expand on having such interesting elements and not just having a boss with like immunities? So that was the first one. And the second one, so Colosseum A, yeah, that was announced today, but we didn't actually share a lot of details on this. It's coming in December, but yeah, I think not just Raze, but players may be concerned since it has PvP. It's PvE versus VP, but still, you're going to face against other players. And once it's something PvP goes in, there's always the issue of pay to win. So I think that is a concern that may arise after we announced some content of season 4 today. So things like ancestors modules, and also something that's coming in season 4, which is transcendent weapons, that may also raise the sentiment of pay to win. So yeah, I think it would be great to hear your opinions on this.
네, 먼저
Okay.
불멸의 보루에
Yes, first of all, about the Bastion of Immortality, thank you so much for your positive comment. And I personally
제일 재밌게
enjoy this the most in the Axion infiltration operations.
엘리베이터를 활용한
So using the elevator, the
¿Qué le
level
diría?
gimmick,
Nico pendejo.
and the interactions
경험을
on the map
하셨던 것 같고
is something that I personally enjoy, and I think you also enjoyed it. And also, these kind of interactive elements will be expanded,
No, el vato.
and that's going to be our direction going forward.
네,
¿Sí le aplicaron un? Sí.
이 메가 던전
So about these expansions, could you briefly touch upon it? About your plan to expand it into the mega dungeon as well as some other dungeons?
앞서서 준비하시는 동안 답변을 준비하시는
And while you prepare for the answer,
Pero es que no creo que sea
let me
pay to
first
win. Ahorita
answer
les
the
digo
second
mi
question.
opinión. Ahí les va a cámara.
현재 이제 PVEVP가 도입된다.
Now PvEVP concept.
좀 하고 계신 부분.
I see that you are a little bit concerned about it.
모듈로 인해
Due to the ancestor module, there are going to be gaps in the growth and performance amongst the descendants. So that might lead to unfair gameplay or disadvantage against some descendants. So it's not going to be a combat between descendants. So descendant can become a colossus, and then
구조적으로는
so basically it's a combat between colossus versus colossus.
플레이어가 조작하는 것이죠.
And the enemy is going to be controlled by a player, and other players cannot perceive or perceive what's going to happen. It's going to add more
A eso iba, espérame, la
부분에
cámara.
대해서는 저희도
dynamism to the gameplay.
접근을 하고
And we are definitely taking this as a
말씀 주신 것처럼
taking this very carefully.
반영되느냐에 따라서
When it comes to the growth aspects,
재미가 달라질 거기 때문에
depending on your growth,
Eso voy cámara,
your
espérame,
gameplay
espérame.
experience can be very different. We do have some time left until we finish the development, so we'll take all your comments into our updates. So coming back to the first question,
이 부분에 대해서
let's address the leveling and our upcoming plans.
네. 앞서 말씀해
Right.
주신 것처럼
So
저희가
as addressed before,
던전들에 대한 요소들 중에 긍정적으로 평가가 나오는 내용들은
the
신규 던전
positive comments that we received regarding existing dungeons are
앞서 말씀드린
reflected into new versions as well. And in terms of adding new random factors is also part of efforts to
다음으로 저희가 일단 목표로
hear your voices, to listen to your voices. Now, let me first start with the
단순하지 않고
long-term visions. We don't want to make it too simple. We want to make it a little difficult, challenging, but fun at the same time, exciting at the same time. So to make that happen, we have some additional gimmicks, and I'd like to introduce you with some of the gimmicks that are going to be applied in the Mega Dungeon, the boss monster.
Say Ryan Sears.
So boss monster's gimmick, I'm not going to spoil it today.
그 부분을 잘 공략을 하면
So
조금 더 단순히 빠르게 깨진다를 넘어서
when you
전투에 유리하게 활용
apply the right gimmick, you will be able to get some buffs instead of just defeating the monster more easily. And it's not going to be applied just for the boss. During your progression to combat against a boss, these kind of new options will be added. So when there's a monster, you can strike a deal and then eliminate the bosses. That was the existing gameplay. And then we're going to add more dynamic factors. So you use various gimmicks around the area. For example, you hit certain object and drop it, and the monsters around the area can be eliminated very easily, wiped out easily. So those are the kind of gimmicks that we have in plan to add to make sure the gameplay is more exciting.
다양하게 넣을 예정입니다. 네, 제가
So I just have a lot to say. I think that's why I am speaking a little fast, but I will do my best to pace myself.
긍정적으로 평가를 해주시는
Anyways, so all the positive feedbacks that you are sharing with us, we do keep in mind when updating new content. So that's the core part. So thank you so much for your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, lots of good feedback from the dev team. Let's look forward to how they update in the future. And Seven, sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Could you give an opinion on this?
Yeah, no problem. I was I kind of want to rely on what Song of Race said about the ancestor mod. It being quite a topic in the community and a worry at the same time, because as we see today, like speedrunning and stuff is a thing in the game, a major thing in the game. And ancestor mod is taking a huge place. And I think it is kind of unfair for everyone, and it kind of frustrates people that can compete mechanically but cannot compete about the ancestor mods. So do you plan into like for the everything that implement like the ancestor mods, so the abyss bosses, the purge and everything like this, to remove the ancestor mod for the challenging part and keeping the ancestor mod for the farming part? For example, if we keep the HA vouchers, like letting people farming with HA vouchers with ancestor mod, but like removing from the part from the challenge.
Eso estaría bien.
Sorry, to
Eso estaría bien.
yeah,
Fíjate que el vato.
I just want to clarify one thing. So you said like removing from the challenge.
Like,
would it be like a difficult kind of content challenge?
No, the usability of it. Like I've seen that apparently like the Abyss boss will have a completely other treatment. It will change completely. But like for people that want to compete for a leaderboard for the PvEVP, that is the kind of aspect it has, like not being able to use an ancestor mod. But if we want to like, for example, farm ETA vouchers more efficiently, then we got like the normal, like such as we got Abyss version of the boss for farming. Most people use this version for farming tickets. And then we got the challenge mode that bring one-time reward. And then after it is mostly for sweat players that want to compete on the leaderboard, you see. And so I think it would be good if like the leaderboard would be maintained for like the challenge difficulty, but no ancestor mod involved. So like
No,
the
te digo
players
cómo se puede arreglar.
will
A
be...
ver, miren, va, porque sí son demasiadas cosas que no he traducido. La pregunta anterior, ni me acuerdo qué pergas pregunta. Ah, sí, lo del pay to win. De entrada, el juego no se puede considerar pay to win porque cada quien vende las cosas como quiere. Así que si está muy caro es culpa de la comunidad. Por ende, no es culpa de los coreanos. De entrada. En segundo lugar, no es pay to win. En todo caso sería un pay to fast o pay to quiero ser huevón. ¿Por qué? Porque si tú compras un ancestral muy pasado de verga, básicamente estás comprando para hacer las cosas más rápido. No es porque sea de huevo que lo necesites, sino porque quieres, en vez de matar a un coloso en 8 segundos, perdón, en 1 minuto, 2 minutos, 4 minutos, 10 minutos, quieres matarlo en menos de 1 minuto. Entonces estás pagando con... O sea, por avanzar más rápido, no porque sea pay to win o porque realmente lo requieras. Este vato propone una idea que a mí ya se me había ocurrido antes. Y es que la tabla de clasificación tenga... Yo lo pondría como que haya 2 módulos. Sí, o sea, yo lo pondría como que haya dos tablas de clasificación. Una para la gente que quiere jugar sin ancestrales y otra para la gente que quiera jugar con ancestrales. Pero la tabla que tiene, bueno, que no tiene ancestrales, que te da una recompensa un poquito más pinche, porque pues técnicamente no estás tryhardeando como la gente que tiene mucho tiempo, lo que sea. Y la tabla que tiene las recompensas con ancestrales y eso, que da recompensas mejores y así se arregla. No necesariamente tienes que matar al tradeo para hacer eso. Sí entiendo la parte de que, pues, ¿para qué chingos quiero un módulo muy bueno si no me va a servir para presumir? Con esto, tanto la gente que no tiene dinero y que no tiene ancestrales, como la gente que tiene dinero y la gente que tiene ancestrales, puede presumir ambas y van a jugar en ligas diferentes. Sería algo así como los rangos en algún juego, como en un Counter, en un Valo, ¿saben?
Be more competing about skill.
Ancestor mods and then the leaderboard with ancestor mods, because obviously speedrunning is a big part of the game. You implemented leaderboards for Wall Crasher, leaderboards for Purge and for Abyss and stuff like that. So this is another leaderboard. So this is another big part of it as well, because the power, it really is crazy, is the only word I can give you. Harris can one-shot the Wall Crasher. Bonnie can one-kick the Wall Crasher. She can kick the Wall Crasher. She can one-kick the Paramaniac in Onslaught. Freyna can one-mag all of the Abyss bosses. The power fantasy of it all is just like crazy, crazy strong. So I think that I agree with Seven heavily with making some changes to Ancestor mods.
Es que, o sea, no, se está cayendo el directo de los coreanos
Thanks
otra
for the
vez.
opinion. I'm seeing more hands here. Low budget. Could you give an opinion on this?
Yes, I agree with Seven. Basically, as far as the farming is concerned, I don't have an issue with the ancestors mod. But the point about the leaderboard, I think he's really spot on with that one, because there is a huge difference. I normally tend to make simple builds that work for everyone without the need of having a very powerful ancestors mod. So
No
I
le
think
faltó
that
decirle
part
pendejo.
needs to be considered. And also, as I mentioned previously with the breach tracking, maybe make the ancestors mods easier to get so that people can get those very powerful mods by re-rolling or something. So a combination of both the things. But yeah, I agree with him. That's a great idea.
Nomás le faltó decirle pendejo.
Thank you. And let's move on to Sen. Could you add your opinions on this?
Yeah, I like the idea, but I think the core of the problem with the ancestor mods is how inaccessible it is to get those good ancestor mods, those god roll ancestor mods that people are using. So to me, that would be more of the core issue, is that those are so inaccessible to such a wide amount of players. So seeing more things like the rings to roll better stats, maybe being able to lock a stat. And I know this is things you guys have been working on, but to me, that is the answer to the ancestor mod problems.
Ok.
Yeah.
O sea, es que todos están diciendo lo mismo. O sea, la tabla de clasificación es precisamente eso. Una tabla para ver qué tan chiludo estás.
The first part was about leaderboards. So if God roll these ancestors mods, they are super strong. They the player will probably rank higher in the leaderboard. So whether it would be possible to maybe have like 2 different leaderboards, one with ancestors mods,
Ajá.
like
Eso voy, pues es que
one with no ancestors mods. So that was one of the things that we were talking about a bit. And the second one was kind of an issue getting further into Ancestors mods. So these God roll Ancestors mods being inaccessible to most players. So if you were to go to the market, like Alyssa said, they are like very expensive. So most players will have a hard time getting these God Roll Ancestors mods. So yeah, kind of two different things that we can talk about. I think, yeah. So I'd like to hear from the dev team as well.
Okay.
네, 우선 크게 나눠 보면
So
삼각자의 획득 난이도 모듈과
starting with
No,
the
tan
drop.
pendejos. Y de hecho no quieren que los
Why it's
nerfeen,
so
solamente
difficult to get
el...
it. And
Este güey fue el que dijo que esa mamada de que los nerfeen. Y no, esa
regarding
no es
the
la clave, no
leaderboards, these are
mames.
two topics that were mentioned.
공통적으로 말씀을 주신 게
Hasta el Zen dijo la verdad.
실력이
So what you mentioned was that the leaderboard is not a fair playground.
라고
It's just something for descendants with the ancestors module. That's what you said, and I do see eye to eye. You don't have any other opinions. You might say like, "Hey, what are you talking about?
반대하시는 거예요?
Are you against their views?" No, come on. It's just a joke.
의견이 있으시다고.
Do you have any other views? You raise your hands.
이게
I'm sorry.
이게 모여서 같이 얘기하는 자리잖아요.
Well, because this is an open talk,
정해진다고
we're not trying to make it
세븐님은 뭐 의견 한번
too strict. I'd like to hear from Seven as well. You raised your hands. Can we hear from you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. I want to mention this, like, for example, if I take my example, I won't do a leaderboard on a certain character if I don't have the ancestor mod for it. That's how I see it. For example, if I know that my mod won't be good enough, then I know that I'm too competitive for it. That's what a leaderboard is. So I will not do it until I be able to get the ancestor mod for it.
Pero pues es que entonces, ¿qué chiste tiene que...?
A lot of relying on the Ancestors mod itself is what I think he said.
Yeah, exactly.
네. 네, 이 부분은
Yes, about this topic.
오늘 지금 이 토론의 자리에서는
Se me hace que sí, porque está preguntando pura mamada. Empezó bien el flaco, la primera pregunta estuvo buena, pero se me hace una pendejada.
Competition between descendants who owns ancestor models, which is causing
No, ni de
unfair
pedo, no creo.
playground. However, ancestor model is part of the game. So if you farm really hard and get the ancestor module, let's say that you are the descendant who has the ancestor module, then you need to have a leaderboard to compete with other players with the ancestors module. So let's take this into a more broader term. I believe there could be many perspectives regarding this topic.
리더보드를 둘로 나눠본다고.
So maybe dividing the leaderboards into two could be a great option. The one with the ancestor modes and without it. For instance, in certain content, we say, hey, no ancestor module challenge. So that's something that we could consider as part of the solutions.
하지만
Right.
성각자 파밍하신 분들이
But there are people who worked on really hard to get the ancestor module. So we don't want to let them down.
궁극의 스펙 경쟁을 하는
So
리더보드도 필요하다.
we need a leaderboard for the God role spec competition as well.
그게 이제 첫 번째.
So that's the first topic. And let me move on to the next one.
성각자를 얻는 난이도
So the
격차가 심하다.
difficulty in acquiring the ancestor module.
이 좋은 성각자 모듈을 뽑기가
Well, this is such a great module with God role spec, which creates this gap between those who have it and
일단 저희가
not.
컨텐츠를 만들 때
when we create content,
성각자 모듈을 가져야 클리어할 수 있는 형태로 밸런스는 잡지 않습니다.
we don't create a balance where you have to have this extreme model to clear it. So even if you have a normal spec ancestor model, you can still clear all the missions. That's our benchmark.
좋은 성각자 모듈을 얻었다면
But when you have a God role spec, you will be overpowered
파밍할 수 있다.
and farm the content more efficiently at a faster pace. So that's the basic principle that we have behind our design, and that we're going to stick to that principle. So we're not saying that having this model is a must, but this is more of a self-satisfaction, and it's something it's something that's tied to a long-term goal. So given that it's tied to the the leaderboards, I think that's why you feel like it's kind of makes the players leave when they don't have this module. So we don't want to close this discussion and leave it at it now. We took your feedback to our heart. And we're going to come back with feedback. I'm sorry, let me pace myself. I'm sorry, I think I rushed too much. So we'll come back with this topic later on, for sure.
그 성각자 모듈이 없는 유저분들과
So
있는 유저분들 진정한
users with the ancestor module and without the module,
이 리더보드를
we will come up with new ideas to ensure a fair competition amongst all players.
성각자 모듈의 파밍
Other than this, the farming efficiency of ancestors modules, do we have anything in mind? Are we reviewing anything?
A ver, ahí va, están diciendo lo mismo. Lo van a papear, básicamente. O sea, primero están diciendo, el flaco preguntó que por qué no hacen como que separaciones de las tablas de clasificación. Una en la que afecta el ancestral y otra en la que no. Yo creo que se podría, siempre y cuando en la tabla en la que está la gente que tiene un ancestral muy roto, que es básicamente lo que denominas si matas un bicho rápido o no, te den recompensas muy gordas. No solamente una pinche medallita pedorra que te dura un mes y ya, sino algo gordo. Y a los güeyes que están jugando sin ancestral, pues como es más fácil, evidentemente, porque ya dependes de tu skill, pues ponle que no te van a dar algo muy... O sea, que no te den mierda, pero tampoco te den algo muy roto para que haya una diferencia entre la gente que quiere tryhardear y la que no. Ponle tú que hasta ahí todo bien. Ahora, que el vato se ponga a chillar que porque los ancestrales están muy rotos y que porque son un game breaker y su puta madre... Pues sí, pendejo, por eso se llama tabla de clasificación. Estás compitiendo para quedar entre los 100 mejores. Ahora, si no tienes un ancestral perfecto con, no sé, por ejemplo esta temporada que está el coloso el Tormentor y que lo puedes fundir en segundos con Sharon, bueno, también se puede matar con Esiemo, también se puede matar con Yujin, se puede matar con un chingo de personajes que se pueden tronar. Si no tienes el ancestral roto para ese güey, pues cambia de ancestral de personaje entonces y trata de conseguir el mejor ancestral para el que tengas, o sea. Y si no puedes, pues bueno, lo puedes matar con un personaje que te tome menos un chingo de tiempo, pero ya con eso, como mucha gente lo va a hacer porque se tarda mucho, pues ya con eso quedas en la tabla. Yo he quedado en la tabla de clasificación un chingo de temporadas, muchas veces me olvida ponerme la medalla, güey. Pero un chingo de temporadas se queda en la tabla de clasificación como con 4, 5, 6 personajes diferentes. Y no es como que tenga módulos rotos para todos, o sea, juego con lo que tengo y se acabó. O sea, el hecho de que quieran nerfear los ancestrales, aparte de que sería adiós al tradeo, porque se muere, de una. O sea, nos quedamos sin tradeo, de entrada. Por otro lado, ya no va a ser necesario tener que farmear un putazo de ancestrales cada jueves y tratar de conseguir el mejor. Gente que no tiene varo, que con eso se compra skins, mamó también ya no van a poder comprar.
But I guess the upcoming ancestor weapons, can we look forward to a better rate of getting better rolls on these weapons as compared as to what we get on ancestor mods currently?
So transcendent weapons, is that right? I think so. Yeah. So I think he was meaning transcendent weapons.
Sí.
It's getting new roles and those stuff. Yeah, that was also, we saw a lot of opinions on that.
Es que ese es el problema, o sea, quieren todo fácil, pero que también esté difícil, pero que no quiero batallar, pero sí batallar poquito. Es el problema. Sí van a meter, van a meter armas trascendentales.
네, 이거는 다른 분들은 답변을 해도 되나 막.
I think everyone's kind of hesitant to give an answer, but so I'll give you the answer.
네. 성각자 모듈
For ancestor mods,
사실 저희가 이제 주간 그 파밍에
in weekly farming, we put it in as a weekly task.
Porque está salado, güey.
So,
저희가 기대했던
yo no he comprado más que 2 o 3 ancestrales en todo lo que del tradeo.
The player's actual patterns,
Usualmente cuando compras en el
they
sorteo.
farm as a daily work, like a homework, and then players don't farm at all after
también yo.
that. And for ancestor mods,
구성이 되었습니다.
it's reroll materials. You farm reroll materials. You do your weekly mission, and you readjust the ancestor mods for your descendants. And that's the pattern, ancestor mods. For transcendent weapons, rather than realigning, we want players to farm. For high efficiency farming content. Through that gameplay,
계속 드롭을 파밍을 하고
you can get more drops of transcendent weapons and enjoy transcendent effects. That's the kind of structure we're drawing. So rather than ancestor modes, in terms of efficiency, I think transcendent weapons would be a bit better.
그리고
Es que si no están haciendo preguntas que querría la comunidad, la verdad.
But still, I think we had a question about this.
Creo que
when we
solamente
went over
el barbón,
transcendent weapons. I think
el
this
Zen
was
sorprendentemente
on our, live chat.
y este güey hicieron
Is there
preguntas
a
buenas.
reroll? That was one of the questions. It is limited, but there will be rerolls. So,
Ajá, y van a volver a meter el evento este en el
this
que desmontas
answers your
ancestrales,
question.
consigues las piezas, sacas otro ancestral y así. No, sí es importante el tema, güey, porque sí hay mucha gente en contra de los ancestrales, pero es que es lo que te digo, no hay forma de darles gusto, güey.
Not seeing any hands right now. So as I explained at the beginning, the next content is also something interesting, which is going to be Descendants. So, but before we move on, does anyone
sí, la vi,
have anything to add on game content? You can raise your hands. And currently, okay, yeah, I think Sen has an opinion. Let's hear it before moving on.
What do you guys think about since you're introducing a PvP mode with the new coming content in season 4, what about a PvP mode that involves us racing hover bikes on a track?
Ah, estaría perro. Carreritas de motos estaría chido.
Racing mode, you're saying?
Yes, yeah, like a hover bike racing mode.
Estaría perro,
Yeah, kind of. I think that's kind of like a part.
Mira, el
of the
Zen sí
new
se preparó,
mode,
güey.
so
La verdad me está
what's your-
sorprendiendo para
what's
bien.
your opinion on that? It sounds fun.
Me caga, pero qué buen
Oh,
papel
yeah.
está haciendo.
Let's also hear from Seven as well.
Estaría chido, carreras.
Since we are talking about a PvEVP at the end of the year normally, like as mentioned in the roadmap, do you have any plan that has been a topic in the game since like a while now to implement guild, group, clan, stuff like this?
¿Qué? Chale, la neta no le entendí.
Like a guild kind of content. Also, yeah, it is content, and it's all related to, I think so, like a variety of content. Is it going to be coming in TFD?
La neta no le puse atención, güey.
네. 네, 지금 이제 앞에서 레이싱. 네,
Right, first on racing,
PvEVP처럼 레이싱.
like PvEVP,
호버바이크를 이용한.
would it be possible to be there? Would it possible to have a competition on our hover bike,
저희 내부에도 이런
a racing mode?
검토되고
Internally,
Ah, pidió gremios.
we actually had a test bed
No
on
le
this
puse
mode.
atención,
We
güey.
did
Como
talk
que lo
about
escuchaba
this
y dije, ah,
internally.
te voy a pedir una mamada. Y mira.
말씀 주세요. 의견 드립니다.
Yeah,
테스트를 해본 적이 있습니다.
and we actually did some testing on it.
현재의
No estaría mal.
호버바이크가
But currently, the hover bike that we have,
레이싱 게임
compared to other racing games,
충분한 경험을 줄
Ah, pues no estaría mal, la verdad. O sea, algún tipo gremio está chido, pero a la vez siento que si de por sí las comunidades están medio segmentadas, güey. Si hacen gremios va a estar peor. Y ahora ya menos se van a querer ayudar entre ellos, güey, ¿sabes? O sea, creo que estaría chido para tener como algún tipo de distintivo, pero también siento que sería muy segregar a la comunidad. Si ya de por sí.
focus on battlefields.
No, pero no es lo
Well-
mismo un sistema de grupos que un sistema de gremios. O sea, ya en gremios es ustedes contra mí, putos. Y si te digo, si ya de por sí no se hacen el paro, pues ahora menos.
PvEVP,
Ya
you
mostraron
mentioned
arriba.
builds, guilds.
지금 당장 뭐 확정하기는 어려운.
I can't give you a set answer at this moment
신중한 bu분이고.
because it needs a lot of discussions and a lot of thought. Because even if we make a build even if we make guilds right now,
No,
I
ya
don't
tiene
think
buen rato,
it'll be
Striker.
well operated at this moment. We didn't think it's the perfect fit for TFD right now.
도입이 되면
But when we have PvEVP,
3대3 팀 플레이
Estaría bien un
It's a
sistema
3x3
de
team
raideos,
play.
güey.
팀 나와 같이 플레이할 수 있는 파티원을 찾는 게 더.
now looking for team members
그래서 길드를
for
얘기했어요.
your
생각을 하고.
3-member team, it's important to look for your party members. I think that's why you brought up guild. So to implement that, we are thinking of a party forming
No,
system.
fíjate que estaría bien un sistema de PvP, pero a lo mejor no PvP directo de que se van a enfrentar güeyes de facciones, no. Estaría chido que sí hicieran gremios, pon tú. Pero a lo mejor algún sistema como que de raideo, ¿sabes? Un chingo de cosas, güey. Estaría perro un sistema como que de raideos, de extracción. O sea, en plan de que mi gremio va a atacar el gremio de este cabrón y ya. Pero que tenga un límite de usuarios, por ejemplo. Porque sí estaría muy roto que al chile, si hago un gremio yo, se va a llenar en putiza de gente. Y a lo mejor si otro cabrón quiere hacer un gremio, tal vez no lo pelen. Yo creo que estaría bien, sí, siempre y cuando tuviera una cantidad límite de usuarios y que no sea muy alta de preferencia. Y ya con eso. No creo que será lo mejor, pero oye, pues, es un nuevo modo de juego que no resta tampoco.
It's not necessarily about having specifically PvEVP or PvP specifically for having a guild, but like also having quests to do as a group. And then why not implementing a leaderboard from the clan that does the more quests, the more dailies, the more like that is the more like doing everything, every mission possible in the game.
Sí, estaría
and
cool.
like
Sí estaría
collect
bueno
point
un
and
sistema
stuff
de
like this,
gremios.
making like guild
No,
and like
menos,
people
no.
connect
Estoy hablando
more
de como
to each
mucho
other,
50 personas.
because I feel like in the game there is like the public matches, but there is not much that connect players between each other.
Yes.
O sea, algo que estaría bien. Mira, por ejemplo, estaría chido. Imagínate que en tu gremio caben. A ver, déjame le bajo. Imagínate que en tu gremio caben 50 personas. Agarras a 20 caramelitos, así full nuevos, y 30 güeyes tryhards. Los caramelitos se encargan de hacer todas las misiones de que aviéntate el Sigma 2 veces, aviéntate unas purgas 20 veces, aviéntate estas misiones. Y ya la gente que está rota, oye, vamos por los ancestrales, ya que nosotros estamos muy rotos, podemos ir al Bastión de la Inmortalidad, podemos ir al modo Onslaught, sacamos todo lo más difícil, la gente tryhard, los caramelitos se encargan de lo más rápido, y así las recompensas se dividen entre todo el gremio. Eso, por ejemplo, estaría chido. Estaría bueno.
Right. Not just solely focusing on competition, but content that allows players to cooperate. That kind of guild system or group content. I agree with your the direction, the overall direction of how
no, PvP, no,
to
o sea, directamente PvP
But
no estaría chido.
in order to make
Porque
a
ahí se va a
party
notar
play
mucho la
system
gente que paga.
that we think ideal is a content where it's more convenient and more quick for party playing and creating this kind of environment and making all the descendants useful. We call them, quote, jobs, like making all our descendants
Dale, como los clanes del Rewind, Simón.
and diversifying contents based on these priorities, I think, is our utmost priority. Now, at this current
Ajá, por ejemplo,
stage,
matar
even if
colodos
we have a guild system
entre
or
gremios
a
estaría
clan
chido.
system, I don't think the issues that we have at the top of our list won't be solved. So first, we want to focus on improving our gameplay environment, and then later on, adding new content or new systems like the guild would be our second priority.
네. 말씀드리면
No creo, porque tampoco la jugaría la gente que ya pagó por cosas muy rotas.
What you've
No, en este juego le hace falta PvP.
very well
Estaría
understand
cool
where you're
un
coming
juego
from.
nuevo con los personajes de TFD y que fuera PvP. Tipo un Valorant o tipo un Rivals, eso estaría cool.
You don't
Pero
need just
dentro de este
guild,
juego no
but
hay
you
cabida.
also want additional content that make the guild system more enjoyable.
다만 저희들이 의도하고 있는 개발 로드맵상
But for our development roadmap,
할 일은 아닌 것 같다.
I think it's an issue that we have to think for a long run. It's going to be we're going to need a long time to actually achieve that because it's one of our long-term missions.
Yeah, thank you, producer. So yeah, I think if there aren't more opinions related
Si lo van a
to
poner,
game
Sarita.
content, but you know, as I said, we have a parking board. If we're talking about something else and you suddenly want to talk about game content, you can pop it up. We'll discuss it after discussing other topics that we have that are planned. So yeah, I think
Sí se puede, pero está
for
difícil.
now, let's move on to another important topic, which is descendants.
Yo ya los puse,
I'm
ya
sure
los canjeé, de
many of
hecho.
you are curious about descendant balance. So yeah, this is a great opportunity to talk about that. And
와 손을 막 드셨어 지금.
yes, we already have four players. Yeah.
Oh wow, we have 4 players. Oh wow, 5 creators raising their hands. Oh no.
Probably join later.
We're going to be very busy today.
털릴 준비들 하셔야 되겠다.
Okay, brace yourselves, everyone. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Be like separated, but we first kind of planned like, descendants first, then moving on to weapons, and then kind of talk about modules. But I don't think balance can be totally separated. So if you want to talk a bit more about weapons, I'll kind of consider that as well. So yeah, since we have so many opinions, let's start with you, Alyssa. Yeah, let's talk about descendants.
Okay, hello. So with Descendants, I remember last year, you mentioned that Ines is the baseline for the skill dealing Descendants, and Serena was the baseline for the firearm Descendants. Is that still the case? Is Serena and Ines still the baseline? And if they are, what is the team's philosophy when reworking Descendants? Because when Ines got reworked, she was very, very strong, overtuned almost. And Bunny has followed in this exact same footsteps. When it comes to buffs or change to male Descendants, like Keelan, for example, he got pretty much nothing compared to Ines, who got her already existing red modules, her base kit buffed, and 2 new red mods to complement this. So what do you use for your guideline when it comes to assessing how capable Descendants are? For example, do you test them in Onslaught? Do you test them in regular Axion dungeons? And what dictates whether a Descendant just needs a small change or whether it needs a full-on rework?
Yeah.
Pues sí, de hecho sí. Chinga.
Yeah. And so
Gracias.
let me organize this. So the base
A ver,
skill kind of descendant we said was Ines, and for firearms.
el vato
it
preguntó por
Arena, the
descendientes
baseline.
que, o sea,
So,
que algunos
Alyssa was curious about what
reworks
was
y
the
eso están rotos,
philosophy
pero otros no valen pito
when
como
we are
Killan.
reworking,
Básicamente como que qué tienen pensado
descendants,
hacer con eso y
because
eso.
recently Ines and Bunny, they were quite overtuned when they received balance patches, but for like male descendants, Keelan, he didn't have a lot of patches. So what do we use as guidelines when we make balance patches for our descendants? And yeah, I think this is something a lot of our creators, players, everyone is curious about. So let's hear our opinions from the dev team.
네, 요거는 이제 좀 디테일.
All right, so
내용들이 많이 들어가니까.
it's got a lot of details.
개발팀에
So
직접
I
좀
will
질문을 한번 넘겨볼게요.
let the dev team to answer the questions first. So what are the benchmarks? How do you evaluate the current balance and we decide to change them?
복합적으로 평가를 하게 되는데요.
So we do a full round assessment. So we look at the dungeon clear time as our benchmark
두 번째로는 그 계승자들의 이용률을
and the usage rate of descendants.
두 가지를 종합을 하면서 항상 저희가
We look at these two metrics when planning for rework or updates, and it takes about 4 months for us to work on these things. So you might wonder, hey, why are you reworking on this descendant at this time?
저희가
But what I wanted to tell you is,
시기 안 좋아라고 해서
even if this descendant is not great at this month,
쉽지는 않은 일이라
reversing it
이 부분에
the next month isn't something that we can really push forward with.
¿Trabajas sin cobrar, David?
네, 조금 저 의견에
All right, so I'd like to add on to that.
상위 던전 중심으로
So for high
비교하고 있었는데
level dungeons, we have been looking at the clear time of these high level dungeons, and we are also looking at the onslaught mode.
포함을 하고
So
합니다.
when it comes to evaluation, we look at the clear time of high level dungeons and onslaught mode. And when it comes to improving the skills of descendants, you ask about the improvement cycle. So we have been making updates monthly basis. And in season 4, instead of making monthly updates, of course, we will update the skills, but we will focus our efforts more on the balancing
개선이 진행된 계승자를 다시 좀
So,
버프하는 작업들을
adding buff to the skill updated descendants is something that we're going to focus more on. So when we only update the skills,
기간이 그러니까 4개월 전이라고 말씀하셨는데 이것보다
I mean, we mentioned that the update cycle is 4 months, but when we shift our direction, it's going to allow us to keep the cycle shorter.
간극은 좀 맞춰가려고.
That would hopefully reduce the gaps amongst the descendants.
그리고 이 이야기를 하면서 또
And speaking of this topic,
앞에 말씀하신 이야기
there
중에
was this point where you brought up that really caught my eyes.
그리고 세레나가
So Inez and Serena are the strong players,
이 질문을 주셨고
and
Así que les
do
dejen
we
el like.
believe this principle
No sean
still
tibios.
sticks?
튜닝됐다고
And
생각하는데
you see that Inez was overtuned, and how are we going to approach the buff
전체적인
A ver,
of Inez?
básicamente el vato preguntó lo de que les dije, de que por qué los culos están bien buenas, las morras están bien rotas, los vatos no valen verga. Ok, esto es muy sencillo. ¿Quién chingados quiere trabajar sin cobrar? Dígame, porque ando contratando editores, güey. Estoy seguro que nadie quiere trabajar sin cobrar. Si no venden un personaje, ya sea cosméticos, skins, nadie lo juega, no se usa, evidentemente no vale la pena meterle cambios importantes. Acaban de decir el vato que aproximadamente les toma unos 4 meses balancear un personaje, entre analizar cambios, checar cuánto tiempo se tardan en hacer las misiones, que no esté muy roto, y ahora les va a tomar más tiempo porque no quieren que les pase lo que les pasó con Glay, que Glay se ve que no la testaron mucho, salió asquerosamente rota, y luego a la semana la nerfearon y la gente se le echó encima. Bueno, sí se ve que con Bonnie hicieron bastantes más pruebas, se ve que con Inés y con Biesa hicieron bastantes más pruebas. Entonces, evidentemente, todo ese trabajo, si no tiene una recompensa que es de jodido que la gente juegue el personaje o que compre skins, pues no vale la pena. Entonces tiene sentido que esos personajes que no se juegan no los van a jugar. Y de hecho, lo más seguro es que ya no metan personajes masculinos. El otro personaje se va a llamar Monet, el nuevo, y lo más seguro es que también sea morra.
저희가 다양한
Strength of these descendants
밸런스라고 생각을 합니다.
to make the gameplay more engaging and
Es que ni con eso,
exciting.
güey. Hay
And
mucha
that's
gente que no juega con Harris y yo estoy seguro que es porque es morena. Sharon también se juega muy poco y estoy seguro que es porque es morena. O sea, la mayoría de la gente solo juega con Dia, con Bonnie, con Freina, con Serena, con... ¿Cómo se llama otra chichona? Con Halley y ya. Casi todas llevan lo mismo, güey.
we'd like to
골고루 사용될 수 있는 걸
give diverse roles to
Inés, gracias, sí.
지금까지의
a wide range of descendants.
내용들이 하나 DPS
When we look
Sí,
back,
está cabrón, o sea, está muy
most
difícil,
of the
güey.
descendants were evaluated based on DPS. So we're not saying that that's going to be changed.
Pero ¿cuántas Harris has visto en
overnight.
Albion, güey? Yo he visto muy pocas.
It's very challenging for us to come up with
장기적으로
a
Claro,
lot of
güey.
content.
Vato, al Never le acaba de pasar. Sacaron un vato que la neta tiene muy buen gameplay, tiene mucho daño, pero es vato. Y luego anunciaron una pinche dragona que tiene unas chichotas. Todo el mundo va a tirar por ella, se los aseguro que va a salir un putazo. En todos los juegos pasa lo mismo, güey. Absolutamente todos. Cuando sale una chichona, vende de a madre.
More exciting patterns to the bosses
여러 개 승자가
and whatnot, so that
높아서 그 보스를
having the highest DPS
남들이 3분의 끈
alone
2분의
shouldn't be
이렇게 그냥
a way to really evaluate the descendants. So when you look at the descendants, hey, I like this about this descendants. For instance,
다른 계승자에 비해서
compared to other descendants, I have high HP and I optimize my build for this. So with this setting, well, this descendant can be stronger in certain
están pendejos.
against certain bosses. For example,
Por eso.
저희가 지금 내부적으로
Porque son el, ¿cómo crees, señorita? Yo jamás me fijaría en sus tetas, pero enséñame una
and the
chichi de
new
preferencia.
ideas that we're coming up with these days.
이를 위한
It will give you a definitely different experience, gameplay experience. You will have to need different descendants for different missions and different dungeons and different content.
진행을 하면 조금 더 빠르게 깰 수 있는 그런 형태로 일단
So I believe that would definitely add the diversity to the descendant characteristics. So in the long term,
다양하게
we do believe
No, Harris
that
está bien rota como
different
está ahorita.
descendants
Muy rota.
all the descendants need to be utilized
Tanquea
in
más que
various
Ajax, güey.
ways.
시즌4 이후 컨텐츠
So that's going to be
체감을
Yo creo que el único personaje
something
que le
that you
da
would
pelea
really feel
a Harris en
after,
cuanto a
the
tanqueo es ese
season
Yomo.
4 drops.
Decíamos, está bien perro su
한
gameplay,
가지
güey.
또 질문하신
Prácticamente es
another
farmeo en
question
automático y aún así
that
nadie lo
we,
usa.
haven't addressed yet.
Y su skin está
The
chida.
male descendant
리워크를 했지만 이네즈에 비해
was
약하다.
reworked.
어떻게
It's
하실
still weaker
건가요?
than Ina's. What are our plans?
있었고요. 짧게.
So let's briefly answer this question.
Y bien también está bien roto.
네, 일단
O sea, vean la
이번
diferencia, güey.
7월에 업데이트되는
Yeah, so we have an update for Blair in July.
Una build promedio de Bonnie. Yo estas las acabo de subir.
And
1000
I hope that should
visitas, 1000
satisfy you in
visitas,
terms
1000
of buffing our male
visitas,
descendants.
2000,
저
3000.
Can I ask you another
Y luego
question?
subo una build de Harry, sí.
아까 수치, 그러니까 리워크 말고
So
수치 조절로
you mentioned about
하겠다.
modifier and buffing the
계승자 있나요?
descendants. Do you have any specific
les gusta, güey?
descendant in mind?
이제
있나요?
Let's ask the dev team.
있어요. 짧고 간단하게.
Make it simple and quick, please.
플레어 리어크가 있고
So we have a rework for Blair in July, and in August, when season 4 begins, we have Callie and Kilgore as our next descendant to work on to modify their sets.
저기 한 가지 지인의 의견 드리면
Uh,
이 하고 싶은 얘기가
No, sí,
많다
sí, no
보니까
digo que
you have
todos,
a
pero
lot you want to
o sea, los números hablan, güey. La
talk
gente no le
about,
gusta
and that's
Harry.
why the answers of the dev team is
No les
getting
gusta Sharon
longer.
tampoco, por ejemplo.
But we know that we have a lot of questions that we need to answer from the creators. So let's try to make our
No,
answers
pero también pasa
quick
con
and
Inés. Inés es mucho
short
más nueva y
and listen
también
more from our
arrasa cada que
creators.
subo
You know,
videos
it's
de en
very
cuanto a
difficult to
vistas.
combine, to have them in place.
Día le pasó, güey.
Yeah,
Pero es
thank
porque
you,
están
producer,
chichonas, son
that is
blancas,
right.
también
It's really
buenas.
difficult to have all of us here, right here at this spot. So, yeah, I'm really sorry to keep you guys waiting, but we are going to go into every one of you. So let's start with low budget. Please add your opinions on Descendant.
Alyssa already covered, I think, the most important point, and the director and the team have also covered the DPS side of things. So I'll not repeat that. What I want to say is, overall, I think the Descendants are in a good spot as long as everybody keeps getting reworked and improved to a decent standard. The new Descendants, I think, are the most exciting part of the game. So whenever we get a new Descendant being released, people are looking forward to that. So I think that needs to continue as we are seeing with the new Descendant and the Ultimate. Besides that, again, I've already covered this, but more interactions with the Descendants. So maybe some smaller quests that are not necessarily separate story missions. We can also have things like more voice lines. So when they are in the missions, we hear about their past missions or stories and things like that without actually having like new things. So yeah, basically just adding more interaction, because whenever we play a game like TFT, the TFT Descendants, I think, are some of the best characters with the best personalities. And this is something that hooks people when they play the game. Somebody likes Bunny, somebody likes Freyna or something. So I think this is something that needs to be built on further. Maybe another thing you may have heard a lot, I see this in the comments quite a lot, is more idle animations, more sort of personal touches that separate the Descendants. Things like that, more lore in the Albion. Maybe you hear about the Descendants achievements, or some Descendant did something special, like a small bulletin board in the Albion area or something, just to sort of, attach the players playing the game to the Descendants, because I think that is the main thing that people play the game for.
El bajo pendejo.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so our producer said, let's all hear various opinions. Let's go
Para
to
Luna,
7.
no, sí la van a bufar. A todos los personajes le están haciendo reworks. Pero pues van por partes, o sea, también no mames.
Yeah, I want to bring something about the Descendants, and it is the Descendant Identity Kit. When you design a Descendant, like basically some people would play certain Descendant because of their kit. For example, all people know that I play Glay mostly because I like gunning. A lot of people do. Some people was playing Ailey because of like the sniping effect, like the way the kit is. Right now, there is like multiple aspects that takes away every identities of Descendants, such as the last rework of Descendants, which make every Descendant being able to be a gunner Descendant. And we can even see that they are better gunner than gunner Descendant. On top of that, we have like certain trigger modules that completely erase the kit of the Descendant. And like we feel more playing like trigger modes than the descendant kit itself.
Thank you, Seven. 예, 아리아누님 오래 기다려주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ariane, for waiting
Ay, que
so
las traduzcan.
long. Let's hear from you whenever you're ready.
네, 의견은 총 3가지.
So I have 3
먼저 매달
questions.
리밸런스를 해주셔서
First,
감사드리고요.
thank you so much for monthly rebalance. I'd like to see this continue.
그대만 리밸런스가 진행될 때마다
So whenever there's a rebalance,
상향되는 게 너무
I feel like the skill, the modifying skills is being too repetitive.
업데이트가 된 해당 계승자만
So the descendant with that update
이거를 스킬 개수
is being used more often after the update.
조정하는 게 아니라
So I think rather than just focusing on skill modifying,
외장 부품의 기본 레벨
maybe we should start touching the level of reactors
100레벨에서 120
and other equipments as well. For example, do you have a plan to increase the level from say 100 to even higher level? Because when we look at the stats,
능력치가 올라
when you increase the level, the base skill increases, and I think that's a better direction.
메커니즘이 바뀔 때
So whenever the mechanics change, that's what really makes it fun. Especially Bunny's kicking, that was so much fun. So I was hoping you could take this into consideration. So do you have any plan for leveling up?
두 번째는 빌드가 리밸런스
And then for build, whenever there's a rebalance in build, we're seeing 2 changes. So additional damage to the
Los
firearms
otros vatos nada más dieron
and
sugerencias
unlimited.
para el juego, como mejoras.
Re-
Tú hizo preguntas, una es basada en el modificador
And
de
I feel
poder,
like,
que
these
a Chile no
are
sirve casi para
a
nada.
little too
Y la
dull,
otra es la
We're
patada de
seeing
Bonnie,
such
que está bien
repetitive
perra, que metan más
patterns,
mamás así.
which is a bit hurting the
하실 건지 좀 궁금.
distinct characteristics of our descendants. And the third question is,
Es que los otros no hicieron preguntas, o sea,
전기와 수치입니다.
sí, pero no, o sea, fueron más como
Stats.
sugerencias y eso.
복귀자분들이 항상 얘기하시는 게
so the synchronization value,
수치는 내려가면서
when the character improves, the synchronization
No sé si
value
vayan a
goes
mostrar más
down.
cosas.
You know, I pay like 100,000,
No sé,
200,000, want to buy
yo no
some
programé el
things,
evento.
and then after a patch, my
되게 실망을 많이 하시는
ancestor model
겁니다.
it becomes like almost like a trash. So
있는지도 궁금.
I have a question about your plan regarding the synchronization value.
네, 감사합니다, 아리아누님. 좋은 의견들 정리해서 조금 이따.
Thank you so much for your questions. We'll come back to you later.
Waiting for so long. Let's please give an opinion related to descendants.
Yeah, thanks. I think most of the other creators have covered a lot of what I wanted to kind of talk about, but the main kind of point is definitely the difference between the males and the females when it comes to
Cuando se me dé mi regalada gana, ¿cómo ves,
put
güey?
it, kind of favoritism is probably the best way to say it. For example, with Ultimate SMO being released, we saw that the unification of his skill types was not there. He still had access to tech and fusion inside of one build. Whereas, for example, with Inez and Valby that got reworked, all of theirs got kind of like unified across the board, was either into singular, into tech, into fusion, all that kind of thing.
No tengo main, yo
So
juego
why
con lo que
is
tenga ganas ese día y yo.
Ultimate SMO kind of being
Pues
hindered
ahora mi
when
favorito
it
es
comes to his
Bonnie
bomb
y
selection,
en todo caso
for his
Halley.
skill 1 and his
Digo,
skill
está
4,
Inés.
especially inside of
Pero
Mad
no tengo
Bomber?
main. Juego
Why
con lo
is
que
he
tenga ganas ese
suffering,
día.
compared to the others with that kind of thing? There's definitely a difference. There's definitely a skill gap between the two choices and the two sexes when it comes to this game. I just wondered, is there going to be a view to be able to unify the skill types across the board to be able to make him just purely tech, purely fusion, etc., etc.?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had a lot of opinions. So,
Okay.
let me begin with the opinion from I think low budget. Low budget님이
Ah,
주셨던
no
것
sé cuándo
같은데.
vayan a
So,
hacer, pero de que lo van a
first
hacer, lo van a
one,
hacer.
Descendants should have a bit more kind of maybe like voice
Siete
lines
ítems,
and
Miguel.
maybe more story into them. So overall, more interaction with our descendants. Since we spend a lot of time with our descendants, it would be kind of better to get to know them, their personality, and also something that pops up a lot is options to have them. So overall, increase the lore is something given by the low budget. And Seven gave an opinion related to so like the overall identity of our descendants. So let's say Glay. Seven enjoys Glay. Glay kind of is
No, no es pedo mío, es cosa de la
descendant. She
transmisión.
is very capable of using guns. And for Haley, it was sniping. Haley's a sniper. But the recent balance patches kind of took their identity away. So like every descendant is kind of now becoming a gunner. So yeah, if you wanted to hear if taking away this identity is something that the dev team has some opinions on. And from our Korean creator Ariane, so the first one is kind of related to the balance. So most of our monthly balances have been focused on increasing the overall skill values, but so the main character of like each monthly balance was kind of limited to the descendant that got the buff. So instead, Ariane kind of asked if we could kind of like level up the descendants since their basic stats could rise if there was a leveling. And since we kind of, whenever there is a balance patch, we enjoy like changes to mechanisms like bunny, like the bunny kick that was recently added was quite interesting. So leveling up could be one of the things that we can think about. And the second one was now we only have descendants that receive balance patches. They're kind of like limited to 2 builds, so like infinite reloading and one using like very powerful skills. So skill and reloading, that is kind of the thing, and that's kind of linked to what Seven talked about, the identity part. So it's kind of all the same for descendants. So that was
A ver, básicamente que los cambios no sean a lo pendejo, sino que tratan de darle herramientas a los personajes para que se puedan jugar en todo sentido.
Touch synchronization value whenever we're doing balance patches. This kind of affects like the ancestors modules. If a player spent a lot of money on a specific ancestors module and they can't play it, it brings a lot of pity for them. So yeah, this is something also to think about. And finally, raise. I think the main opinion from raise is probably the difference in male and female descendants. So Ultimate SMO his performance is kind of lacking compared to Inez, and the changes came to Valby. So we got a lot of things to think about. It may become a long response, but yeah, I want to hear from the dev team on what they think about these issues.
답변하시기 전에 제가 또 의사 진행 발언을 한번.
Well, before we dive into the answers, let me just add something.
제이슨님이 이제 조금 천천히.
Just for interpretation, maybe Jason could slow down a bit for us. We just need to process everything.
굴하지 않고 저도 질문을 하나 얹어보겠습니다.
I just wanted to add a question
어떻게 할 건지.
as well. What are you going to do with Luna?
예, 시간 끄는 동안 답변 충분히 생각하시고요. 네.
Okay, while I take up some time, please develop your answers.
네, 일단 질문 자체가 지금 어렵고요.
I think the questions are difficult, and there are many questions. So please give us the most simplest answer you have.
아니,
Please make it short and sweet, as much as possible.
통역이 잘 되게.
말이 빨라지고 말이 길어져도
Le pasa lo que a mi hijo, son demasiadas cosas que traducir.
Even if I just say too much stuff at a quick pace.
No, pero es que estos vatos no hablan inglés, güey. O sea, les tienen que traducir y retener lo que les están preguntando para responder.
네.
Les pasa lo que a mí, güey.
기다리고 계신 거죠, 지금. 네. 네.
Ponle que yo mastico el inglés, ¿verdad? Pero tampoco le hablo tan cabrón como me gustaría.
Starting from the first questions, in terms of story immersion or interaction among descendants,
저희가 이제 게임 속에서
now within the game,
캐릭터에 몰입할 수 있는
we want players to be really immersed in the descendants.
라는 아이디어로
And that's the kind of improvements our players want to see as well. We are very open to this. So for idle motions or there were other ideas that were mentioned.
긍정적으로 게임에 녹여보면 더 좋은.
We are very open to these ideas. We want to melt this into TFD. So far, we focused on
준비하고 계시죠?
stories on Descendants. We are preparing VSS story.
비에사 스토리도 올해
Yes, VSS stories will be updated within this year.
네. 해서 이 부분은 게임 내 요소들을 계속
So
조화를 좀.
we will enhance and strengthen our game elements.
네. 그다음에 이제 본격적으로 밸런스와 여러 가지
And moving on to balance and other issues.
리밸런스를 통해서
Now, through rebalancing, our Descendants'
많이 옅어지고 있다.
distinct characteristics are becoming weak. That's one of the voices that I heard.
이 부분에 대해서는 저도 공감을 하는 부분.
I think that is a very valid point. Like I've mentioned,
DPS 하나의 축이다 보니
because content relies on DPS, our rebalancing
이쪽에 많이
kind of focuses on how you can increase damage capabilities. So instead of focusing on distinct characteristics of dependents, I think we focused on making them stronger. So I do hear what our players are saying. We won't just focus on DPS, but we want to create other standards to diversify our descendants. And for each standard, we want a descendant to stand out so that each descendant has their strong point and they have their own distinct characteristics. So would the dev team like to add on anything on this issue?
네, 아무래도
Okay,
말씀해 주신 부분에 저희도 많이
Yes,
Pero básicamente el vato dijo que tratan de balancear a los personajes de acuerdo a sus debilidades y también obviamente para incrementar el poder para que sigan siendo viables.
Because DPS has been our criteria, for example, Haley, she uses a huge firearm and she's a shooter. But for players,
좀 짧고 빠르게 적을 섬멸할 수
it would be better if she can move faster and annihilate monsters more quickly. So
그쪽으로 치우쳐 있는 부분이
I think this is where the descendant skills are skewed, and to make our descendants more distinctive with certain characteristics, that's pretty tricky.
이게 아마
We have active camouflage and a cold heart. That's how we try to
의심한 상태에서 저역총을
differentiate our
피해를 입히지만
characters. So with camouflaging, you can take undercover, but it helps you, avoid enemies. And for the cold-heartedness, I think that's what our descendants prefer most. So we learned that, this is what our users prefer, and the reason why you like the cold heart is because it's part of the aspects that relate to bringing out the identity of our characteristics. And for Raven,
특성을 살리는 쪽으로 생각을 하고 있습니다.
so for Raven, we also plan to bring out her characteristics. So we need more contents for camouflage shooting, right?
비슷합니다.
Ya, pues que es mucha traducción, güey.
다음 숙제는 차가운 심장은
Now for cold heart,
보완하는데 그대로 두세요.
just leave it at that, where Haley could, use it when
빛날 수 있는 새로운 콘텐츠를
she's
이게 저희의 다음
doing more action, and I think we'll put that on our list to tackle in our upcoming updates.
트리거 모듈 이야기가 나왔는데
Now for trigger modules,
이게 시즌 3로 들어오면서
in season 3, trigger modules and the ancestor modules, it was the key farming goal, so it
생각을 합니다.
had more importance.
그 지금 사용되지 않는
Now for
희귀 궁극 모듈
regular rare
계획을 가지고 있고
ultimate models, we plan to improve it so that it can have more usability. So for modules and descendants, we want to balance that in an ideal way.
네, 이어서 이 계승자들의 성능을 강화할 수 있는
Now,
모듈 개선.
for
No,
improving
obviamente no.
models to improve descendant stats, I think we need to talk about this in the module part. Sorry, I went to another topic.
모듈 쪽에서 이야기를 좀 나누고요. 네.
Yeah, we'll go back to this topic on the module part.
La IA no sirve.
그리고 그 다음은 이제 지금 밸런스 작업을 하면서 스킬 개수
And when balancing,
파워 크리프가 일어나서
there's a power creep because most of our work is centered on modifiers, but we need improvements on the skill powers of our descendants. So maybe developing our descendants in a different way might be more interesting for our players.
이 부분도 저희가 지금 다음 턴에는 이런 성장
So I think in our next update, our skill development content, I think will raise the bar for this.
네.
We are preparing for that, right?
네. 답변을 좀 해줄 수 있나요?
I think we could get an answer from the dev team.
네. 저 아리아느님이 질문해주신 내용 자체.
Yes, on what Arianne mentioned, he mentioned that
좀 장비나 이런 외부 요소로 인해서
equipments or other aspects,
올리고 싶다 한 것으로.
we want to use them more to increase the stats of our descendants. I think that's what he told us. So currently, most of our equipments are common items. So
강화 단계 증가나
just simply increasing levels or simply increasing stats.
할 것 같고요.
I think there's going to be an overall increase. And in this process, some of the descendants that we did not intend to develop, sometimes their stats increase. Now, in the past, for Fallen Hope, Freyna was had some weapons that she can use, and there were some other external components that Bunny can use.
이러한 방향을 좀 더 원하시는 것으로 이해를.
So I think I understood it
Hasta
that
lo voy a
way, like
resumir,
you
¿no? Que
want
ver.
certain characters to use certain modules or weapons so that they
Las
have their
preguntas sí están,
distinct
¿no?
identity. Oh wait, I think something was mixed up.
네. 그렇다면은 단순 그 계승자 성장 자체에
Okay, then going back,
대한 니즈를
then
Es que siento
you
que les
meant
dieron
you
demasiado
want
foco a los
more diversity
a los
in
YouTubers.
descendant growth or development. Now currently,
좀 많이 낮아.
you also mentioned that external components value decreased, and for this,
외장 부품 자체의
initially, the balancing pie for balancing components, it was small when we were developing the components. So,
부품의 발동 조건도 좀 복잡하고.
and in order to activate it, the process was very complicated.
좀더 늘리고.
Moving on, we plan to focus more on balancing the external components and improving its performance.
네. 또 다른 이야기 없으시면
So if anyone, you don't have any more comments, I think we can move on to the
Aquí se
next
están
question.
mamando, güey.
I think because we have a lot of questions, my brain is kind of fried. Sorry, so I would like to ask for your understanding. A lot of stuff coming in. And something else that was brought up was Bunny's kick. Like every time there's a mechanism change, there's a new point of excitement for the players. So every time we develop our descendants, we want their unique skills and abilities to be developed. I completely agree with this premise.
다음 지금 준비하고 계신 세레나나
So for Serena or Blair that's coming up,
어떤 것들을 좀 준비하고 계실지.
is there anything that you have in mind for these two characters?
네, 일단 세레나 같은 경우
Well, for Serena,
답변하시기 전에
oh, sorry, before your answer,
좀 더 천천히 얘기하시다.
sorry, can you speak a little bit more slowly?
뭐가 어려우니까 네, 조금 천천히 해주시고 네, 빨리 생각하셔야 돼요. 네.
Okay, did you have some time to come up with your answer? Okay,
탄약을
for
수 있는 능력
Serena, she already has the ability to supply her bullets.
탄에 그렇게 영향을 받는 계승자.
De hecho, no son los que
So
aceptaron.
she's
¿eh?
not.
특정 계승자나 뭐 리워크 리밸런스를 할 때
So when we do rebalancing, for characters
문제가 있을 경우에는
who need to use firearms,
아니면 재장전을 생략하거나 아니면 특정 스킬로 재장전을 하거나
if we need certain skills when they need to
따라서 이게 아까 말씀하신
reload their bullets,
TPS로 한 축으로 이동을 하게 되면
when we focus this on a certain TPS, it becomes pretty uniform. Most of the actions in our characters,
무한탄 있는 글레이
like Glay with infinite ammo,
뽑기 위해서 이 다른 스탯의 어떤 효과만으로
With simply stats, we can't cover everything.
대략 한 4배 정도의
I think
효과를 줘야지만
we need to increase the effects fourfold so that infinite ammo dominance can actually help other descendants catch up. So on infinite ammo, we did have this in mind in the early stages, and for firearm dealers, we do have this in mind. But for firearm descendants,
No,
they
todavía
don't
falta.
only use firearms but Inés, Valvi, and
Esto
Viesa,
fue nada más un evento de
they
aniversario.
do shoot,
Todo
but
entra el
they
15.
are
Y
skilled
ya lo demás llega hasta
dealers.
agosto, febrero y así.
Now, they
Yo,
have
febrero,
damage
pendejo, agosto,
capabilities,
septiembre,
but
octubre
they
y
also
así.
shoot at the same time. So infinite ammo build or
한 축으로 이쪽이 쏠린다라고 하는 부분은 저희도 굉장히
damage capabilities being skewed to one aspect is something that we do need to work on.
네, 이야기하시면서 또 그 몰개성화 뭐 얘기 쪽도 같이 좀.
Yes, I think the issue of our descendants lacking characteristics was also brought up. Sorry, we have some hands raised up, still a lot of answers to give. I just want to clear something up.
남성과 여성 계승자.
For female and male descendants, there's
팀이 선호하는.
I just want to clear an issue on that. You said that the dev team has they like a certain gender better, but that's a misunderstanding.
네, 하지만 남성 계승자들이 현재
But for male descendants,
Ahí entran las tangas, básicamente.
they lag behind in terms of meta.
사실이기도 하니까요.
That is the truth.
밸런스에서 좀 챙겨주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
So I hope that in terms of balancing, they get better specs as well. And Luna,
주셨잖아요. 그
I think we did answer that one.
킬런하고
Keelan,
카일입니다.
yes, and Kyle.
네, 버프 좀 하실 거라고.
네.
We're gonna buff them.
주셨어요.
AJAX도
And
이 되는 부분이 있죠.
we're going to improve Ajax, right? Not his skill necessarily, but he uses a trigger module.
개선이 좀 있을 예정입니다.
But we're gonna improve his trigger model. It's a supply fortress.
네.
Ajá.
이제 좀 다시 질문을 듣고.
Güey, esta ronda siento que ya están diciendo
I
mamadas
think we need
en
to
Chile.
listen to the questions and then give some answers.
Yeah. Thank you, Dev Team, for answering all these difficult questions. And let's get some opinions from Sen.
O sea, es que están divagando
overall, I
mucho.
understand balancing the descendants is really, really hard to do. My question is about Serena and her upcoming transcendent modules, and maybe we can get some insider info on those, or like a sneak peek into what they're going to be.
¿Qué preguntó el güey?
Maybe we can get some insider info on those, or like a sneak peek into what they're going to be.
Te se va a dar un
I
vistacito.
hear
Ok.
what you said about the fact that like Viesa, Valvi can play gun, but like they can also play skill. Now if we go on the other
Sí,
side,
sí, sí, ya.
Glay can play weapon, not as efficiently as Viesa Ines, for example. But what about the skill part of those descendants then? And also something that I would mention that's been a topic on the community for a long time ago, which is like on Dia force abilities and Blood and Iron force abilities. On the controller, you have to use both stick, and like the most a lot of people mention me this, and they want to use only the right stick rather than both sticks, since
Ok,
it is
esto
more
es
natural
movilidad.
to use only the right stick for
Se
it.
supone, pero es que el Chile. La neta, güey, se me figura cuando hicieron el debate en México, güey. O sea, en vez de hacer preguntas, los vatos están haciendo como. Miren, güey, yo sé más del juego. Yo sí le sé. Yo pregunto lo chido. O sea, siento que eso fueron, güey. Y pues, no, está chido, la neta. Entonces, la neta, ya esta parte se me hace más como que. Ya no saben ni qué contestar, pobres coreanos, güey.
After hearing the responses, he gave an opinion about Glay as we said that descendants can do various things, but Glay when she is using a weapon, it's not as efficient as when like Viesa is using a weapon, but those other powerful descendants, they got skill buffs as well. So it's kind of not being balanced is something I think what Seven was saying. And another
Bueno,
part
el Zen
was
preguntó que si van a dar un
blood and
vistacito de
iron
Serena
on the
y el otro vato
controller.
preguntó sobre un problema de movilidad con el control, que al parecer la cámara se mueve raro, pero eso sí, ni puta idea, yo no juego con control.
Feels much more right to just use one stick. So yeah,
Es que ni siquiera es tanto eso, güey. Te digo que, o sea, yo siento que fueron la neta y no me cae bien. Pero sin contar al Zen, a JLB y a este güey de lentes, son los únicos que hicieron preguntas interesantes, estos tres. Tanto este güey flaco, este vato y el Alisa nomás fueron a cagar el palo. La verdad.
For the 15th of July, right?
스포일러를 잠깐
Yes,
드리면은
that is about mid-air
분들이 상상을 하셨을 수도
strike. So many people might have imagined it. So it's a skill.
스킬 딜러용
When Serena moves in the air, in mid-air, you get to strike, do an air strike. And another one is Serena has a good AoE damage, but then when it comes to single
좀더 보완을 하면서
target damage, it's a little limited. So we want to improve that.
네, 그리고 다음
Alrighty.
중에
So moving on to the next question.
비에사나 벨비가
Viesa and Velvi, Inez, Bunny are all popular gun DPS.
반면에 이제 글레이가
On the other hand, Glay,
이런 다른 총기 딜러들에 비해
compared to other gun DPS, even though Glay is a pure gun DPS, is not being utilized as much. So what's going to be our plan with Glay? That was a question. So to answer this, actually there are two types of gun DPS.
개발팀이 직접 해주시죠.
I'd like to hear from the dev team.
Es que no es eso, lo organizaron mal, güey. Te digo, o sea, mi gusto era, ok, cada uno tiene dos preguntas, se chingó.
총기를
Viesa.
드렸던 것처럼 총기를
Ya se volvió a caer, puta madre.
Viesa.
드렸던 것처럼 총기를 쏘지만
They are shooters,
Yeah,
but
gracias.
their damage is solely based on their skill power. And these skill power based dealers are quite strong these days. And dealers who are based on the guns power is seeing a little bit of weakness these days. So I think you are saying that Glaze skill based builds are a little weak. Am I understanding correctly? Did I understand your question correctly?
Is that correct? I think
Yeah. So basically, what I mentioned is like, I'm gonna elaborate on this. It is like gun descendant that mostly gun support for the skill damage has no limit. Glay has a limit that is like 220% of like this is scale of the HP, and this is the limit, 220%. It won't go higher than this, except if I can higher my firearm damage, which is completely other thing. But there is a cap on like the firearm based, like the true firearm based damage, rather than like the firearm doing skill damage that can be evolved with like skill power and stuff like this. So
preguntan mamadas
it
más
feels
ese güey.
like Valby, Bunny, Viesa, Ines can like still like getting stronger and stronger on the gunning part. And like with Glay, we're keeping at the same
Sí, ese güey está
level.
preguntando, empezó muy bien, güey, lástima. O sea, básicamente el vato está diciendo que por qué Glade tiene un tope de daño, que es el multiplicador que te pone con su módulo ancestral y, trascendental y eso. Y el otro pendejo sigue diciendo, o sea, personajes como Valby, como Inés, como Viesa no tienen límite de daño porque con los ancestrales puedes incrementar más y más y más y más el poder. Y como hacen daño elemental, pues todo el rato está incrementando su daño. Pero el pendejo no considera que Glade tiene otro tipo de poder. De entrada, mete poder dimensional, sin atributos cada que dispara. De entrada. Ajá, sí. Pero a eso voy. O sea, no considera que de entrada Serena tiene un multiplicador de daño ridículamente alto, que hace que cualquier arma esté rota. Serena es un gunner igual que Glay. Glay tiene un potenciador ridículo que es las balas infinitas, además de que ya mete daño elemental. Mete daño sin atributos y también daño singular. El otro gunner, ¿quién sería? Ajax. Ajax, no mames, con base en su defensa, cuanta más defensa tiene, más daño mete, más debuffos mete y por ende también hace más daño que las otras viejas. Las tres bitches que menciono, incluyendo a Bonnie también si le quieren meter en ese saco, no es que busten el arma, es que busten el daño elemental que tiene el personaje. Es una herramienta más en caso de que quieras jugarla con armas, se puede, para la gente que quiere eso. ¿Cómo me cagan los pendejos que están mamando siempre con que es que por qué esta también se puede usar con... Pues no la uses, güey, ya, o sea, tan sencillo. Entonces... me está picando la mano.
in itself. So, transcendent weapon is likely to give opportunity for the soul gun DPS players to be popular again.
네, 그리고 또 하나
O sea,
질문은
tan sencillo que es, no
And
la
the next
uses.
question was about
No, no busca
Daya
las
and
armas, y no es el daño que
Glay's
hace, es con sus habilidades y ya está.
네, 이거는 저도 이제 계시는 지금 전투 리드 디자이너분과
Well, I
찾아가서
actually talk about this topic quite often. I kind of complain about it to the combat lead designers because it's very inconvenient when controlling using the pads. We'll try to find out a solution for that.
No busca daño de armas, no te incrementa el daño de armas. Lo que hace daño es Inés como tal con
근데
su poder de
hold on.
habilidad y ya.
두 개 있어요.
There are two questions that you haven't addressed yet.
루나
Oh, Luna.
루나랑 동기화
Synchronization stats.
루나
Yes.
먼저 그러면 루나부터.
Can we start with Luna?
자, 제가 며칠 전에
Actually, a few days ago,
저희 여러분의 그 영상들은
I do watch all videos that you guys are posting. And a few days ago, I saw the tier table of descendants posted by X Elisa, and you put it Luna at the very top.
La verdad sí ya me están desesperando un poquito las preguntas que están haciendo porque están preguntando pura mamada, insisto. O sea, es que, de verdad, o sea, yo, la verdad, pensé que los más pendejos iban a ser en serie en Alisa. En Alisa no decepcionó, pero la neta, las mejores preguntas las ha hecho Zen, las ha hecho el otro barbón, el LGB, creo que se llama, el GB, y el vato de lentes. Aparte de preguntar, el vato ya dio varias como alternativas o soluciones. Entonces, la verdad es que el Zen me sorprendió muy para bien.
Is very, very, very weak, and I just think needs a complete rework to make it an actual viable gunning build. Is what I would say for Luna, at least.
Al chile lo iba a regresar para ver qué preguntó, pero yo creo que no.
Thank you so much for your valuable opinion.
네, 캐릭터를 담당하고
We'll
계시는
take that to our
팀장님께 한번 전달을
team
바로
manager who's in charge of the character
말씀해
building.
주시는 부분에 공감을 하고요.
Es que de verdad no entiendo, güey. O sea,
Agree with you. The
te dan
skill
herramientas con un
and
personaje para que...
and for
Yo creo que sí, güey.
and about the
Este vato de
content
lentes ha hecho
and
muy buenos comentarios, güey. Te digo, estos tres son los que han hecho las mejores preguntas y comentarios. La neta, me sorprendieron los tres. Estos tres pendejos, no. O sea, este vato nomás fue a quejarse y a desahogarse. Este güey fue a cagar el palo y a preguntar mamadas. Y este güey fue a hacer preguntas de alguien que no sabe jugar, güey.
네, 힘내주시고요.
All right.
O sea, pero definitivamente alguien que no le sabe al juego.
Moving on to the next one, synchronization.
La neta, sí, echamos un Nevernos.
스킬 구조를 개선하면
So when improving the skill
체급들이 올라가.
¿Y
stats,
quieren que resuma esto? No, hombre, qué verga.
하기도 하고.
we sometimes lower the sync,
¿Quién es Homero Simpson?
and for descendants with lower skill stats, we increase their sync values
큰 밸런스 패치는 하지 않았지만
so that even without a huge balancing,
성능
the descendants could enjoy higher performance using ancestors module. So when this descendant is up for candidate as
Sí, se rifó con las
the
preguntas.
rework, that we sometimes adjust their sync downward. So
할 수 없는데 저희가 상향식으로 했을 때의 가장 큰
when
어려움은
it comes to just increasing the sync on and on, then it could really
평성을 맞추는 것보다 더 어려운 점은
hurt
계승자들의
the content direction.
올라감에 따라서
So
컨텐츠들이 다 붕괴하는 것이죠.
it could really
No, las preguntas no las voy a resumir, ¿no? Solamente voy a resumir lo del parche de mañana, lo que mostraron del roadmap y ya, güey. Las preguntas no. ¿Qué va?
of the descendants.
Porque al final
only
de cuentas, estas preguntas simplemente son como para ver qué cambios, o sea, bueno, se supone que eran para ver qué cambios quería la comunidad. O sea, estos 6 güeyes iban a ser la voz de los seguidores y la neta nada más 3 de esos 6 han preguntado cosas buenas. Y siendo sinceros, el único que ha propuesto algo es este güey, el de lentes. O sea, hace preguntas y propone.
기능 같은 것들이
the utilities of the
부분들에 대해서는 충분히 이해하고
modules are going down, and we understand that there is a inconvenience caused by this. So we are
있을까가 사실 개발팀이 지금
actually the one big question in our mind is how to solve this. We're trying to minimize the inconvenience as much as possible, but we weren't able
Pensé
to
que iban a
come
ser
up
más
with
interesantes.
the perfect solution yet. So we'd like to hear more from you about how you would approach this as
Estoy
well.
esperando a ver si van a
So
enseñar
we'll do
también
our
algo
best
más.
to solve this issue.
이야기를
So
하실
is there any other things you would like to add on?
아니면 또 네, 스트리머 분들께서 주실 의견이
If not, can we hear more from the creators?
Yeah, and I think Alyssa has something additional to say. Could you add on this? Yeah, let's wait for Alyssa's mic to open. There we go.
Sorry about that. I was going to ask a question that was a little bit unrelated to what you were saying. The question that I was going to ask was, will roles come back inside of this style of gameplay going forward? Stuff like having tanks, supports, crowd controls, and all that sort of stuff. And would the dev team consider adding the lab for multiplayer? So being able to go into the lab with duo, trio, or squad, so you can like test setups and synergies and stuff like that between squad mates and stuff like that.
Yeah, thank you. After I get another question from Arianne, I'll organize it and send it to the dev team. 예, 아리아느님도 한번 말씀.
Over to you, Ariane.
네, 이어지는 질문인데요.
Yes, it's a follow-up question regarding the ancestors module's sync value.
그 사실 퍼스트 디센던트가 너프에 관해서 굉장히
Regarding nerf, I know that TFD is quite cautious
성각사 수치와
about
성각자 모델 같은 경우에는
nothing.
칼리버를 통해서
So
거래를 하는 거잖아요.
we use
그런데
Caliber to trade the
너프가 됐을
ancestor
때
module, and when there is enough, it kind of makes the users frustrated.
밸런스를 조절할 때
So when adjusting the balance, using ancestor module makes sense. I do understand that. However,
그 밸런스 딜적인 문제를 성각자를 통해서 잡는 것보다는 너프를
rather than approaching this way,
어렵겠지만
I know it's going to be very challenging. Maybe the community might not take it very well, but if you
너프를 좀 하는 게 맞지 않나 싶기도 하고요. 아니면
implement a nerf,
성각자 모듈의
maybe it would be a better approach.
일부 옵션
Or maybe part of the options for the ancestor module, for example, MP or HP,
재사용 대기 시간 감소
and cooldown
아니면 지속 시간은 좀
reduction,
안될것 같긴 하거든요. 이런
maybe those could be used
유틸적인 옵션은 동기화 수치
as enough options. So say you only apply enough to the deal part, whereas you leave the utility part intact.
감사합니다.
That was my comment. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다, 아리아느님. Yeah. So.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Oh, and we also have an additional comment from Seven. Yeah, please add on this.
A ver, la última, creo.
I would like to elaborate more on what Ariane mentioned about like the ancestor mode and the synchronization value. which is linked to the descendant, the synchronization value more. Like I think we kind of went through a barrier of like 1.9 in terms of the maximum synchronization value. We should potentially never go, in my opinion. That's my opinion. And I think lower the ancestor mode a little bit, like all the synchronization value, the standard synchronization value being like a little bit lower could be good and like more healthy for the games, such as like making the ancestor mode more like an enhancing part of your build by the synchronization value, and like more this than like the major part of the damage that you get on your descendant, because this ancestor modules bring a tremendous amount of like damage to your build. Like this is a really important part.
Pues sí, pero también con eso limitas quién va a estar roto y quién no.
Thank you. So let me divide it. So Alyssa kind of gave an opinion about whether, you know, like roles could be possible in the game, like having a tank, having a dealer, having like a crowd control descendant. And so each having kind of like an RPG kind of style role within the game, would that be possible?
Lo recordaremos.
And another thing is maybe, you know, going to the lab and not just alone, but like with duo, trio, going with a party and then testing out builds together. So that was
Sí, es la primera y la última. Sí, se ve que ya están hartos los devs.
Ariana and Seven, they gave additional opinions regarding the ancestors module and the synchronization values. So ancestors modules.
El francés preguntó por los módulos trascendentales y el valor de sincronización.
It's all related to calibers. So ancestors, if you buy really expensive ancestors module and it's all about getting nerfs and those kind of complicated things that happen, it's really not an exciting experience for the players. So Ariana kind of said that maybe we should even consider kind of going to nerfs, since everything is linked together, ancestors modules and the power of the descendants. So maybe opinions to the MP, like utility options, maybe not affecting the models is one of the things that can do. And Seven kind of added to that opinion, saying as the ancestors modules.
O sea, lo del el valor de sincronización es que es muy fácil responderle, insisto, le dan mucho rollo también los devs. Tan sencillo como, ¿no creen que deberían cambiar los valores de sincronización para hacer que los ancestrales sean más fáciles? No. ¿Y ya? Tan sencillo, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque no vas a comparar el daño que hace Enzo con el daño que hace Día de una ulti. Se chingó. Día hace mucho daño, bájale poquito el poder a los ancestrales. Enzo pega una mierda, súbele un chingo el poder a los ancestrales. Y ya. Tan fácil, güey. Pero también los devs se explayan demasiado hablando, güey.
First of all, on rules. TFD was not a game that had distinct roles. So whether it be a stronger tank support or crowd control, this kind of multiplay style is not what we're going for, but at the moment, all descendants with a high DPS and then played as just having high capabilities is something that we need to improve. So, as I said, jobs, there are distinct characteristics. We need to develop them, so depending on different descendants, players should be able to enjoy play in a group with different characteristic descendants. So I think this is what we need to do to improve. We need to focus on content to improve this problem as well. So before we move on to another issue, does anyone else like to add on to this?
Loco, les dije en un tweet varias veces, ¿por qué invitan a ese pendejo?
And then the next is about the
Ahora hay más gente que me caga, maldita sea.
Personally, I think
Ay, güey.
there are times where we need to nerf,
¿yo pa' qué?
to be honest with you. But as a person who is in charge of this service, it's hard to make bold decisions.
얘기를 주신 것 같고 아리안느님이.
And I think Ariane really related
vamos a
to this kind of struggle, but
비싼 돈을 들여서
and you did mention that even when you use a lot of money and you use up a lot of your time and effort
훼손하는
to get an ancestor mod, and then a nerf happens
Nah.
where your ancestor mod depreciates. That's
Miren, la verdad, al que hayan llevado, al que sea, güey. Mira, no se me ocurre ningún otro creador más querido de TFD que Moxie, güey. Porque ni siquiera la galleta también tiene haters. Yo creo que el creador de TFD más querido fue Moxie por mucho. Porque ese güey ya era famoso y ese güey puso en el mapa TFD. Se chingó. Al que hubieran llevado, no van a estar a gusto. Ni aunque hubiera ido yo, ni aunque hubiera ido quien sea, no hubieran estado a gusto. Porque la perspectiva que tiene un güey, o sea, un youtuber en este caso, es muy diferente que la perspectiva a la que van a tener ustedes. Estos güeyes se dedican a jugar TFD. Les pagan por eso. Ustedes quieren ver builds de un cabrón que le sabe. Quieren... O sea, las preguntas que van a tener la mayoría del chat no son iguales que las que va a tener un youtuber. Un youtuber usualmente va a hacer preguntas, digo, a menos de que estés pendejo como el Alisa o como este güey, vas a hacer preguntas basadas en el show. Por ejemplo, el Zen hizo preguntas interesantes sobre dar un poquito más de hype, o sea, como que configuraciones o recomendaciones para que el juego mejore, no tanto de, es que esto está muy roto y hay que nerfearlo. Eso es estar pendejo, porque es darte un balazo en las patas, güey. Sí, güey, French Reaper hubieran llevado al pinche Hans, güey. Hubieran llevado al... Hay un chino que siempre trae gorra, que no me acuerdo cómo se llama. Bueno, creo que es gringo, pero tiene cara de chino, entonces hubieran llevado a ese güey. O sea, había un chingo de gente que pudieron haber llevado en vez de la Lisa y en vez de ahora al francés este, y también a este güey. Tampoco entiendo por qué lo llevaron. O sea, ahora inicio haciendo contenido. O sea, para la verga, la verdad. Yo casi ya no veo. Pues ya no veo builds porque si no dicen que me las copio, güey. O sea, yo lo que voy es que no tiene sentido que hagas comentarios o preguntas para nerfear el juego, ¿sabes? Entendería que un güey casual haga esas preguntas. O que un güey que no es youtuber. Porque, ¿qué prefieren, güey? ¿Verme a mí como pendejo batallando en una misión, tardándome 20 minutos en matar al coloso? Bueno, los 10 minutos que tienes para matar al coloso, al tormentor. O ver que de un chingazo de Sharon le baje media vida. Le baje 3/4 de vida. Pues, obviamente prefieren ver show, güey. Ahora, como jugador entiendo que a lo mejor no todos tienen el mismo tiempo para darle... O sea, en darle tanto tiempo... A ver si tienen tanga. O sea, no tiene sentido que te tomes tanto tiempo en preguntar pendejadas sobre el modo competitivo, como dice Levac, en nerfear cosas y así, cuando tus seguidores probablemente te están haciendo otras preguntas, güey. Y repito, las preguntas que van a tener ustedes muy probablemente no son las mismas que voy a tener yo. Yo en lo personal hubiera hecho preguntas sobre el tradeo, por ejemplo. Porque, seamos sinceros, la única razón por la que Warframe es el top es porque tiene un tradeo bien cabrón. La única razón por la que Counter sigue vivo después de tantos años es por el mercado que tienen. A mí me hubiera gustado preguntarles si tienen pensado a lo mejor vender ítems dentro de Steam, por ejemplo, más opciones para tradear cosas, o sea, eso es lo que hace que los juegos vendan. Los juegos solamente venden por competitivo o porque es negocio. Y ya, se chingó. Si hay forma de que yo me meta a este juego y pueda sacar varo de aquí, mucha gente se va a meter a jugarlo y mucha gente va a tryhardear. Así de simple. Sí, si le quitas el tradeo a Warframe, es que el juego que sea, güey, a Destiny también eso lo mantenía vivo un chingo de tiempo. Si le quitas el tradeo a Counter, o sea que ya no se pueden vender skins y las cajas y todo eso, te aseguro que Counter para mañana desaparece, güey. O sea, yo hubiera preguntado cosas más o menos para ese rumbo, o sea, estaría chido, estaría de huevos, de hecho me mamaría que se pudieran vender armas ya buildeadas a través del mercado de Steam, estaría de huevos, güey. Te aseguro que sería el juego más jugado, porque tiene personajes buenos, tiene culos buenos, tiene buena historia, buena trama, buenas armas, o sea, en general le pone una chinga tanto a Destiny como a Warframe. Solamente pierde con Destiny y en Warframe en muy poquitas cosas. Si le metieron un tradeo dentro de Steam, te aseguro que esta mamada la rompe, pero feo, o sea, explota este pinche juego.
We try to give a prior notice and tell our players that this was something that was not foreseen, and it might be a bug that we need to.
Pero es que es lo que les digo, o sea, yo estoy pensando como youtuber, güey. O sea, yo estoy pensando que quiero que esta madre crezca, quiero que me vea más gente, quiero tener más seguidores. A lo mejor un cabrón que tenga muy poco tiempo para jugar va a decir, chinga tu madre, yo no quiero que metan más tradeo porque voy a tener que gastarme mi quincena del jale en mejorar a mi mona culona, pues come pito, güey. A eso me refiero con que no tiene sentido que inviten youtubers para... O sea, para esto no. Si los iban a invitar para hacer show, para hacer preguntas pendejas, adelante, todo bien. Pero el hecho de que los tomen como que vamos a tomar 6 cabrones para que sean la voz de la comunidad, no. No se puede.
Need to do a structural reform for certain descendants.
그 전에 올려놓은 성각자 모듈 수치를 어떻게 할 것이냐.
Before we do that, we need to think about what to do with the ancestor mods.
그 성각자 동기화 모드.
If we increase the sync value,
그러면 이 계속
Voy a ponerles la de Naruto, güey. Si se atreven a nerfear los ancestrales, me mato. Es que quien llevaran, güey, no importa. Te aseguro que quien llevaran no importa.
We also need to consider stabilizing. We're not saying that we're not going to change anything forever. That's not the point. We just
No, la neta,
shouldn't make
estos
the
tres güeyes hicieron
situation
buenas
where
preguntas.
where
Estos tres se
everything's
rifaron.
just so
La verdad.
flexible that our
El
players
Zen me
can't
sorprendió
predict
muy
what's
para
gonna
bien.
happen.
Me sigue cayendo
We just
gordo,
want
pero me
to
sorprendió muy para
make
bien
our
ese güey.
players feel safe because they can somewhat expect what's going to happen to their descendants or
Que no saben cuando son hacks o es que el jugador es muy bueno. Es cosa pues, normal, güey. O sea, pues, hay que estar muy pendejo para creer que tú eres el mejor, güey. O sea, siempre va a haber alguien que te va a ganar. Yo lo digo mamando, siempre. O sea, siempre que digo yo soy el mejor o el mamás así, lo digo mamando. Pero es obvio que va a haber alguien que es mejor que tú.
And then if there are any developments, we'll make sure you guys have updates.
Yeah, really, thank you, director, dev team, and the creators for giving such really invaluable feedback related to Descendants. So, yeah, I don't see any hands
Hola,
right
chico.
now. So
Gracias por la donación,
it's
pa.
been about like almost 3 hours since we began, and I'm not going to end this, but yeah, we got much more interesting topics to cover. We got weapons, we got cosmetics, but I think it is time to have a short. It's going to be 15 minutes. It may not be short, but a small toilet break so that everyone can get some water, take a
Bien, bien. Volvió a explotar.
small rest, and then hey guys, thank you for sticking with this for so long. Let's get a break and then come back and then discuss more about TFD. Thank you, everyone. We'll see everyone in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Ok, a mi gusto les dieron demasiado foco, güey. La neta ya se habían cansado los devs. Ok, tenemos 15 minutos. La neta, a mi gusto, sí, van a empezar a mostrar cosillas ahora sí, al menos. Les dieron demasiado foco, güey. Demasiado tiempo les dieron a los güeyes estos que invitaron. La neta era para que, no sé, güey, 2 preguntas cada uno, 3 preguntas cada uno y ya, la burger. O sea, revisa bien qué vas a preguntar y es todo. Y qué pésima alineación escogieron, la verdad. Sí, ya se acabaron. Nah, no le hace falta. O sea, si estaría chido, pues sí, no resta. Digo, si no le quieres jugar, no lo juegues. Pero falta no le hace, güey. ¿Para qué, güey? Más ir a darles vistas. Te rebelas. Te rebelas contra los devs. Le sube la canción. Pa, 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 pa. O sea, la neta, la alineación que llevaron no me gusta. Ah, que pata, déjale bajo tantito. Que no sé si esta madre tenga copy, güey. Ahí está. Son las preguntas que mandamos nosotros. No, creo que esas no las van a leer. Esas, si no me equivoco, son... O sea, les llega el feedback a ellos, las van a revisar y ya van a empezar a meter cambios dependiendo de lo que digamos y eso. Ah, no se acaba, güey, espérate. Ah, la neta no... Sin contar, repito, al Zen, al Babo, como le dicen, al Barbón, y al güey de lentes, no me acuerdo cómo se llama. La neta, fueron los únicos que hicieron preguntas buenas. No, ahorita regresan. Es que yo insisto, les dieron demasiado tiempo para preguntar cosas, güey. Quiero pensar que sí. que sí, de plano hicieron preguntas bien pendejas, güey. O sea, de plano hicieron preguntas que, o sea, eso lo haría alguien que no sabe jugar, ¿sabes? O sea, preguntas de que si van a nerfear los ancestrales y eso, no te mames, güey. Mi señor Satanás. Un descendiente vato, por último pistolas, balas, para que haga atención para mí. Vatos no creo que metan, güey. Hay muy poca gente que le gusta jugar con personajes masculinos. Muy, muy poca. Sí, como que ese güey también trae pleito casado con Alisa y no lo culpo. La neta sí cae mal ese güey. ¿No viste que el vato se puso una bolsa negra en la cabeza, güey? Pues que, pues, así que te das puta, ¿cuántas vistas tienen? Pues tampoco, güey. Sí, creo, güey, la neta. ¿No viste el vato? O sea, mírale la carita, güey. Míralo, güey, está sudando, está todo brilloso, güey. O sea, ¿cómo veo el mensaje fijado? Pues, según yo, igual. Debería estar igual. También debería aparecer hasta arriba en el chat. A ver. No sé qué teléfono tengas, pero a mí me aparece hasta abajo en el chat fijado. Literalmente hasta abajo. Sí, me aparece el chat completo y hasta abajo está mi mensaje fijado y ya. No, pues que cada quien, pero o sea, la neta, los personajes masculinos casi no se ven porque no venden, pues, o sea, no. La gente no los juega, no compran sus skins, pues obviamente no van a. Todas cifradas, ya no tocan en su. Fueras veranos. Sepa la verga. Ah, pues nomás dale clic encima del mensaje y ya. Alaric. Le das clic encima del mensaje y te aparece el mensaje completo. Sí los han hecho jugables. Eugene está muy roto. Esiemo también está bueno. De hecho, Esiemo es prácticamente farmeo en automático y ya. Pero aún así la gente no los usa. Otra ronda seguramente. No creo que vuelvan a hacer otro evento así, la verdad. O sea, de que inviten gente y eso lo dudo mucho. Es que no vale la pena porque no se van a jugar, güey, insisto. Sí, van a darle un buff a Blair y a Serena el 15. O sea, no lo van a hacer, güey, porque no venden, insisto. Las builds de vatos que llegué a subir, prácticamente ninguna se vio, güey. Eugene, 1400. Yo sé que es para el modo Onslaught. Bueno, decíamos sí, pero cuando salió, nomás. Y nada más fue una build la que se vio y ya. Pero cuando subí, por ejemplo... ¿A quién subí? Mira, Killan era el personaje más rápido para tornarse el desatatormentas. Y ni así, güey. Ni así. So, you know. No es el problema, insisto, no venden, no son nada rentables, güey. Pues es el pedo. Si no es rentable, pues no se va a usar. Van a enseñar las armas, supongo que las armas que van a reworkear y a Serena, quiero pensar. No creo que enseñen armas trascendentales. Yo creo que todavía no las tienen. Ajá, falta que enseñen los bikinis también y todo eso. Una skin de Alemania. No, pues que cada quien ve lo que quiere. O sea, yo subo las builds de todos porque, pues, para dar... Es que es lo que insisto. Yo les doy alternativas para si quieren jugarlas o no. Ya si la usan es muy su pedo y me vale pito. Yo sigo esa filosofía con el juego. Por ejemplo, Bonnie se puede usar con armas. Ah, pues todo bien, a mí no me gusta. Yo la llevo con habilidades y ya. Pero tampoco voy a estar chillando de que... Ay, es que ¿por qué Bonnie se puede usar con armas? Pues no la juegues y ya, pendejo. Es que ¿por qué ahora Viesa se puede jugar con armas? Pues juégala con habilidades y ya. O sea, tan sencillo. Hubo un pendejo de estos que creo que fue el francés precisamente, que pregunta que por qué Bonnie hace más daño con armas que Gley o que Serena. Digo, pues, ¿qué pinche planeta vives, güey? Pues si Serena se funde prácticamente cualquier misión. Gley ni se diga. No creo que regresen a esas skins, mapacho. O sea, sí hicieron preguntas muy pendejas, la verdad. No todos, obvio, pero sí como que nomás fueron a decir pura estupidez, güey. Y, o sea, lo malo es que esos güeyes como los ve mucha gente, bueno, no, los ve gente. Luego esas opiniones pendejas se andan regando por el chat. Y luego hay imbéciles que en el chat de juego me dicen que Luna es mejor que Yujin de support y digo, los güeyes de plano mastican agua. Que todos cúrense a huevo, que todos curen, que todos hagan daño, que todos revivan. Secreto Inés, si sigue pasando se remete ella sola. También pendejos, te digo, güey. Mira, yo ya perdí la esperanza, güey, cuando en el chat del juego un par de animales, ni me acuerdo quiénes eran, güey. Me estaban diciendo que Luna es mejor support que Yujin porque te incrementa más el daño de las habilidades. Y digo, verga, güey. No creo que vayan a volver. Según yo, las vendieron como exclusivas. Y cuando las skins se venden como exclusivas, hay una ley en Corea que te prohíbe. O sea, si anunciaste algo como que es de uso limitado, exclusivo así, hay una ley en Corea que no te permite volver a tradear con eso, bueno, negociar con eso. La tanga los pone pendejos. Sí, creo, güey. Luna es buenísima para tronar colosos y ya se chingó. Y eso para uno que otro coloso. Dale en Escape, o sea, en opciones. En cuenta, hay un botón que dice introducir cupón o introducir código, algo así. Sí, Yujin. A mi gusto, Yujin es la descripción perfecta de un support en un videojuego. El vato cura, revive rápido, hace daño, mete buffos, mete debuffos, tiene buen control de masas, hace invencible a tu equipo. Yujin es el mejor support que he visto en un videojuego. Soy de consola, pues igual, güey, dale en el botón de pausa. En las opciones donde cambias los gráficos y eso, la última opción. Casi perfecta, porque efectivamente es casi perfecto. Le faltan magums. Sí, pero, o sea, Yujin es el mejor support de un... O sea, la neta, he jugado con muchos supports en muchos videojuegos y a mi gusto Yujin es el mejor de todos, ¿eh? Pero por diferencia, además. Te insisto, las preguntas que hicieron, la neta, sí son una de dos, güey. Yo creo que estaban nerviosos o algo. O lo hicieron por trolear, la verdad. Yo creo que lo hicieron por trolear porque no me entra en la cabeza que un pinche youtuber te pida que nerfeen algo que da espectáculo, ¿sabes? O sea, no me entra en la cabeza que un youtuber quiera que nerfeen algo tan divertido como esto. Te lo juro, no me entra en la cabeza, perdón, que alguien pida que nerfeen algo así de divertido. La verdad. Sí siento que debes de tener un poquito de down, un pedo así, güey. Exactamente, esa pinche pendejada, güey. Quiten el pinche average porque para mí está bien fácil, güey. No mames. Ya nos vamos, pues ya que quiten el juego, güey, pues yo todo me lo paso cagado de risa. Por eso estoy diciendo, pero... O sea, ¿quieres hacer lo mismo? Pues chíngale, o compra un módulo bueno, o farmeale mucho. No puedes, bueno, pues por eso hay más opciones dentro del juego. Pero o sea, el hecho de que estés llorando por un módulo ancestral o por alguna pendejada así como lo del... El güey el pendejo que quería que quitaran el modo Bridge, o sea... Eran mamadas, güey. No, no me han invitado. Y que ni me inviten, no voy a ir. Coman verga. Prefiero quedarme acá, en mi chat. Ya con esto quedó claro que a los latinos les valemos chorizo, pues que coman pito, no los necesito. Pongan el código de creador, para que los coreanos sepan quién es el papá del juego. Vengan, pongan el código de creador. Ahí está en el chat ponido. Para que los coreanos sepan quién es el papá, güey. La Lisa quería que quitaran el modo Bridge, que porque para él ya está muy fácil y las recompensas no sirven. Y mientras tanto ves a un güey que acaba de empezar a jugar hace un mes, a huevo, en este modo puedo sacar un chingo de materiales azules para reajustar mis 2 ancestrales que tengo. Ah, pero don pendejo quiere que lo quiten porque ya, ¿no? Está muy fácil. Malo, que se mate. Qué hueva. Las cosas normales y difíciles tienen drones, porreteas, que se los hagan. Sí, es que sí jode, güey, la neta, o sea, pendejada. Sí, quiten Kingston ya, güey, también. A la mierda Kingston. Más las de 400 también a la mierda porque me las paso bien cagado de risa, güey. Acabo la misión de Kingston en 1 minuto. Quítenla ya a la mierda, güey. Yujin Algon. Yo ya lo he dicho muchas veces, güey. Estaría chido que les metieran tangas a los vatos. Para que las morras compren, güey. Yo lo he dicho muchas veces, estaría chido. Unas tangas de elefantitos para los vatos, güey. Quitaban las infiltraciones, es cierto. Bueno, pero eso era porque estaban de hueva, la verdad. Era horrible farmar infiltraciones. Ey. Pero las invasiones es porque ya cumplieron su ciclo, o sea, las quitaron para meter modos de juego nuevos. Eso no me parece mal, o sea, que quiten una misión que ya cumplió su ciclo, me parece bien. O sea, si la misión ya cumplió con su ciclo de vida y dio partido, la van a quitar y van a meter algo mejor, todo bien. Entonces el día de mañana quitan la grieta, pero ponen... ¿Saben qué? Ahora lo que se farmea en la grieta, ahora vamos a pasar estas recompensas a el modo Onslaught 2.0 versión choza de los pequeñines. O sea, un Onslaught más chiquito y así, pues, ok, todo bien. Buenas noches, chico. No, ya no han sacado más regalos. Solamente dieron 3 códigos de momento. Ah, sí me molestaron las preguntas que hicieron, la verdad. Pam, 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 pam. Ahí vienen otra vez los coreanos. Güey, por favor, ya quiten a los youtubers, ya no les den el micro. Ya basta.
Hey, welcome back. So, yeah, let's get back into the Descendant Open talk. So, next topic, weapons. Yeah, weapons are also one of the core elements of the first Descendant. And I think players will have feedback not just on existing weapons, but also opinions on transcendent weapons as well, which will be added in Season 4. Yeah, so, we already have a hands up from Low Budget. Yeah, Low Budget. Yeah, Low Budget. Let's hear your opinion on weapons.
Hi, so yeah, first of all, shout out to the interpreter because we are making her work a lot.
Sí, tengo Twitter.
I'll try and be slow this time. So the transcendent weapon, I'm looking forward to that. So I won't talk too much about that. I want to talk about the current issues. I think farming 5 copies is still very painful for most of the player base. So some more simplification of that is better. The Xenofluid, the research material has been very easy this time, but the blueprints themselves have been a bit more tricky. The other thing is the fine adjustment axis. I think it's about time that gets a look because that is very expensive to farm and to roll. You can spend thousands just trying to get the 4 options on your single weapon. So that is something I want the team to look into as soon as possible. Besides that, more descendant-specific weapons or signature weapons, let's say. So Reyna has the Fallen Hope. I would like to see more for different descendants. Maybe have something where the archetype syncs with the descendant better. So if, say, a descendant with a fusion skill picks up a gun with a fusion arche, that gun performs better only in the hands of that descendant. So yeah, so these are some of my suggestions.
Esa pregunta no está mal, la verdad.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and thank you to the interpreter. Yeah, we are really thankful that this is proceeding well. And yeah, we got another hands up from Rays. Let's hear it.
Ese güey también preguntó cosas buenas.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so when it comes to weaponry,
Espérense.
we found that the weapon course system pretty much makes or breaks whether a weapon can actually get used or not. Is there any kind of consideration for lesser used weapons to actually get like a readjustment to the types of core slots that they do have access to? The main one that like always comes to the top of my list is the Enduring Legacy. I know it's recently had a bit of a rework, but the fact that the cores that it has kind of hinders its actual usability compared to other weapons that have access to green core slots with fire rates, or even more access to red core slots to be able to go more into and lean into the critical damage or critical hit rate side of things.
La verga, este güey habla también inglés que no lo entiendo muy bien. Pero hizo una pregunta sobre el alegado y que la mataron, básicamente.
Yeah, thank you.
Y el primer güey preguntó
opinion
sobre
from
armas
Ariane.
específicas
Yeah,
para
Ariane
descendiente,
님도 한번.
como para bustear y eso, daños y mamás así. O sea, como que preguntas al respecto de si van a bustear, por ejemplo, el daño de fusión, el daño dimensional y eso, o si van a sacar más armas como tipo electroinhibidor.
Chance to play with the transcendent weapons,
Este güey dice pura
but their
mamada.
quality,
La verdad, este güey sí lo
you
podemos
said I
escuchar.
could be guaranteed the lowest point.
그런데 이제 궁극 정렬 장치처럼
But for the ultimate alignment
보완하는데 옵션은 랜덤
equipment, the options would not be random, but the quality would be readjusted, and then you can get the options that you can get. Would
Hoy no
would
trabajo en
that be
teoría, pero pues hicieron
more
resumen, güey. ¿Yo qué hago?
favorable to the players? Would it be completely random, or
Estoy haciendo
would
horas
we be
extras.
able to pick the options, the quality options that we want?
옵션이었나 이름이?
I think it was transcendent
Se debería avisar otra vez en el
weapons
Discord por si
option,
acaso.
if I can recall correctly.
예, 의견 감사합니다. 한번 정리해서 저 말씀.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Let me kind of get this in order.
Yeah, so the first one was from Low Budget. So he said he won't talk about transcendent weapons. Currently, he's looking forward to it. And well, the current part of getting 5 copies of weapons is, yeah, it is painful, and it would be better if we could simplify this. And Xenofluid was all right, but getting the blueprints was kind of tricky this time. So and another part was regarding descendant specific weapons. So let's say like Freyna, Fallen Hope, so something like that. Maybe like an regarding archetype, if a fusion descendant maybe performs better when using that type of weapon, that would seem a bit interesting. And another opinion from Ray's was the weapon core system. So like considering that each weapon has different color slots, that is what makes it a strong weapon or kind of tricky weapon to make it suitable for your descendants. So an example was Enduring Legacy, as Enduring Legacy compared to other like weapons that have like core, green cores and red cores that are focused, it's kind of difficult to actually make Enduring Legacy suitable for your descendants. And the final one was from Ariane. Yeah, this thing, I think we should hear a bit more about this from the dev team because it's related to quality. Yeah, quality is something that is new to the game that is coming in Season 4. And we only heard a small part of it from our introduction to it. So I think, yeah, we should hear about this from the dev team. Let's hear it from you guys.
Okay, que sí, con el legado se mamaron.
또 질문이 여러 가지가 있는데요.
Okay, so we have many questions again.
궁극무기의
For
파밍 난이도,
ultimate weapons, the difficulty of farming them
코어, 재조정 난이도.
and their
Gracias por la
core
membresía,
readjustment
Caos.
difficulties. That was the first issue. Now for this, I would
La verga.
손흥님이
maybe
Llegó
I
filoso.
could pass the mic to our dev team. Yep.
No recibí, ¿eh? Pues no funciona en burros, ¿qué tal vez?
궁극무기의 그 파밍 난이도는
First of all, the difficulty of farming for transcendent
Bueno, así
weapons.
se llega un stream. Ya le puede hacer bullying a los demás
We
prietos.
are going through some changes. Which experience is optimal? We're still finding our way through that. But like you've mentioned, the materials were acquired easily, but the blueprints were kind of tricky to acquire. I do acknowledge that, but
반복적으로
which system would be the best? We have to test this multiple times through gameplay.
그 적합한
So we are finding our way
조절할 수 있도록
of what difficulty would be best for our weapons. So we'll make sure we have that in our upcoming updates and patches as well.
그리고 개발팀에서 이제 초월 무기가 나오면
And when the transcendent weapons are released,
필요한 재조정이나
some readjustments or core enhancement for ultimate weapons, the dev team plans to kind of alleviate this so that it's less difficult.
No, espérate, sí hubo preguntas interesantes ahora.
When transcendent weapons are released, ultimate weapons might be used less. That's what we predict. So in line with this change, when you need to develop your ultimate weapons, we'll make sure that you have to put in less effort than
De hecho, sí.
before.
네, 그리고 계승자와 무기 간의 페어.
And the pair between our descendants and weapons, that synergy.
저희가 기대하고 있는 방향.
Adivinen a quién se lo está llevando la verga.
A group so that weapons
Adivinen.
that a handful of weapons handful of weapons are useful to a certain descendant. We don't want a one-on-one match for one weapon and one descendant.
방금 건 예시가 있으면 좀 더 이해하기 좋지 않을까요?
I think it would be nice if we had an example for that, maybe. Can we get an example? I think this is kind of a difficult question, but well, for transcendent weapons, how we're gonna maybe you can tell us how we're gonna group these transcendent weapons.
네. 우선 현재 초월 무기 같은 경우는
Well, first of all, for transcendent weapons, 11 types are going to be released.
그중에는 물론 총기
Among them,
주로 사용하는 계승자들을 위한 총기도 있지만
of course, there are some guns that are for firearm descendants, but for Secret Garden, there are some firearms that are suited for other descendants.
단순히 총기는 사용하지 않고
So this
No
does
creo,
not
pero
mean
yo creo que
that
lo van a hacer mejor, güey,
certain
porque
descendants would just
하고 있는 건 아니고요.
carry Secret Garden and not use them at all.
지금 어떻게 보면은 그 떨어진 희망처럼
Like the Fallen Hope, we want descendants to fire them and be able to increase their stats. That's what we're planning.
이렇게 말씀드린 것처럼 예를 들면은
So like we've mentioned, like toxic attribute
별도로 존재를 하고
descendants, there's a separate Secret Garden, and for electric descendants, there's another
No
one
voy a
that's
ir,
more
güey.
suitable for
Aunque me
them.
inviten ya no
So
voy a
maybe
ir.
we'll match them in groups, and they can be applied more universally. So transcendent weapons that are going to be released, we are going to group this in a similar way.
네. 그다음은 궁극 무기 중에
Next, among ultimate weapons,
Ok, el señor dijo que sí tienen pensado hacer más armas como las que hicieron, por ejemplo, para Freina. La desesperanza, sí, desesperanza. Se me olvidó cómo se llama, Falling Out. Van a hacer más armas de ese estilo que para potenciar tipos de atributos, tipos de daños como fusión y eso, básicamente. No necesito ir a esa madre para llegar lejos.
it's ATOMs.
Nel.
The
Despreciaron a la comunidad latina, pues coman verga.
And Truly Dead Arson, they're gonna see changes in their cores.
No, hombre, ni por dinero.
네, 이후에도 초월 무기로 고점 올라가니까
I think
중간 성장 과정
the transcendent weapons will really raise the bar.
Chingas, mandar mandándome la coneja.
So we'll make sure that
슬롯의 변경이 필요한 무기들이 있다면 또 변경해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
if weapons have core slots that need to be changed, please take that into account.
Yo no recibí ninguna invitación para este pedo. Mira que revisé mis correos.
Oh, sorry,
Ni
I'm
una,
not
güey.
done yet.
마지막 질문인 그 초월 무기에
Para que se den una
Okay, the
idea,
last
yo ni siquiera
question was
tengo el rango de
about
youtuber en su disco.
transcendent weapons, the system regarding the transcendent weapons.
네네 네. 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 그 초월
Right.
무기에서 아까
On transcendent weapons, you mentioned about the minimum quality being guaranteed. If the quality is high, the transcendent weapons' unique
¿Ya en
capabilities,
revisen?
the total power
No, la
becomes
verdad, no.
higher. So when the weapons drop, for instance, in Sigma
Algo
sector,
hiciste. ¿Qué hice, güey?
0에서
it might range from 0 to 100, the quality. But in onslaught mode, this is just an example. The quality range would be from 300 to 400. But if I continue farming, if players keep farming, their lowest quality increases. So your bare minimum will increase. So for example, if your minimum is 380, if you go to onslaught mode, your drop items will range from
Sí, yo
380
creo que
to
sí, pues ¿por qué
400.
no?
And when the spare minimum increases to 400,
Si me han
you
invitado,
don't
sí, sí
get a
estaría
bad
ahí,
roll.
claro que
The
sí.
lowest power item you can get is 400. And for sub abilities and unique abilities, there you can loot them, and there are readjustments to these.
No, este vato
For
sí se lo está llevando la verga,
transcendent
pero
effects,
feo.
like the
Pobrecito, güey.
Ancestors model, you can choose.
Mira, a este güey y a este güey ya están hartos de que ya duerman estos güeyes.
And for sub abilities, a certain effect.
Yeah. So let's look forward to how they come out in season 4. And yeah, we got Alyssa raising his hand. Let's take it.
So with the weapons, is there going to be any form of a system that would like automatically roll cores for you? Something along the lines of, if you're trying to roll like a perfect 20% fire rate, for example, going through and just having it automatically roll, or just deduct a specific amount of cores to give you that roll straight away, instead of having to spend like 10, 20, 30 minutes rolling the cores. Other than that, will we see power-up systems for the weapons, ancestor mods for weapons, arcade tuning trees, mutant cells, ancestor mods for weapons, and will we be seeing any new melee weapons as well? Something different compared to, like, you know, the Shadow, the Deus, and the Crime and Punishment. And can we please buff the Crime and Punishment? It's not very strong.
Yeah, lots of questions.
Cada que habla ese güey me pica la mano.
As it's getting a bit long, and I think I'm taking a lot
Dice
of
que
time
la crimen y
trying
castigo no
to
está
summarize this. I'll be a bit more brief in summarizing this. So I think, yeah, it's mostly about if we can get like a specific 20% roll by spending a lot of things, spending our resources and just getting that instead of having to spend a lot of time. And whether we will get like a power-up system for our various in-game things like the modules. And yeah, I heard the last thing right. So crime and punishment if we are going to get extra buffs.
Yo insisto, no debieron darles tanto tiempo.
제가 질문을 전 좀 다르게
I kind of took the question in a different way.
20%
So that 20%
를 확정적으로
say-
받을 수 있느냐에 대한 질문이었는지 아니면
was a question about whether you can have a 20% fire rate guarantee, or
No
whether
puedo, güey.
you have to where we can get
La
the
culpa es suya, me hicieron
guarantee
prender Strim.
for, like a auto re-rolling.
라는 질문으로 저는 이해했거든요. 확인 한 번만.
So could you confirm that, please? What was your question?
Hey,
Was it formal or letter?
Puta madre, si hasta el stream se está cayendo, güey. Ay. No, no se apendejen.
Letter.
Ahí está ya.
It was, could we get something that skips the process of having to re-roll like 10, 20, 30, 50 times, and just deduct the amount of cores that we would have spent, but give us the 20% straight away, so that we can get like the stat that we want without having to spend like a very long time rerolling.
So more like a QOL feature, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Está empezando a hacer aire, chavos. A ver si no se va la luz.
네. 저희가 지금 이제 뭐 리롤
All right. So when it comes to reroll for core and other items that requires farming,
Pero
you
es que en el
have to
roadmap se veían las armas, las
repetitively,
espadas trascendentales, güey.
and the more you click, the more inconvenient it is.
분들이 말씀하신 것처럼 원하는
As you mentioned,
옵션이 뜰 때까지
you have to continue farming until you get
대화가 충분하다.
the
그게 떴을 때 멈추는
stats you want. So you I understand that many players are asking for options like auto reroll systems. Actually, the TADF is a
지금 말씀해 주신
grinding and farming game. Where,
반드시 필요하다고.
so I believe that this system is a must
Ya
for
paren
our
esta
game.
masa.
For our players to be more engaged and have fun. So we'll take that into further discussion within the internal team. We do understand the needs, and in the long term, for us to really
Estaría bien
continue
curioso, ¿a
with
poco
this
no, güey?
enjoyable
Imagínate
game,
que se
we do
cayera el
need
stream
such systems.
y que pum, justo regrese cuando enseñen las armas y
Let's go
las
to the next
calzones y
question,
todo eso.
please. About the
¿A poco no
balancing,
estaría bien
weapon
raro?
balancing?
답변을 좀 팀에서
Could you take the
해주시겠습니까?
question from the dev team?
네. 최근에 저희도 이제 근접 무기 중에
So recently,
그림자의 사용률만 너무 높은
네.
amongst the
상황이
melee
조금 우려가
weapons,
돼서
the usage of shadow was too
Ah, sí, cierto. Básicamente el vato preguntó sobre los reajustes y que se tarda mucho en sacar algo muy bueno y se le cansa el dedito de picarle al botón. Y el otro güey le dijo, de eso va el juego, pendejo, cállate. Y ya.
high. So we wanted to get away from it, and therefore we did a rebalancing, overall rebalancing. However, there are of
Palabras
course
más, palabras
areas
menos.
for improvements,
특정
and we're well aware of it.
잘 맞는 형태의 무기들은
And weapons that are that have a great synergy with certain
있기 때문에
descendants only,
부분을 더
its DPS is
상향시키기는
almost
조금
at
어려운
its peak.
부분이라서
So it's difficult for us to further increase it. So we approach the balancing in
그래서 이번에
more conservative manner. So based on this rebalance data,
사용률과 실제
we'll review the usage rate of the weapons, and we'll see
이후에 만약에
whether the result is in line with our expectations, and if needed, we're going to continue with another repatch or rebalancing.
Dale, güey, ya fueron por Levac, te van a meter a la jaula, Levac. No, ahí va a hablar en francés otra vez, güey. Ya duerman
I
ese
think, the
cabrón.
last part, before I move on, I think Alyssa mentioned melee weapons as well, and something I just saw from the community a lot is regarding kind of like the future of melee weapons. So we have a lot of melee weapons, but you can see that it's kind of limited. So we're using swords, and when we did like a dev live, there were a lot of opinions if we could get like more various types, or maybe add newer melee weapons in the future. So overall, it was kind of like opinions on like the future of melee weapons. So if the dev team could give your opinion on that.
Ok, van a decir. Entonces, que para mí solamente. La neta estaría chido, güey. Van a decir si tienen pensado meter más tipos de armas melee y ese pedo.
Yes, for melee weapons, we will have a transcendent version of melee weapons as well. And
¿Quién
we're
lo
also
diría?
going to add more types.
금정 무기와는
So unlike the ultimate weapons, transcendent weapons carry different distinct characteristics. So let's have the dev team explain it for us.
네. 우선 장기적으로
Yes.
근접 무기의
So in the long term,
총기와 같은 포지션이 되도록 좀
we want the transcendent weapons to be like the firearms.
그리고 앞서
We want them to be really popular. And
들으셨다시피
as we explained,
에서는 좀
Es que
여러
debería
가지
ser más
transcendent
dinámico, pero
weapons will have various ways in terms of utility.
추가될 초월
So we're going to be adding
동일하게 진행이 될
various features also for transcendent melee weapons. I'm not sure if I can share more details.
향후 진행되는 초월 무기는 조금
So
다양한 스타일의
we're going to add
좀 추구를
a
하기
variety of style
기존의
for
검과 같은
transcendent
형태에서
melee
벗어나
weapons. So we're going to add
좀 여러
lance
무기 스타일을
on top of
좀
swords.
구현하고자 하고요. 그리고 초월 무기에서 이제
And
배분된 옵션에 따라
depending on the
이제
stats,
창에 휘둘렀을 때
when
검기가
you
나간다든지 아니면은 창을
use the
강하게
lance,
찔렀을 때
it might have different effects. Swing it, it could explode, or it could fire something. We're gonna apply different effects.
잘 옵션이 나오는 초월 무기를
No,
획득을
son
하게
como mamá e hijo.
If the users secure a good role for these transcendent weapons, the gameplay would be more exciting.
Ok, que las armas trascendentales van a estar bien vergas y las espadas también. Sí.
Melee weapons.
Al chile sí, tíos, también me están
this is
aburriendo las
something
preguntas pendejas que
that
están haciendo, güey.
이거는 좀 하고
It's still
모션이
this idle animation
이렇게 못하고
get short.
이 대기 모션
Okay. So when it comes to the sword idle animation,
Es que sí están preguntando pura mamada,
it's
güey.
the
La neta sí está
very,
aburrido, güey.
first animation.
제작 일정을
Mira,
that
yo
we have
entiendo.
to
En primera es
create all the
complicado porque este formato así como conferencia de prensa debería ser ping-pong. Es complicado por el idioma. A mi gusto, cada güey nada más debo tener 2 preguntas, se chingó, y solamente va a contestar el primer cabrón. Si los demás quieren contestar, todo bien, pero que no sea, yo voy a decir esto y señor, ¿usted quiere decir algo? ¿Usted quiere decir algo? No, debió ser así. Debieron hacerlo más dinámico y más rápido, porque sí está muy aburrido. Llevan como 3 horas así, güey.
The guns. We would like to make swords as a weapon that you can play with, just like the guns.
Yeah, thank you.
No, es que 5 preguntas son, güey, es que literal, güey, las preguntas son así y el juego va de descendientes, ¿verdad?
So let's move on to Sen.
Los personajes.
Yeah, just 2 questions. Will we be able to improve the quality of the weapons at all? And can we equip more than one transcendent weapon at once?
Yeah, I think the questions were pretty straightforward. So, Dev Team, could you give your answers to that?
Creo que preguntó, o sea, que como
품질은 리롤하는 개념은
When it comes to quality, it's not going to be re-rolled. It's set when you farm them. The more you farm,
계속 보장이 돼서
the higher the quality is going to get, because the lowest quality will always go up. So at the end of the day, you are going to farm good quality
무기에는 1개 이상의 증강
item.
효과라고 말씀을
And
주셨는데
transcendent weapons, you mentioned about the enhancement.
그걸 얘기해 주시기
I'm not sure if it's about its unique ability.
Bueno, Shishiro. Creo que preguntó si, o sea,
The augmentation.
que la verga.
Unique ability part. Yeah. Sen, could you clarify on that?
Yeah, I was just asking if you can have more than one transcendent weapon at once. So, like, can I have 3 transcendent weapons on at the same time, or is it limited to 1 or 2?
Thank you.
네,
ok,
3개
no
다
entendí
쓸
mal la
수
pregunta,
있습니다.
Oh, you
entonces.
can use 3. All 3.
Yeah, great. So, do you guys have any other opinions regarding weapons? Well, currently I'm not seeing any hands, but if you do have opinions, even after we go to another topic, you can keep that. We can talk about that at the end. So, for now, let's move on to the next topic then, which is modules and builds. And actually, we've been talking a lot about modules today.
A ver, quiero ver, a lo mejor entendí yo mal la pregunta, pero el vato preguntó si vas a poder traer 3 armas trascendentales en tu inventario o solo vas a poder tener una. Digo, a lo mejor yo entendí mal, porque ese vato pues sí habla bien inglés, ¿verdad? Yo no lo mastico tan chido.
Let's get.
Ajá, por eso, a eso me refiero. O sea, que puedes traer nada más, si puedes traer 3 armas equipadas en tu inventario, si no vas a poder traer una.
Used to help descendants with the non-crit setup, because obviously, you know, with ancestor mods, they need to have like an ancestor mod with a decent amount of crit rate to reach like the full 100%. So is there a plan to add any new modules to improve the non-crit experience? Is there also any plans to revisit the grapple modules, so like the mid-air maneuvering, long distance, and the multi-maneuvering. And
Creo que en Destiny solo puedes llevar una exótica por inventario o en tus slots. Quiero pensar que por eso preguntó.
of builds, it's always the same 4 cooldown mods, the same 2 range mods, the same 4 crit mods, or the same 2 non-crit mods.
Sí, solo puedes llevar una exótica, sí.
Yeah, since there were some questions,
Quiero pensar que por eso lo preguntó. Sí, pues, eso es lo que iba. Se les olvidó un pequeño detallito chiquito que esta madre no es Destiny.
So the first one was maybe adding new models to help our descendants.
Ya sé,
Second
ya me
one,
está dando hambre.
grapple hook, yeah, it came up a lot. So, and the third one is build diversity, which is also something that keeps on coming up from our
En primera,
so,
esto no es Destiny. Los bichos tienen más vida, tienen más defensa, tienen más ataques más marranos que en Destiny, se los aseguro, ya lo jugué. Así que no, aquí no hace falta balancearlo de alguna forma. Y en segundo lugar, dudo muchísimo que las armas trascendentales vayan a estar igual de asquerosas que las exóticas. La verdad lo dudo mucho, las armas exóticas están muy marranas. Ojalá me equivoque, pero no creo que estén tan rotas como las exóticas.
If we have this model,
상황이 또 일어날 거라고.
then it would lead to the same situation with the
Lo que dije,
cooldown
que si
reduction.
puedes traer las
So
tres
you
al mismo
have to
tiempo en tu
use
inventario.
this. So it would make this a model as a must. It's going to be fixed.
재사용 대기 시간 감소
So
모듈이
the cooldown
Yo
reduction
quiero pensar que
model is
preguntó por
currently
eso porque
being used as a
está muy pendeja la
model,
pregunta.
and we're trying to come up with a way to solve this. Could you elaborate on this, please?
네, 뭐 현재 메타가 좀 다소
Yeah, so
회귀되어 있고
current meta is a little monotonous,
하는 과정에서
and when it comes to
모듈들이 뭐 제한적인
maximizing the damage, I understand that our players are
현재 몇몇
opting into a few options only.
있고요.
So we are preparing some
제가
updates
대한
to
상한선을 낮추는
solve this issue, and one is to reduce the
이것 외에 뭐 활용률을
cap
낮은
for cooldown reduction. And then for ultimate modules with low usability, we're going to make improvements on them as well.
모든 작업을 한 번에 다 선보일 수
Not all of them will be delivered at once,
1.3.3
but the 1.3.34 patch will be the beginning of such patches. And for detailed
전투팀
descriptions,
관용팀장님
let's
통해서
have
부탁드리도록
the
하겠습니다.
combat lead designer elaborate on this.
네. 말씀해주신 부분에 대해서
Yes.
저희도 좀 같은 문제 의식을
We
가지고는
do
있습니다.
share same point of view, so we're on the same page.
데이터를 좀 지속적으로 확인을
We
하고
are
있지만 현재
following up on this issue with the
1티어에 비해 좀
data.
선택 가치가 낮고
Now the 3-tier
결국
model
지금 사용하고 있는
is
모듈이
not
좀
used
계속
as much as
비슷해지고 있는
model
상황이라는 점을
tier 1 and 2.
파악을 하고 있고요. 그래서 전반적으로 말씀해 주신 것처럼
Fíjate que sí, no los culpo, güey. La neta ya también se me está haciendo pesadito.
Our goal is to improve all these models for season 4.
3티어 모듈 같은
So for
경우에는
3-tier models that seem less valuable, we're gonna rework them.
Se los juro que me siento como cuando el profe explicaba un tema que estaba de hueva, güey.
만드는 것이 목표입니다.
Así me siento, güey.
For you to choose
De que ya la mierda, ya cállese, güey.
For grappling hook, we're going to make improvements on sub-slots.
데이터상 공중 기동 자체
Es que sí llevan 3 horas y media de preguntas y digo, ha habido una que otra que estuvo buena, pero la neta como que ya se están poniendo de acuerdo de quién dice la pregunta más pendeja posible.
So for grappling hook, we're going to set them aside as a separate system.
마지막 패 그룹의 모듈이나
A nadie se le ocurrió sugerir siquiera, oigan, y no han pensado dejarnos combinar más módulos, así como de compas.
We're going to make changes to attribute resistant model and
보조 슬롯도 다른 3티어
Ajá, sí.
모듈들에
Bueno, es que ya, eso ya lo dijeron, que se iban a meter más diseños de
other
armas.
submodels so that they can be
여기서 한 가지
in the list of choices.
Del año pasado no habló ningún youtuber.
And what we want to really address today is
El año pasado fue nada más un, aquí están, digan hola y ya, chingar a su
we're
madre.
not trying to make the strongest model, by currently keep increasing the cap. So within the current range, we want to have our players enjoy the game by having a variety of options to choose.
네, 제가 질문을 이렇게 하나씩 나눠드리려고
Right. So I wanted to divide one question per person, but he took it all. So great.
Thank you for answering the question. Yeah, let's move on to Ariadne. 아리안느님 한번 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Let me take your question, Ariadne.
네, 재사용 대기 시간 2개를 고정적으로 쓰는 걸 말씀드리려고 했는데
I was going to mention
traductora.
the cooldown reduction, and you said you were going to solve this, so I look forward to it.
궁금한 거는 파란색
So my question is, for blue and purple tiers,
10강까지 안 돼 있는 것도 있기도
I think its enhancement level is still less than 10,
있는지
and I wonder if you can increase it to beyond 10. I wonder if you have if you are considering this at all. And for second part, it's about trigger module.
티끌 모아
In the past,
발사체 스킬을 사용하면
when you use a launcher skill,
강철의 선봉대처럼 반응로 속성을 바꾸면
when you change the reactor's attributes, the effects color changes,
매우 높은
like the still.
모듈이 돼버린 것 같습니다.
And I feel like
태그에 따라서
depending on the skill tag,
이펙트랑
the
모션
mechanics, effects, emotions, I wanted them to be
추가 데미지
added,
막 4,000%
but I feel like these days
데미지가 나오거든요.
additional damage is around above 2,000%, and I was hoping we could go back to the old days where we can see changes and effects or more and whatnot when we use trigger modules.
네, 감사합니다. So there were kind of two different questions. It was actually three, but the first one was answered from our dev team. And the first one, so whether we can enhance like the blue and purple tier modules further than they are currently, if we have any plans on that. And the second one was regarding trigger modules. So the recent trigger modules that are being added, they are mostly focused on damage, but Ariane said that he wanted to see some like other modules that have like different mechanisms or like give different effects. So yeah, I'm curious as well. Let's hear from the dev team on their opinion.
먼저
So first of all, for common and rare modules and their enhancement level, let's hear from our dev team about their plan, and then let's address the trigger module effects. I will address that question.
일반 희귀 등급
For common and rare
상향은 저희도
module and their enhancement level, we do have multiple ideas that we brainstorm together, and
도입은 고려하고 있지 않.
all in all, we're not considering fast delivery of this enhancement. So we did talk about many aspects, such as diversifying the build, and if we only increase the module without getting the diversification of the modules, it's going to limit the usage. So rather than focusing on the improvement of its
활용할 수 있는 우선적인
power, we want to first add diversity
아이디어 주신 거
to make sure that it's used widely.
상향을 진행할 계획을
Espero que no se acabe la 1 de la mañana esta cosa, porque qué huevo.
지금
Entonces, si van a hacer preguntas de que esta 1 de la mañana, no mames.
You don't have a plan to increase
Me
above
hace que se me va a caer el
level
stream,
10,
güey.
right? That is correct.
안 쓰는
And then for
모듈은
rare modules that are not being used, you have a plan to improve it? Yes, we do have a plan
언제요?
to improve it. When is this coming? When? ETA.
A mí por agüita, porque chile ya se me secó la garganta, güey. Ahí vengo.
A specific timeline, because as I said, it's a step-by-step approach. We're going to start from the next patch, so please tune in for it.
네, 다음은 트리거 모듈
Next is the trigger module.
이펙트나 이제
The
모션
recently released trigger modules.
초창기 트리거 모듈에 비해서는
When we compare them with the early models, he feels like it's a little weak.
트리거 모듈을 통해서
in many aspects.
계승자들의
So
부족한
we want to use
성능들을 보완하고
the trigger model to
그 계승자들 간의 또 형평성,
improve the performance
밸런스들을 맞추는 부분에 좀
and
집중을 하다
strike the
보니
balance amongst the descendants. That was our main focus these days. So
추가를 조금
unfortunately, we had to
덜 했던 것 같아요. 예,
put
저희도
less
앞으로
priority
트리거 모듈을
into the
개발할
effects
때
of
지금
trigger
말씀하신
models.
것처럼 좀
But going
재밌는 효과가
forward,
있는,
we will definitely consider this
재밌는 효과가 있는 트리거 모듈도
to make
고려해
the
나가도록
display
하겠습니다.
more fun and engaging.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for waiting, Seven. Could you give your opinions on this too?
I already talked about this earlier, but like about the trigger mode, and I'm gonna talk about two specific one, which is bloody deployment, and the second one is explosive aesthetic. It is clearly gonna be the best option for like a lot of descendant, and it's gonna overwhelm even some descendant kits. So I was wondering if like someone could be done for this. Such as maybe removing the elemental adaptation, because it kind of feels wrong to play an electric descendant and doing, for example, for Abyss boss toxic, going faster than a toxic descendant, than an electric descendant, with a toxic descendant because of the trigger mode adaptation elemental. Like that's kind of confusing, but like just the fact that like the elemental adaptation is there, that doesn't make an enhanced part of the kit, but more so like a completely change, and like it's related to the point I mentioned earlier, which is we playing trigger modes more than like descendant kits for doing the bosses.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Seven. And one thing our team noticed was that Seven, it seems like you're watching from late hour. We saw that it was dark and now it is in the morning already. Thank you for tuning in for such a long time. Good morning, man. Thank you. Yeah. And returning to the question, yeah, so Seven gave two interesting points on trigger modules. So this is, yeah, it seems like a difficult question, but I'm gonna rely on you guys to give a great answer to Seven's question.
이게 질문의 요지를 제가 정확하게 이해를 잘 못했습니다. 죄송합니다. 네, 근데 질문이 그 트리거 모듈로
Sorry, I don't know if I understood the
주신 것 같은데.
question correctly. You mean transitioning the attribute through the trigger modules, right? Did I understand your question correctly? Just for clarification.
네, 그 부분에 대해서.
Yes, I think that was right. Yes, that's right.
네, 제가 그 내용까지만 이해하고 그 뒤에 그래서를
I think, and then after that, I kind of got lost, so I just want to double check.
Clarify on your question
Proceed.
once more. Yeah, sorry about that.
So basically, there is two trigger modes that gonna overtake.
Ah, no, fui por agüita, pero...
Explosive aesthetic.
Ah, güey, me dan ganas de jugar algo en lo que se acaba esta madre.
Cases and many bosses, and probably in the future. So I was wondering if like something could
La
be
verdad,
done
ni idea. Hace
at
mucho que
least
no hago
for those
purga.
two,
A
or
la
like
seguir.
whether like the entire
Empezó
trigger
chido,
modes,
pero...
which like the elemental, the
Como una
attribute
relación con una mujer
adaptation
madura, güey.
would be removed,
Empezó muy bien y acabó
since
muy
it
mal.
feels wrong to like having an electric descendant with like an identity and stuff, and going with the toxic elemental and being faster than certain.
La verdad sí,
Like
empezó muy
descendants
bien, pero
that
ahora
should
vamos
be
muy mal.
favorable for these activities, for example, for certain bosses.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Are you okay with
네,
that?
이해했습니다. 네, 이해했습니다.
Mejor prende
Okay,
Overwatch.
thank you, I
A
understand.
ver. Vale, mamada. La neta sí ya me aburrió las preguntas que están haciendo y están medio pendejonas. ¿Quieren que juguemos algo a ver si ahorita después de un rato se acaba esta mamada? No sé, le damos un ratillo al pobre, güey. No sé, algo, lo que sea. Un Everness, algo. La neta sí ya me fastidiaron, güey. Sí están muy pendejas las preguntas. No, el juego todo bien. De hecho, la primera hora de directo estuvo bien perra, güey. Mira, todo lo que fue desde hasta aquí estuvo bien perro.
Internally, we are testing.
O sea, la primera hora y media más o menos estuvo bien chido. Pero en cuanto metieron a los youtubers, valió madre. Empezaron muy bien y
When they
acabaron
just
muy
change
mal.
their firearm and change their attributes, they can go through the onslaught modes. But for skill descendants,
Pues se supone que era enseñando cosas nuevas y como que preguntas y respuestas y dinámicas por el segundo aniversario y eso,
they
pero
wanted to solve this issue. For instance, the bloody deployment that you mentioned, that module.
ah, no, pero no puedo ver videos de otro cabrón, Leo. Me tumban
This
este
was
pedo.
also an experimental mode, but the purpose itself was to use melee weapons and
Si veo videos de
having
otro güey,
ability
me puede meter copy.
and there is a clear counter for that, and the HP is high, so we did apply
Sí,
a
ya
higher
llevan como
damage
3 horas y media de
personally.
preguntas de youtubers y la neta, o
These
sea,
modes,
dijeras tú,
there
el
should
chile
be
son preguntas muy
more of
chidas.
them
La
and
neta
more
no,
clear
güey.
counters for them in diverse content. So I think ideally we should have more content that could achieve
Me salió el Porsche porque
diverse, that
yo
can
no
provide
creo que lo
more
alcance a
diverse
sacar,
play
güey. No
methods for our
tengo tanto
players.
varo
I
ya.
understand where you're coming from, but I'll make sure that your
Voy a aprender en
concerns
Kik
are
para ver allá el
addressed in
resumen.
our game development.
Pero tenía ganas de que los gringos supieran quién es su papá, así que dije, mira, deja que el canal con más views hable, güey. Y de hecho, sin contar el directo de TFD, creo que soy el que tiene más gente viéndolo.
The questions that I was mostly going to talk about the diversity of the builds. I think one suggestion I have is maybe with the future transcended modules, some of them could come with the maximum range or the maximum cooldown already applied for one or two specific modules. That way it frees up a couple of slots to make the builds more interesting. And besides that, I want a more detailed page within
Ese
the
fue más de la
page
mitad. Es
with
que sí se
the
mamaron, sí está muy
facts and
largo,
the
güey.
numbers behind that.
O sea, pasaron de tener casi 5,000 personas a tener 1,700. Hombre, ni por dinero voy a hacer resumen de estos, güey. Para que den cátedra de cómo tienen que hacer estos eventos. No he visto ninguno, pero sí te creo. A ver, es el segundo que hacen, también no mames. Yo siento que, insisto, les están dando demasiado foco a los youtubers. Demasiado. El bajo. O sea, a mi gusto les están dando demasiada foco a los youtubers, güey. No debieron darles tanta interacción.
Diversity, and also you mentioned, I think that is one of the core things, new players. So all of this, what you mentioned, getting those, seeing those extra kind of data,
Ay,
maybe
señor
some of this
Jesús.
could also affect new players as well. It's just kind of my thought, but and getting this diversity of builds is something that we should consider, and I want to.
Es que no está mal la idea, pero... O sea, esta madre es para que hubiera durado 2 horas como mucho, güey, entre todos. No, sí era buena idea, el problema es la ejecución. Esto es el verdadero, un 10 en intención, un 5 en ejecución.
No, it's actually, it's a little bit difficult for us to communicate. I mean, you look at the
Ay,
title
señor
here. What time
Jesús.
is it, Alisa?
Acá está.
How are you doing?
I can see stars and it's turning to 6 a.m. now.
Blancanieves y los 7 enanitos, bien, bien.
So it's been about 5 hours. I think he started.
It's turning to 6 a.m. now. I can see stars and it's turning to 6 a.m. now.
The question you just asked is,
기대 데미지 같은 것들이 좀 더 잘 드러나.
so you want to see the expected damage more clearly. So when you build,
이런 맥락으로 전.
you need to be able to forecast what it's going to result in. Am I understanding this correctly?
네, 맞다.
Yes, yes. Okay, you confirm.
그 무기의
esas no.
네. 지금 스킬 같은 경우는 툴팁에서 이제
So for skills, you can see the expected damage in tooltip. with the newly added transcendent weapon,
표현 같은 것들이
we will
빌드를 짜는 데
be.
있어서 중요할 것 같아요. 뭐가 좋은지 판별을.
I believe that it's
이런 부분들은
important for our users to see the expected damage. So I'd like to take this comment to our dev team to
Ella es la
make sure
primera
that
que se
these
ríen
are
después
well
de 2 horas,
displayed.
es cierto.
뭐가 좋은지
Now,
정보와
when it comes
실험할
to
수 있는 기능도
which one is a good
필요하다라고
option
제가 이해를 했거든요.
and the experiments,
지금은 다 실험실 들어가서 쏴봐야 되는데
currently you have to
아무래도
go to the
실험실
lab
기능들이 좀 부족하니까요.
to test out different weapons
이 내용도
and
확인 한번 부탁드립니다.
could you confirm it? So your question was, do you need
Risa
to
de
expand the
locura.
lab? You want us to expand the lab, right?
Vale, Erasmo.
No, what I'm saying is a more detailed page that explains the maths behind the calculations. So we already have the build page, which gives us basic information, but another detailed tab perhaps that gives us all the breakdown of the calculations.
Y qué lástima, porque ese güey sí hizo buenas preguntas.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 요거는
Got it.
저희 무기가 동작하는 방식,
So
그리고 무기의
how our
최종
weapons
데미지를 산출하는 방식에
are
대한
used
표현에
and our
정밀도를 더 높여달라. 그래서
guidelines about the
빌드를
calculation
짜는데 이런
methods,
정보들을
the
활용할 수 있게
mechanics.
해달라는
You would like to see more details to have better understanding.
다양한
Right.
조합에 의해서 나오는 아이템인 만큼
Because this requires combinations of multiple areas, we will take that comment and make sure it's reflected in our developments.
Yeah, thank you. And we can see Sen. And Sen, I'm curious as well. What time is it for you?
I'm on the East Coast of America, so it's only 1 a.m. I'm fine though.
Great.
And I'm not crazy. I'm over here doing things. I'm talking to Twitch chat, so I'm basically just getting the questions from them at this point.
Sure, no problem.
So what we have is, can we get a free preset slot added for the descendants and weapons, similar to how they were added for skins? And will the arcade tuning board be expanded, like it was mentioned previously?
Les están preguntando ya la hora, güey.
Straightforward questions, so I'll toss it off to the dev team.
Le crece el cabello, güey, pinche criticón.
네. 아르케 조율
So starting with the RK
어떻게 계획하고 계신지 간단하게
tuning board, can you briefly answer this
Les
question?
están preguntando ya la hora, güey. Como que no creen que ya deberían irse a mimir, chavos.
So regarding the RK tuning board,
계획을 가지고 있습니다.
we do have a plan to expand it.
단순히 스탯만 올려주는
However,
형태.
it's not going to be just a stat increase.
이제 어떻게 보면은 좀 새로운 플레이를 만들어낼 수 있는
So
아니면은 뭔가 새로운 효과를 적용할 수 있는
it's going to have a new effect. We want to add a
내부적으로는
different play style.
검토
We're currently
단계까지
brainstorming,
올라간 상황은 아니라서
and it's
좀
not
장기적인
currently
비전으로
up, and
바라봐 주시면
we don't have a concrete plan yet. So please take a moment until we come up with a better, more concrete plans.
계승자와 무기
Next question was about preset slots for descendants and weapons.
아마도 슬롯이 부족하다.
So I think your comment was more about
Estuvo muy bien
the
planeada, la
shortage of
verdad.
slots, right?
네, 그래서 슬롯 부분은
Regarding this,
관련된 부분이니까
it's all about
돌아가서 다시 좀 이야기를
quantity.
팀하고
So I will take that to our tech team and see if we can increase the number of slots.
단순히 슬롯 개수만이 아니라 뭐
And
UI적인 표현도 같이 엮여져 있는
I
거라서
think it also is connected with the UI
확장하는 방향으로
aspects.
하겠습니다.
So we'll take that into an internal discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Currently, I'm not seeing any hands, but as you know, if you have any more things to say about modules or builds, you can always talk to us at the end. We're going to come back to that if you have any more opinions. Now, we've been talking a lot about weapons, modules, and all this gameplay. Now, the next topic is cosmetics, something a bit different, but something that is important for the first descendant. Yeah, so I think you're going to have a lot of opinions towards
Ahora van a hablar de cosméticos.
paints and all of these things. So yeah, let's
Es
hear
que sí,
it
ya lo
from
hablaron, sí,
low
hace
budget.
rato.
Hi, so yeah, regarding the skins, I've collected a lot of feedback from the comments from my channel. Basically, people want more universal skins. They want more cheaper skins, like different prices, 375, 450 caliber. They want more individual head skins being added regularly to the game. Also, the ultimate descendants, the old ones that have a face mask, they want those skins without the face mask. You have
No,
gotten
creo que vatos ya
similar
no va a
ones
haber.
for Frena.
Pero sí
So
hicieron,
those
estaban
of them.
chillando por eso, porque los vatos
The
estaban
next one
muertos.
is something I wanted to mention. This is not about skins, but the growth items in the shop. The 300 catalyst, 300 caliber catalyst, and the 1200 energy activator. I think that is very overpriced and can give a bad impression to the game for new players because they are not sure what to do. I think a better solution would be having like a special bundle for new and returning players, which has like $10 and maybe 20 catalysts and 5 energy activators and 3 photon imprinters. That way, if they pick it up, they will learn how to mod the game. And also returning players, if they're just returning and they want to quickly start building the new ultimate descendant, they can use that.
No, pues ya si quieres también les dan una mamada, güey, que llegue nuevo, una putita y un whisky, güey, digo, si quieres, ¿verdad?
Another idea I had was permanent discounts for.
Pues con este vato se está diciendo, en primera lo de las skins, que algunas, o sea, sí, no, ¿qué poco con este güey? O sea, en primera está diciendo que las skins, que si van a meter más skins universales, que algunas están muy caras, lo de siempre, lo típico. Hasta ahí, ok. Vamos a decir, te la compro. Ahora está diciendo que los catalizadores y los activadores están demasiado caros. Que estaría chido que pusieran un paquete para la gente nueva, o sea, la gente que regresó al juego, la que acaba de llegar, o sea, que son nuevos por completo. No sé, güey, a lo mejor por $10 que te incluyan 10 catalizadores, que te incluyan activadores de energía y que te incluyan, ¿sabe qué más mamadas? Digo, pues si quieres de una vez que te la chupen, güey, pues ya que estamos, pues.
That head skin, but some players want that removed and have that
con ese vato.
ultimate skin.
Maldita sea.
And another one was regarding pricing. Yeah, quite a difficult question for our dev team. But anyways, mostly about
calibres también,
pricing,
mira.
If we could get like special bundles
Te
for
dan una
like,
mamadita.
new players, and yeah, you
una
also
sobadita de
mentioned
panza.
like a permanent discount, and I don't know if it's possible. I'm gonna have to ask the dev team, but
¿Se les cayó el internet ya por fin?
And
No.
like more cinematics, since if we have so many skins, probably you would want your descendants wearing that cool skin and showing it off in that cinematic. So yeah, I think this. Oh yeah, there was also that.
Huevo, no
maybe
se
adding
podrá
a
que
preset
a lo mejor
slot
yo
to
le
the battle
meto
pass.
unos
So a lot of
$20
things
y me
here,
regalen
so,
acciones de Nexon.
I'll have to ask our producer holding that mic there.
Digo así como que de compas.
제가 전체적으로 답변을 드릴게요.
So I will give you overall answers.
노라고 하는 게 아니라
I wouldn't give a yes or no to one each and one of the
No, ¿cómo
questions.
crees?
But we have some thoughts about skins. So I will share the overall ideas that we have, and also I think there are two big chunks in your questions, RBG. So first one is about skin. The second one is about the paid items.
님들이 답을 주세요.
So about the second part,
Ah, huevo, ¿qué clase de pendejo no hace eso? Al cabo, ¿quién chingados quiere ganar dinero?
비싸다.
A huevo, que nos presten una hermana en cada compra y que me inviten a Corea.
Skin is our main source of income, so it's very tricky for us to set the right price. So it's our revenue stream, and rather than giving that discount, we want to increase the satisfaction of our users. Today we're going to be super honest, so I'm telling you.
고민을 하고 있는 거고요.
We do take this as an important matter.
것들을 할 거냐 생각해봤을 때 주신 것처럼 뭐 프레나의 스킨,
Frena's skin.
이런 분들을 하신 뒤틀린 숭배의 그 꼬리 부분. 네, 이런 것들에
So the tail of Freya's skin, there were many mixed comments. Some people like this, some others not. We're trying to
더 구체적으로 얘기하면은
resolve this issue. For example, you can toggle on or off some parts of Freya's skin.
지금 얘기를 하고 있습니다.
These are kind of ideas that we are currently discussing.
네, 통역을 위해 잠깐 끌었고요. 이거는 제가 좀 초안을 봤는데
So I looked at the
저의 기대에는 미치지 못해서
draft
좀 해서 달라고 했어요.
and I didn't really like it, so I asked them to redo it. It happened yesterday.
좀 이런 스킨은 이 만족도
Tenía fe en que esta dinámica se fuera a repetir a lo mejor en unos 6 meses, en un añito así. Estoy seguro que pura verga se va a repetir, güey.
Various perspectives.
공용 스킨,
And the common skin,
늘려달라고 하신
you
걸로
wanted
했는데
us to expand the number of common
꾸준히
skins.
제작을 하고 있고
We are
아시는 것처럼
releasing and
배틀 패스
developing
같은데도
as we
Estarán
speak,
checando el
and
chat los
it's
devs,
also integrated into the battle pass, so that
Como
many
para ir a ponerle
people-
así
many
todos,
more
ya
users
vato,
can
ya
use it.
córtale, güey, o
The
sea, ya.
skin for
Enseña
battle
culos o algo
pass,
porque
so we are improving it. It's
me está dando
designed to make
sueñito.
sure that everybody likes it.
그리고 스킨 컨셉을 좀
And
다양하게 하기 위해서
To
노력을 많이
add
하고
more
있는데요.
colors to the skin
얘기가
concept.
나온 김에 제 답변 되게
Well, actually, my answer is getting so lengthy, but speaking of it, I need to address this. So, over the past 1 year,
아까 다 보셨을 거예요.
you know which one was popular. We show you the numbers in the beginning of the
시리즈. 이름이 갑자기
session. The female ninja series. What was the name of it? I can't recall it right now. I'm sorry.
그것과
Jasper está en vivo,
So
güey.
that
Si vemos su
one,
stream
the
mejor.
popular one,
신들
and then the goddess
이런 것들이 반응이
virgins.
좋았거든요.
These were
하는 거는
favorites of our users. So it means that it was sold very well.
단순히 어떤 노출도
To be very
Sí
straight.
creo,
So
pero o sea,
it's not a matter of whether they are more revealing or not. We need to have good quality design and good concept to
y si vemos
have
el stream de Jasper mejor, güey.
있어서
our descendants satisfied with it.
좀 더 천천히 할게요. 지금 이제 계획 중인 스킨들을 다
So,
재점검을 해서
We're going to review all the skins.
이런 방향에
No, es que sí, ya se mamaron, güey. Supongo que sí, que están esperando hasta el mantenimiento para enseñar todo lo nuevo en vivo y
Or
eso,
refine
pero
them in a way that they could increase the satisfaction of our users. So we're going to definitely improve the quality of the skins.
sí, ya tengo hambre, pero necesito calentar mi cena. Se me hace que sí, güey. ¿Saben qué? Al chile sí, ya me hartaron. Dejen, voy por mi cena rápido, no me tardo. Jugamos algo y ahorita a la 1 regreso al stream, güey, porque no, ya esto es demasiado.
Activator.
Ahí los encargo con los coreanos.
번들을 좀 더
The new
Espérenme, ahí vengo.
users,
수 있는 부분은
giving them a discount price.
새로운 번들로
We do have that in mind.
할인율로
We'd like to offer
제품들을 준비하고 있습니다. 그래서
better price to our new users or returnees. When you are in short of catalyst,
게임을
you could
진행할
use this bundle to grow faster.
Yeah, let's look forward to the changes that will come to the skins. And Race, yeah, we're seeing you. Suddenly, please give an opinion to cosmetics.
Yeah, I'm sure people have seen my stance in the past about things, but I've always been one for options for both types of players, for ones that like to go the more skimpy, risque kind of side of things, and others that want to look a bit more, let's say, badass. For example, Ultimate SMO, when he dropped with his default skin, a genuinely fantastic skin. I possibly speak for quite a few people when I say that is like an absolute goated skin. I would have happily paid for that, to be honest with you. But I would love to see more armor cosmetics going forward, you know, with the amount of firepower that kind of comes our way, especially in these later battles and everything like that. It just kind of makes the most sense, but it's also really kind of cool to customize those with the paints. So something along those kind of lines. Is there any chance that we could see those coming back in the future? But also the second point that I do have is the evolving skins that we used to have back when the game first kind of like dropped. We don't seem to see any of those anymore, and I was just wondering, is there a reason why that's the
Así me pidió que tapen más a las monas. ¿Quién fue para reportarlo por terrorismo?
case, and can we actually expect that?
So the first one,
¿Quién fue para reportarlo por terrorismo?
Is armor skins. So Ultimate SMO, that skin was really well received, and
Yo fui por
gave
Misana,
the
lo siento.
opinion of that he wanted to see something like similar, much more with all that firepower that we have. And then the second one is evolving skins, and yeah, we had a lot of questions on our dev live about this as well. So I'm going to hand it to our producer if he could handle these questions.
네, 스킨 질문은 언제나 굉장히
Okay, skins. It kind of puts me in a hard spot every time I get questions on this.
Pero ¿quién
First
fue
of
para
all, you
reportarlo?
mentioned evolution skin.
Pregunta seria. ¿Quieren que vayamos aquí a ver pendejadas? Porque la neta, al chile sí ya me aburrió, güey. Estaba haciendo un esfuerzo, pero ya me aburrieron. La verdad. Mira, más custom todo bien. La verdad sí ya me aburrieron, güey. ¿Quieren que vayamos aquí a ver estupideces? Una pantalla contando. La neta sí, güey. Es que, güey, al chile sí ya me aburrieron, güey. O sea, sí están haciendo preguntas muy pendejas y ya llevo 3 horas aguantando estupideces así, güey. O sea, ya a mi gusto ya es mucho, güey. O sea, al inicio, los primeros 20 minutos sí estaba de mame de que, ay, ya qué hueva, pero ya genuinamente ya me fastidiaron, güey. ¿Qué quiero cenar? Además ya no tardan en tumbar el juego. Para meter el parche. Mejor me espero a que esté el parche y listo, güey. No, es que sí, ya, güey. O sea, llevan 2 horas preguntando pura estupidez, güey, la verdad. No sé, deberían volver tarde o temprano. Entonces, no, es que las skins limitadas y eso no. O sea, hay una ley coreana que prohíbe que si algo te lo vendieron como limitado, lo vuelven a sacar, te meten el chorizo feo, güey. Entonces no lo van a hacer. A ver, confírmenme, ¿quieren seguir viendo este pedo? Digo, yo aquí me quedo, total voy a cenar. ¿O quieren que prenda en Kick para ver videos así random? Y yo ahorita, después de un rato, reviso y a ver si ya cambiaron de tema. Porque no, la neta sí ya me aburrieron, güey. Quiero cenar, güey. A ver, pues. Va. Para la gente que quiera. Digo, voy a seguir viendo el stream, el evento este. Pero ya que cambien de tema, porque la neta ya me aburrieron estos güeyes. Carnita así trozada con cebolla. Como limitada. Desde la temporada 3, pero o sea. Cosas. ¿Qué canero es que te ofrece grabación? Y volver a vender. No, sí, pero o sea, es que hay mucha gente que quiere que vuelva, por ejemplo, la skin de Biesa que tengo, la skin de Luna del chorcito de mezclilla. Hay gente que quiere que vuelvan las skins evolutivas y eso. Y esas ya no se pueden regresar. A lo mejor colaboraciones y eso tal vez sí, pero lo demás ya no. Déjame ver. Banear a la coneja, güey. Mapa que ya esté chingando. Cámara, pues. Para el que quiera caer, voy a andar allá. Sí voy a seguir viendo el evento, pero ya, la verdad, hasta que cambien de tema o que hagan otra cosa. Al chile, qué hueva, güey. Y tú también, por pinche cagapalos. La chinga su madre. Tú dale compañía a la coneja. Ah, también, chinga su madre. Ah, ya, vamos aquí. Vamos a ver videos un ratito y si ahorita cambian de tema o se pueden hacer otra cosa, con todo gusto lo seguimos viendo. Digo, para el que quiera seguirme en Kik, ahí está mi canal. Ahí está, para el que quiera, bienvenido. Cámara. A los que ya se van, buenas noches. Lástima que echaron a perder el Dev Live así, porque la verdad iba muy bien. Y los que van para allá, bueno, pues ahorita los veo. Denme nada más unos 5 minutos en lo que apago aquí y prendo ya. Cámara.